on Superheroes. Written by William D. Arend. Narrated by Jeff Hayes. Chapter 1. Not So Black Market. Felix couldn't keep himself still. He practically gyrated with nervous energy. He jumped at every noise in the alley, from a mouse scratching at cardboard to a street lamp that started to buzz. This is a bad idea. Stupid idea. Trying to buy something from the black market. Well, the not-so-black market anymore. What exactly do you call a black market when a supervillain runs your city? He very nearly shouted an alarm when the garage door behind him opened abruptly, the chain rattling as it moved. A black man in a dark brown trench coat was waiting for him on the inside. He looked about Felix's age. Well, maybe not. He's a bit younger, maybe like 5 years younger. Call it 25? He looked like any number of people you'd pass on the street and never give a second glance to. He might just barely hit 6 foot, or so Felix thought, measuring him against the frame of the garage door. The man's posture was relaxed, his hands in his pockets, watching Felix with a partial frown.
"You're a little early there, Felix," the man said in a smooth baritone. "It is Felix, right?"
"Yeah, Felix. Felix Campbell. Pleasure to meet you," he said, holding out his hand. The man stared back at him, his eyes flicking from Felix's hand and back to his face. I came early with the van," he said, gesturing to the unmarked vehicle next to him.
"So I noticed."
"I didn't want to be late. I can't stand being late. Though I think coming early didn't do me any favors for my nerves. Sorry." Felix apologized lamely. The man smirked at that, and then chuckled softly.
"Yeah, I hear that. I wouldn't want to stand around in this alley much longer either. Snidely's come prowling often enough. Come on."
"Snidely?" Felix asked, stepping quickly to catch up to the man. Felix was by no means a short man, but nor was he tall. Sitting at an unimpressive 5'8", he was as average as you could be. The clack of the man's polished shoes echoed dully. Realizing how immaculately dressed the man was, Felix felt like a slob in his work uniform, minus name tag.
"Snidely? Snidely Whiplash? You know, villain? Great stash? Do-rights and Snideleys?"
"Never mind." The man shook his head. "Sorry, I don't watch TV." "What channel is it on?" Felix asked. Then he shook his head. He had to get this done and get it done right. He needed this. "Actually, forget that. What do I call you?"
"You don't,"
said the man, stepping up to a rectangular wooden crate. On top of that crate was a black box and a sheet of white paper.
"I call you."
Felix took a breath and then pulled out a wad of money from his pocket. This deal had cost him $2,000. What little he had left after that was in his hand in a roll, amounting up to $300. All that he had till his next paycheck. "Then maybe you can call me when you get similar merchandise in the future." Damn, that sounded good. At least I think it did. The man tilted his head to one side and then smiled widely at Felix, showing a set of bright white teeth. Taking the money from Felix's hand, he nodded his head, thumbing back the 20s.
"Well, all right. I can do that. Call me Marcus. It'll do for today," said the man now known as Marcus, putting the wad of money in his pocket. "As for the market, no buyers for this stuff. You're already paying basement price of what it cost to get it here and out of where it was with only a slim margin for us. So I'll keep you in mind. But no promises."
Marcus turned and picked up the black box and the paper, then handed both to Felix.
"Ownership papers and one owner's box. We call them pits. Go ahead and stick your finger in that hole,"
Marcus explained, holding out the box. Shouldn't the seller put their finger in first for these?" Felix had heard about them. Apparently, pits were well regarded for transactions among supers, since they had a magical element to them.
"Not for this purchase. For future purchases, we can just use this pit again. Now go ahead and get that paw up here." Felix lifted his index finger and slipped it into the hole. He felt the sting before he even thought about what was going to happen. "All done. You'll feel that tomorrow," Marcus said, shaking his head with a grin. Turning his head, Marcus whistled at a forklift that was sitting dormant in the side of the warehouse. Felix flinched as the vehicle came to life. He hadn't even noticed it. In fact, he hadn't even looked around at what he'd walked into. "Way to go, idiot." Marcus pointed to the van. "You go hop in and wait. We'll get this loaded up in a second." The man hesitated for a second, then continued. "You know, I'm glad someone's buying this. We were considering tossing it into the river, but that never works out." "I should think not. It wouldn't be as bad as, say, lead, but it'd eventually create some problems with the water," Felix said, nodding his head. "A big shipment of bismuth really could cause problems. I mean, how do you explain buying a shipment of heavy metal that then ends up in a river?" Marcus looked at him in a strange way at that, and then laughed with a wave of his hand. "See you later, Felix. You're a strange cat." Felix wasn't quite sure what to make of that exchange, but he waved back. "Later, Marcus." Felix hurried off back to the panel van and got in. The forklift operator went about his business and had Felix loaded up in under a minute. There was a smack on the rear door, and the garage started sliding shut a second later. Felix adjusted his mirror, catching a look at himself in the process. He looked pale as ever. His gray eyes stared back at him, listless. Even his hair looked defeated, limp. It hung on him in its way, the brown strands overly worked with hair gel. He looked incredibly tired for a 30-year-old. "We're changing that. Starting with this. We can do this. We saved, we scrimped, and now we'll succeed." Popping the radio back on, Felix pulled out into the alleyway.
"Tonight, we have a guest speaker from our new leader's cabinet. Please
Felix cursed as he jammed the brakes. A superhero in a costume stumbled out in front of him from a side alley. The van clipped the caped crusader and sent him spinning. At the same instant, another costumed weirdo appeared. That person pounced on the hero as they stumbled back from the van and began plunging a knife into their chest, over and over. Felix kept his eyes straight on the road and hit the gas again. "Didn't see anything. Didn't see a super being murdered. Nope, not a thing," Felix said, staring straight ahead. The closest Felix had been to crime was watching the loan shark across the street from his work operate. Even that felt too close for comfort sometimes. Ever since the supers in charge of the city's defense had lost, it had become open season. Anyone not in line with the new power structure was free game, which was pretty much every and any superhero out there. There'd been a mass exodus and only a few had remained, and of those who remained, the vast majority were poor slobs who thought that they could tough it out till relief came. In fact, a lot of people said the relief had come at the same time as the original attack. Which made sense. No one else ever came. Felix doubted anyone else would come at this point. For people like Felix, the everyday man, life hadn't changed much from the turnover. Vice laws, like slavery, prostitution, and drugs, were legalized. They were now given government protection, and were expected to meet the same or similar regulations that other markets had. And let's not forget taxes. Taxes were of course levied on all those vices. Being legal, the price had rapidly inflated, crashed, then flatlined. The city raked in the cash and started immediately spending it back on city programs, like drug rehabilitation centers. Then Skipper, the villain now in charge, had promptly lowered income taxes. Since there were no federal taxes anymore, that meant people overall were paying significantly less, unless they were partaking of the new legal frivolities, which set off another round of vice spending and purchasing in general. Suddenly, not only were the heroes not receiving support, but if anything, they were being asked to leave. Or hunted and killed.
To be here, Mike. I'd like to start off by reminding everyone we have a 10 grand reward for anyone with information leading to the capture of a hero. 5 grand for a kill with the body as proof.
Or hunted, apparently.
The audience cheered at that reminder. Felix had heard something about that, but had brushed it off as rumors. Apparently, it wasn't.
As our government is only here in this city, we need to secure ourselves. The longer we have threats inside, the longer it takes us to begin to branch outward,
said the guest.
I heard that one of the first cities we'll be taking is...
Now, Mike. You know I can't talk about that. Though, speaking of targets, I'd like to warn our listeners out there. Violence towards the other humanoid races, such as dwarves, beastkin, or anything other than a human, won't be tolerated. It'll be punished severely.
No arguments here. Glad to hear justice will be applied evenly. I heard the old federal government isn't even bothering us anymore, that they've left the recapture of our city to the Guild of Heroes. Is that true?
It is. Skipper is regularly on patrol and watching for anything. So far, they haven't retaken an inch.
Tired of the political whitewash he was sure was going on, Felix flipped the radio to an 80s station and drove onward. Shutting the door with a thump, Felix looked around the spacious garage. Much like every other area in this house, it had the feel of his family. It was their house, after all. He was merely living here as the clock ticked down on them being proclaimed dead. Death in absentia. They were at year 7 of 10. His aunt and uncle had simply up and left one night when Felix was 23. Give or take a few months. Leaving him alone in a home that had been paid off completely. Their bank accounts, stock, and everything else was being managed by a group of lawyers through a trust. He had rights in the trust to ensure they weren't spending money frivolously, but he had no rights to the money itself. Sighing, Felix moved around to the rear of the van. "This'll change everything. Once I get this squared away," Felix said to himself, opening the rear doors, "then I can quit. Quit that hellhole of a job and just do whatever. Yeah, whatever. Sit around, pick my nose, and watch game shows all day." Felix grabbed the edge of the rectangular box and heaved once. It slid out by a foot. It was at this moment that he realized he had no way to get it from the bed of the van to the garage floor. A quick hunt of the garage got him the motorcycle ramp his uncle owned. Wedging it against the van and getting it in a stable place, he heaved on the crate again. Groaning, it slid free of the van, hit the motorcycle ramp, and slid down it. Wood cracked and popped when it hit the floor. It managed to come to a stop the same moment it came off the ramp. Felix sighed and closed the van doors and put the ramp back. Getting a hold of the latch at the top and bottom of the box, he took a slow breath, then unbolted them at the same time and tipped the lid backwards. Looking inside eagerly, Felix felt dumbstruck. Instead of a load of bismuth, which he'd hoped to turn into gold with his own superpower, there was a corpse. The face looked like it had gone through a factory furnace, like something out of those old slasher films his uncle loved. There were no eyes. Dry, empty sockets gaped at him. There were no ears, but instead 2 nubs of flesh no bigger than the tip of his pinky. 2 gaping holes sat in the middle of the ruined face, right where a nose would be. Should have been. No lips remained to cover the broken and shattered teeth. It was a real horror show.
"No more,"
mumbled the not corpse, almost like a mantra.
"No more, no more, no more, no more, no more."
Felix looked down at the ruined husk of what had once been a human being and pressed his hands to his face. This wasn't something his brain could comprehend right now.
"No more,"
the body whispered. His brain slowly lurched into gear, and a thought sent him for the passenger door. Popping open the door, he grabbed the paperwork and started to read over it. Paperwork was on the rise as of late since the taxmen had to collect taxes, and taxes needed accurate paperwork. National ID cards, too. Finally, he found the listed items sold. No mention of bismuth came up at all. Only the purchase of a slave and 1 slave control box. 1 superheroine, to be specific.
one previously owned by the government. That's a woman? Holy crap. Felix felt his thoughts starting to spiral rapidly out of control. Hunching over, he put his head between his knees and took some deep breaths. Right when the world stopped spinning crazily, he stood back up and breathed more regularly. Setting the paperwork down back next to the pit, he considered his options. His money was already spent and gone. Even though he'd clearly received the wrong package, it wouldn't be good for him to whine about it. They'd just laugh at him and ask him what the problem was. He'd accepted the bill of goods as it was. Who was to say this wasn't exactly what he wanted? Maybe this won't be so bad after all. I wanted to transmute bismuth to gold. What if she can do more than that? What if she can make gold? Or find gold? This might actually be even better than he'd expected, provided that he could fix her. That is, if he could keep her alive long enough to fix her. A super with a decent power set would be worth a lot more than gold, especially in the current environment where slaves were legal. He started to think of any number of things supers could do and how he could profit from it. Closing the passenger door, he walked back to the crate. Can you hear me? He asked her. There was no response. Her chest rose and fell in labored breaths. Now that he looked at her body, he found the rest of it as horribly disfigured as her face. It looked like her fingers had been removed, her breasts, most of her skin. She was a real mess. Could he even fix her? His face twisted into a frown as he tilted his head to consider her. He hadn't used up his power today. It wasn't as if he had any plans to use it before he went to sleep either. In fact, if he was up past midnight when his power set reset, he could try again. Solidifying his decision, he concentrated on her. She was his. He owned her. She was his property. Felix was actually a superhero or villain candidate. He could modify any item he owned, make it new, change it into another substance, make it better or worse quality. Anything, really. The scope was incredible. The problem was that the more he modified an object, the more it would take from his power pool. And his power pool barely had enough juice in it to fix a crack in a toilet. Felix had always thought of it like batteries. Most heroes and villains had a pretty decent-sized battery. There were those who had smaller ones and those who had larger ones. If he had to compare himself in relative terms to others, Felix was a AAA battery that had been left outside in a puddle. The lowest measured superhero or villain before Felix would be akin to a golf cart battery. Up to this point, the best use of his superpower had been repair jobs. Mostly maintenance, to tell the truth. He couldn't modify or change big objects, but he could limit wear and tear for sure. He'd tried minor transmutations with success, leading to this moment, here and now, with the hope to change bismuth into gold. In using his power, the change would simply occur over a few seconds. The precursor to that, though, when he used his power, was a virtual window that appeared in front of him. It had the look of a checklist sheet with sliders on one other side. It was all very strange, really. Focusing on his unexpected guest, Felix struggled to activate his power. To ultimately no result. Scratching at his cheek, Felix thought on the problem. She was his possession. Legally. Up to this point, that had been all he had to do. Taking a different approach, he tried using a character sheet. Generic, and yet taking root from hundreds upon hundreds of role-playing games he'd played. Why not? He saw it in his mind's eye first. A piece of white paper. At the top, there was basic information and vital stats. Things that anyone would have regardless of being a super or not. Below that, all of the powers, abilities, and functions that made them unique. These sheets would contain everything from blindness, being sick, or even having a genetic disposition to heart attacks. Then he opened his eyes and saw the exact same form he'd been visualizing floating in front of him. Only he could see it. When he'd tried to explain it to his family, they'd thought he'd gone crazy at first. Only after showing them an example of what he could do, where he took a faded and dirty penny and made it new, did they believe him. At first, he'd thought perhaps he was indeed crazy.
What kind of superpower presented itself like this? This wasn't a normal power. In fact, it had been classified as unique. Nothing even similar. Felix had become contemplative after that information had been given to him by the guild. To him, that meant that he either was the one doing the visualizing of his power, or another entity had set it up for him. Both answers disturbed him. The reason why Felix had never gone any further with his talent was his lack of power. At the bottom right of the sheet floating in front of him was where the cost would be to make the modifications he wanted. They were always more than what he had available for anything useful. After much experimentation, he knew he had roughly 150 points he could spend on things before he ran out. He could always tell if he ran out because the confirm button would simply go away. That was a pretty small number when compared to the things he could change, like turning a table into solid gold. With a sudden thought, he tried to flip to the second page that his power normally offered up. The real meat and potatoes of his power. The upgrade page. The viewing window changed. It now looked like something out of a role-playing game character creation page. He could modify anything about her, providing he paid the power cost. Strength, intelligence, reflexes, weapon skills, languages, skills, height, weight, senses, anything and everything that you could think of. The list was extensive and a touch overwhelming. The possibilities for a living person were infinitely more complex than a simple item. Felix shook his head to clear it. He'd have to worry about that later after he'd fixed all the problems. Maybe try to limit what came up to what he wanted to change. Focusing back on the here and now, Felix started to read through the list of debuffs this person was suffering from. It looked endless at first. He began to feel sick at the problems listed. Some of them were rather horrible. She'd apparently been cut open and had a number of her organs removed. He couldn't even begin to think of a reason for that. "Wah!" he groaned. "That's just sick perversion, isn't it? Who the hell did this?" This wasn't going to be a quick fix. It'd take months to spend enough power to make her human again, let alone whole. That wasn't even mentioning how long it'd take to get her back into a condition to be useful. It'd take months to make enough money to buy a shipment of bismuth again anyways. Besides, not like I'm doing anything else with this power. I could clean up some coins, scrub the shower. Ooh, impressive. Fine, let's Frankenstein's monster this shit. Felix grunted and looked to the sheet again. The cheapest thing to change, and which would refund some points he could work with, was putting her in a coma. A single thought later, and coma appeared in the debuff list. 100 points with a negative sign popped up in the bottom right corner. Flicking through multiple options, he found that replacing her teeth would be relatively simple and cheap. Her lips came at a discounted price since it was all in the same area and some of the reconstruction could bleed into the other. Then he was spent. That was all he had. For a start, it was great. He'd take another crack at it when midnight rolled around and his points reset. Before he clicked the Confirm Changes button at the bottom, he stopped. Below the confirmation button was a slider, one he hadn't imagined or put there. No time like the present to figure it out. The slider simply read, Draw, and read from 0% to 100%. It was set at 0 right now. Moving it to 100%, he checked to see if anything had changed. Nothing. Back to 0. No change. Back to 100. Still no change. Leaving it at 100, Felix shrugged his shoulders. Maybe he could figure it out tomorrow. For now, he'd leave it 100 to see if anything changed. Mentally popping the confirm button, he looked up to the body in the crate. Instantly, teeth began to straighten themselves, growing anew. Where teeth were missing, new teeth broke through the gum line. In 10 seconds, she had a healthy set of lovely teeth. Then her lips started to warp and fan out as they regrew themselves next, until finally she had a pair of full lips hiding those resplendent teeth. Felix sighed and looked around the garage. He had an hour or so to wait till midnight. Going inside the house didn't appeal to him. It was empty, dark.
devoid of life. Here in the garage, with what was essentially a corpse, at least he wasn't alone. When midnight finally rolled around, Felix felt like his skin caught fire for an instant. It wasn't painful, but it certainly wasn't comfortable. Normally, when his power reset, it only felt like he'd caught a mild sunburn. This time felt like he'd been in a furnace. Felix popped open the window and then hesitated. He might as well get it out of the way now. He'd been thinking while waiting for midnight. If he couldn't fix some of the truly awful things, what was the point? He selected the box for blindness, left eye, and looked to the corner. 600 points. Despair welled up in him. Eyeballs aren't simple things like teeth or lips. They're intricate organs, and the confirm button was lit up. Chapter 2. Spend money to make money. Felix adjusted his necktie as he shifted in the seat of his run-down coupe. Glancing up in the rearview mirror, he found it almost looked right. Almost. There was still a hint of a pleat in the middle. The horn coming to life behind him made him jump in his seat. Felix gunned the gas and then jumped forward, only to slam on the brake when he realized the light was still red. Ha ha, asshat. Doing his best to not make eye contact with anyone, Felix slunk into his seat. He remained in stealth mode all the way until he pulled into the parking lot of work. Felix looked up to the rotating hamburger above the squat red brick building. The windows were decorated with saccharine-sweet mascots and kids who looked like they'd been fed a steady stream of cola. Pressing his lips together in mute disappointment, Felix clipped his name badge into place. Felix, manager, read the top line. Underneath that was his time served, as employees called it. 8 years serving you, he muttered aloud. 8 years of serving up burgers, fries, and every other assortment of fast food under the sun. 8 years of watching young people roll in and roll back out when they realized fast food wasn't easy and didn't pay well. It certainly wasn't rocket science, but it had its own challenges. Namely, the customers, really. Whoever had coined the phrase, "the customer is always right," had clearly never worked in retail or customer service. And if they had, well, then they'd need to be hauled out into the street and beaten to death with plastic spoons. His phone began to chime gently, signaling his need to go clock in for his shift. Felix huffed and then exited his car. Silencing the alarm, it took him all but a minute to drop his card past the electronic reader. The day went by in a blur. Not to mention he had a hard time concentrating. His mind kept wandering back to the woman in her makeshift coffin in his garage. He'd shut the lid and latched it back closed. Then he'd left her there, as he wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do. Most of the night he'd spent tossing and turning, thinking about the fact that he now had a total of 900 points to spend. It had taken a bit of tinkering with options to figure that out, but he'd done it, and he still had all those points to spend at the end. After cycling through all the options available, he'd ended up not being sure what to do. In the end, he'd reverted the changes he'd made to her, since he didn't plan on breaking the coma from her yet, and then gone to bed.
Felix, cover the window for me. I'm going to take a break,
demanded the imperious voice of Janessa. Before he could even object to the lovely young woman's demand, she pulled out her phone and wandered off. The last one she'd thrown at a customer, and he'd had to play go-between to appease the customer and get Janessa in the back room. She was the most recent pet project that had been pushed his way by the regional manager, one that really wasn't working out in any way, shape, or form. So much so that had it been anyone else, Felix would have let her go already. Felix didn't doubt for a minute that Joe had ulterior motives, and wasn't quite prepared to go up against him right now. Not over a woman who would end up quitting in the end. It wasn't the right time or place to call the regional manager out on it. Can't trust anyone named Joe. As the store manager, he had to deal with whatever the regional made him do as long as it was within company policy, though he was slowly preparing all the right paperwork to walk the woman out despite that. Beautiful, built for the eyes, and whatever else she may be, but an annoying, lazy monster that could only be a shrew to whoever she was dating. In his shame, he couldn't deny he'd been infatuated with her for a short period. Days, maybe. That was how long it had taken before she'd revealed her dumpster fire of a personality.
"Hello? I'm ready to place my order,"
said a voice in the headset at the window. She'd simply set it down and walked off without another word. Vibrating his pocket, his phone demanded his attention at the same time. Pulling out his phone, he glanced at the caller ID. Restricted. Unknown caller. The regional manager liked to call him at all hours on different phones to test him. Another worker slipped into his line of sight at that moment, and Felix thanked whatever luck he'd been granted at that moment. "Steve, get the window, please. I'd really appreciate it," Felix said to the young man with a smile. He flipped open his phone at the same time, which he hoped would end any argument before it could happen. "Sure thing, boss," said the young man. Felix assumed part of that was the fact that Janessa would have to talk to him when she came back. Holding the phone up to his ear, Felix said, "This is Felix."
"Afternoon, Felix,"
came the cool response. He recognized that voice. He couldn't quite place it.
"I happen to have 2 more items that fit your request for merchandise."
Marcus. "Ah, Marcus, yes. That's great news," Felix said, and he meant it. Where one super might give him a significant point boost, what would several more do? He was pretty sure it all hinged on that slider at the bottom. The draw slider. Nothing else had changed otherwise. Looking around, he realized this wasn't the best spot to have this conversation. Walking into the back office where he normally did performance reviews or paperwork, Felix shut the door.
"Marcus? Oh, nah. Today I'm Caldwell,"
said the previous Marcus, now Caldwell. "All right. Caldwell. What's the fee?"
5. This will be a delivery to boot. We were going to dispose of these 2 Dudleys, but I figured, why not make green on the side?
Definitely. Do you need that fee today? Felix opened his work computer and flipped to the Excel spreadsheet he kept his finances on. $-362.14.
Yep. I'll have a courier pick it up out of your mailbox tonight after everyone's out in that sleepy little neighborhood of yours. That is, if we have a deal.
Felix chewed on that mentally. He didn't have the money, and wouldn't have the money. But how often did you get a chance to power up your abilities? I can go get a loan. My car isn't in that bad a shape. I can sell it if I really need to clear the loan later. I don't have any debt either. Get 6,000. Buy the 2. Set up a room that they can convalesce in. Use all my vacation and sick time. Get those 3 up and running to a point that they can care for themselves. Then use that to upgrade things and make money. Felix blinked. It was a lot like those games he used to play when he was a kid. Spend money to buy upgrades. Use those upgrades to make more money, to buy new things that would help you make more money, which in turn would let you buy upgrades for those items. His power was literally that game, he realized. He might as well call himself Upgrade Man. Done.
Great. I'll have it delivered to your place in an hour. They'll pop the garage and leave it there. No need to meet us or even disarm your security. Don't forget to use the box. You'll need to do that for their loyalty and your safety to finalize. See you later, Felix.
The line disconnected suddenly. Felix pulled his phone from his ear and looked at the screen. From being essentially a nobody to owning slaves. He knew that the owner's box he'd been given could hold up to 10,000 slaves without a problem. It used magic to bind them to their master's will, that they couldn't harm or work against their master. Couldn't use it on someone against their will, though. It did leave open the ugly loophole of giving someone no choice but to allow it, but that wasn't his problem today. Looking to his phone, he dialed in the regional manager's number and mashed the voicemail button the moment it started to ring. "Hey, Joe. This is Felix over at number 42. I'm going to be heading home sick for the rest of the day. I'll be out tomorrow as well. Sorry about the short notice. Just not feeling well. Everything here should be covered.
Felix ended the phone call and then opened the browser on his smartphone. He was generations behind the newest wrist phones, but he liked his old phone. It had a big screen and, well, it was one of the few things he'd been able to successfully modify. It had taken him peeling it apart and upgrading individual components, but it had worked. Tapping in a request for directions to the closest branch of his bank, Felix laid out plans to get the loan, buy supplies, and head back home. He'd have to build an impromptu ward and start treating his cash cows. Having them die on him would be gut-wrenching now that he'd figured out how to increase his power. Now that he could be somebody. Before all that, though, he'd need to head over to the law offices. Today was his monthly visit with them. Felix wasn't looking forward to it. He never was, really. It only made him realize that those he cared for were gone. Bank, supplies, home, meeting, home. With a nod of his head, Felix started what he believed would be the changing point in his life. Pulling in front of the office building, Felix shook himself and then ran his fingers through his hair. He hated doing this, but it was something he had to do to make sure his family dues were taken care of, both in this life and wherever they ended up. Getting out of the car, Felix looked up at the sign hanging above the entrance to the building. Resnick, Blackadder, and Troy, the sign read. Supposedly, they were the ones who owned the business, though Felix had nothing to do with them. Walking up to the front door, he pulled the handle and stepped inside. Waiting for him was the same steel-haired matron he always saw behind the reception desk. She never smiled, she didn't say anything out of line, and Felix wasn't even sure if she blinked. Maybe she's a robot. Felix Campbell, monthly meeting for my trust, Felix said, picking up the clipboard and signing himself in. Take a seat. They'll be with you shortly, said the woman without a hint of anything resembling a personality. Rolling his eyes, Felix sat down in a leather recliner. The lobby was empty, and he couldn't help but feel like they were making him wait to prove a point. That they could make him wait. Felix picked up a magazine and started to leaf through it. He was halfway through an article about the fact that the economy was on the rise since the takeover before they called him in. Tossing the magazine negligently onto a table, Felix followed behind one of the young associates as they led him to the same conference room they always went to. She gestured to the lone chair that he always sat at. Felix took the proffered seat. Looking up, he found himself facing the 8 lawyers his aunt and uncle had contracted should something happen to them. One of the clauses of those worst-case scenarios was if they happened to be missing, and that they were to be declared dead in absentia, providing that it was the appropriate amount of time they were missing. Along with that provision came an impressive and full set of rules they'd had to put together to protect themselves, their estate, and Felix.
Good afternoon, Mr. Campbell. Good to see you, as always, said the lead legal expert. The group that had been put together was evenly split by men and women, though they seemingly came from every background imaginable. The head honcho of this little group was an older man in his 50s by the name of Mr. Joseph, who had a head of salt and pepper hair and a clean-shaven face. He looked like your next-door neighbor, minus the fact that he was a blood-sucking bastard without a soul. First order of business, we've reviewed your request to have a regular gardener take care of the front and backyard,
said Joseph. He'd gotten sick of mowing the massive yards and decided he might as well make use of the maintenance money that was set aside.
It's been approved, and we'll be hiring an appropriate candidate to take care of the grounds. Salary will be paid out of the maintenance account, of course.
Felix nodded at that. That was fine. He didn't like them picking the candidate, but he wasn't going to argue with them. They'd just start quoting clauses and subsections at him.
Second, and I apologize for this, as I don't believe this is fun for anyone, we need to discuss your living arrangements.
Felix lifted his eyebrows at this. What about them? I've been living in that home for as long as I can remember. Grew up there.
Yes. Well, as you're living there, we believe you should be paying rent. Should have been paying rent as well.
Felix shook his head, his mouth opening and closing twice. What the actual fuck? What stupid horse shit is this?
To that end, We need to collect roughly $150,000 from you in overdue rent."
"Are you fucking kidding?" Felix stood up, pressing his hands to the table. 4 of the people on the other side of the table looked uncomfortable, while the other 4 seemed sure of themselves.
"It's all perfectly accurate, I assure you."
"You want me to pay rent for living in a home that I've been in since as far back as I can remember?" Felix shouted at them.
"That's correct. The amount is in your favor, I assure you, since it's mostly free of interest. I'm sure this is a shock to you, so we'll conclude our business with this item," Joseph said with an oily smile. "To that end, I believe if we were to set up a simple payment method from you to your parents and put it at a set rate, as well as your monthly rent, we can get this taken care of without a problem."
"And what exactly are you thinking is the rent?" Felix asked, his anger starting to make his vision blur as his heart thudded in his chest.
"Well, according to the survey we conducted of the area," Joseph said, looking for a paper in front of him.
"A survey? They've been planning this. This isn't random or ill thought out."
"The rent for the house would be roughly $2,300 a month. Though, since you're a relative of the owner, we believe $1,500 would be more comparable."
Felix shook his head slowly. This couldn't actually be happening. This was insanity at a level he'd never thought possible. This was something you saw on a terrible movie.
"I see that this has upset you greatly. We'll discuss restitution and repayment at our next meeting," Joseph said, stacking the papers in front of himself.
"No, we'll discuss it now. Give me a damn copy of the agreement, now, as I know I'm entitled that, and show me where this is possible," Felix said, grinding his teeth. "That or I call the police and we have them sort this out." That got their attention. Suddenly, everyone was a lot less confident. Joseph blinked, and then withdrew a packet of papers from his briefcase. Coming over beside Felix, he set the papers down and flipped through a couple pages. Laying on the table face up was an entire section about living in the house and appropriate rental rates. Damn it. Seriously? What the hell is this? Felix started to read through the mind-numbing legal jargon before giving up. He was in no mood to try and ferret out where this clusterfuck of a shit show went. "Fine. We'll talk again." Felix pushed the words out between his teeth. Snatching up the documents, he stomped out of the offices, making sure to slam every door in his way. It wasn't until he pulled onto the road that his head cleared at all. They're trying to drive me out. I'm sure there's something they want. Something they're after. Okay. During this week-long vacation, we're going to sit down and really go over the contract and will. We'll get this figured out. Yeah. Felix sighed and gripped the wheel tighter. He couldn't afford the rent, to be frank. A fast food manager didn't exactly make stacks of cash. Not in the least. No, this would end up with him falling into a never-ending pit of debt to his own family. Growling, Felix slammed his hand into the steering wheel as his anger spiked again. Chapter 3. It Begins. The garage was utterly silent as he stared at the 3 open wooden coffins. Without realizing the impact of what he was doing, he'd opened all 3 boxes, made sure each one was in a coma, and confirmed the draw at 100%. Then he'd wandered off with his supplies and set up the ward, as he was calling it. Dropping the money off as instructed, he'd gone back into the garage. Only on his return did he now realize he wasn't sure who was the one he'd bought first, and who were the 2 he'd just purchased. He'd reverted all his modifications back to the baseline to get his points back. They all looked the same. He really hadn't paid much attention to anything that would have made the first one stand out from the others. They all looked as if they were corpses that had gone through a meat grinder. Well, doesn't matter. It's not like this is a stupid story where the first heroine on the scene gets all the fans. Felix grumbled to himself, and then set to work. That meeting with the lawyers had really thrown him off. Pretty badly, in fact. Felix changed his thoughts as fast as he could before he settled back into a violent anger. He carefully lifted each woman, one at a time, and carried them to the ward.
Once he settled them in the bed, he reused the slave box on each individual. Luckily, they each had at least one toe or finger he could fit in the box. Now that he was really paying attention as he shifted them into their new homes, he realized they all had different heights. He couldn't really tell what their body types were, though, especially given the fact that they'd had their entire body mutilated. They were scarred and horribly disfigured. Whoever had done this to them truly hated them. Selling them in this condition had been the final insult, he imagined. Sighing, with his hands on his hips, he regarded his 3 sleeping corpses. He dressed them in simple pajamas he'd purchased and had put them in diapers. He'd have to work fast to get them to a point where he could at least get nutrients in them. Not being a doctor, or having any clue about medicine, he gave himself 2 days. He could keep them going through his power and forcing their bodies to repair, but that was a short-term solution that would inevitably end their lives. No, he had to work to get them to a point where they could drink and eat, to live and keep themselves alive. Beyond that, everything else was superficial. Looking around his ward, he did a mental check of it. It was one of the big master bedrooms that had been turned into a guest room. The attached bathroom with tub and shower would be perfect for a temporary ward. He wasn't quite sure how long they'd be laid up, and giving them a bath close to their sick bed would probably be ideal. He'd also attached a smart TV to the wall in case he got bored. Hours spent waiting around for living corpses didn't sound great to him. 3 occupied twin single adjustable beds with matching sheets were the big-ticket item in the room. Not to mention they took up most of the space. It had been a little more expensive to get the adjustable ones, but he figured being able to sit them upright would help for mealtime. Then there was a single stool for him to use, so he could sit next to those beds. Standing next to them as he worked didn't really sound all that fun. He'd also purchased a sleeping bag for himself, in case he had to sleep in here. There were also 3 rolling trays like the ones found in hospitals that could slide over beds. Eventually, they'd be eating and drinking again, and a veritable slew of supplies that he would probably need during their convalescence. Bedpans, more pajamas, diapers, cups, bowls, utensils, anything he could think of that they'd need. Dropping down into the stool with a clank, he looked around nervously. They can't hear me. What am I thinking? Felix said to no one. Pushing off the ground, he wheeled the stool around to the first bed. A fraction of a thought from him, and the window popped open. He cycled through everything that was wrong with her. First things first. The ability to eat and drink, Felix muttered. 2 changes, and she had teeth and lips. She still had a tongue, and as far as he could tell, everything was working as far as her plumbing and digestive system went. Frowning, he contemplated some of the mental issues listed. He didn't bother to read them off. It was apparent she'd been tortured to near insanity. Even if he managed to get her to a point where she could eat, would she be a raving lunatic? Tilting his head to the side, Felix focused on the idea of wanting her to lose her memories of the last month. He'd chosen a month since that was about the time that the heroes of the city had started to take real losses. And the sought-after negative trait appeared. Short-term amnesia popped up as if by magic. In the same instant that he selected it, the negative mental problems turned gray. Gray as in no longer active. That they wouldn't be a problem any further. The traits weren't really gone, but they would no longer be able to make an impact anymore. It even had the added bonus of giving him points back, since amnesia certainly wasn't a good thing. Neat, Felix said. He confirmed the changes and slid to the next bed, repeating the process for the other 2 women. Upon finishing on the 3rd, he realized he still had about 300 points or so left. The amnesia had really offset the costs and pushed him into a better point bracket than he'd thought he would be. Shrugging, he looked at the clock. It was about 10 minutes till midnight. The whole midnight reset thing still bothered him, but not enough to question it anymore. Standing up, he stretched his back and then prepped 3 cups of water, 3 bowls of chocolate pudding, and 3 bowls of lime jello. There was no telling if they'd be hungry. Or thirsty, even. But he'd rather be safe than sorry. Not to mention, it might help him earn some brownie points with them. Cooperative slaves are preferable. Then he walked in front of each bed at 11:58 p.m. and disabled their comas one by one. Deciding that he'd rather be perfectly safe without a concern for what they might do, he then took the restraints he'd purchased and looped one around each woman's waist. They'd be unable to get up unless he undid the buckle that ran around the back of the bed. It took only a few minutes, but they all began to stir at roughly the same time, their arms twitching and their lips fluttering as they came back to life.
"What's going on?"
one asked.
"Why can't I see? Get this blindfold off me!"
someone else said.
My fingers are gone,"
shouted a third. Felix bit his lip and took a deep breath. "Good evening, everyone," he said. All three stopped, their eyeless heads swiveling in his direction, trying to track him. "First, don't panic. You're in a safe place while you recover. While you're put back together. Second, there's been some serious changes in the city. You three were captured by a villain who took over the city. They run it completely, from top to bottom." Felix took a breath before he continued. You've been tortured to the point that you should be dead." Felix felt his stomach flip over. This wasn't the best way to start. "I've removed your memories for the last month, and I've begun working to fix you. To put you back to rights. I swear I can do it. You'll find that at this moment, you're a normal human with severe injuries. The city has fallen. Heroes are being hunted and killed in the streets for bounties, or being turned over to the government to handle. Also, for a bounty. Heroes are pretty much outlawed right now, and there doesn't seem like there is anything that can be done to change the situation. In fact, the population supports everything, as the economy is now booming. Unemployment is way down, economy is up, and they pushed through universal health care." Three hairless heads made tiny bobs as if they agreed or understood that. Odd. Now, the hard part. The only way that I was able to retrieve you was to purchase you as slaves. Slavery now being legal, that is. Slave contracts are enforced magically and permanently binding. I can shift your ownership to someone else if I choose. As your slave contracts appear to be a punishment rather than for a set limit or cost, there is no going back for you. You're slaves for the interminable future." At this point, all three women sat up straighter, their spines stiffening. One lifted her battered arm to gesture wildly at where she probably thought he was. They started asking questions at the same time, all demanding an answer of him. Loudly, annoyingly. "Be quiet!" Felix finally got out, raising his voice. Then he closed his eyes and counted to 10 in his head. He had to tell them exactly what was happening now. There was no room for there to be misunderstandings or changes down the road. This was where he set it all up. All three had fallen silent from his command. "Sorry, but you don't seem to understand your position. I own you. I've bound you in a slave contract. I'm no hero. I'm not doing this for charity. I don't want you to suffer, nor do I want you to be disfigured for life. I do want you for what you can give me, though. My power seems to increase in power by the number of people I have in a contract. I imagine it works for villains or heroes. Probably even civilians to a lesser degree. Oh, and you'll not discuss any of this with anyone. This is confidential. For us alone." Felix sighed and put his hands on his knees. The woman in the center bed was struggling with the strap around her waist. The closest one had the stumps of her hands pressed to her mouth. The one in the furthest bed looked disoriented, but unafraid. "You can speak now. Please don't yell. And since none of you can see, there's 3 of you here. Nor do I know your names. Let's start there. My name is Felix."
My name..."
"Stop," Felix cut in. "Let's do this. I'll touch you on the shoulder. You say your name." He got up and walked over to the woman on the far left. He gently touched her shoulder with a finger. "What's your name?"
"My name is Miu. Miu Miki,"
said the woman. You may ask one question before we move to the next person, Felix said. He was trying to be fair, but he also wanted to get moving with this whole thing.
What do you plan to do with us?
Miyu asked. Plan to do with you? Nothing. You'll end up living with me while you recover. After that, I don't know. Maybe get jobs and have a normal life? Next. Felix tapped the woman in the middle on the shoulder. Name?
I am Ioana Iliescu, the War Maiden, and you'll release me—
No, I won't. Sorry. Like I said, this is a villain's city now. As long as they're in charge, you're my property, and I'll be using your powers to my benefit. Now, Ioana, do you have an actual question?
I have a statement. If you even try to rape me, I'll rip it off.
Good to know. I have no plans to abuse you three against your will. I stand by my earlier comment. This isn't charity. In the same breath, I'm not a villain, though. You'll live, work, and stay with me, but you do still have certain rights. I think not being raped is definitely one of those rights. Felix walked around Ioana's bed and approached the third woman. He tapped her shoulder gently. Her head turned up in the direction she probably thought he was, and then smiled.
My name is Kit Carrington. I can't hear your mind. I can't hear anyone's minds. Everything is silent. Is everyone dead? Are we all dead?
She said, wonderingly. No. The takeover went rather smoothly. Only heroes ended up dead or missing. Pretty sure all the civilians were allowed to walk out with a clean slate. I'm pretty sure I've depowered you and boosted my own power. Do you have a question for me? Her earlier question felt more like a panic response than an actual question. She processed that and then nodded her head.
Can you fix me completely without repowering me?
She asked. I can and plan to do that. You'll be as fit as any other human out there. More so if we have the time to bump up your stats. Though even if I did repower you, and I might, depending on what my needs are, I could just as easily turn it back off. Kit nodded her head at that, and then lay back down comfortably in her bed.
If you can keep it as quiet as it is right now, I'll serve. Willingly. Call me Kit.
The woman named Ioana made a sound of disgust at that.
Kit Carrington? You're Augur?
Miyu asked.
I was Augur. I'm Kit now. Only Kit.
The woman sighed and snuggled into her bed, adjusting her sheets.
Can I have some water? Or tea? And maybe something to eat? I'm not hungry, but I think I'd like a snack and a drink.
Augur. As in the strongest telepath? Arguably the world's strongest? Who rumors said she spent hours at a time in a catatonic state when her gift would overwhelm her? Wow. Oh, yes. Here. Felix loaded up a tray with a bowl of pudding, jello, and one of the jugs of water. Wheeling over the cart to her, he set a spoon in her palm and then gently wrapped medical tape around it so she could use her mangled hand to some degree. Then he adjusted the bed so she was sitting up, taking a moment to reset her blankets. The bowl on the left is pudding, the middle bowl is jello, and on the far right is water. I wasn't sure what condition you would all be in once I woke you, so we're sticking to simple things for now. Things that you can digest regardless of whatever condition your insides are in.
Good plan. Makes sense,
Kit said, dipping the spoon into the pudding and then trying to guide it to her mouth.
Could you get me some as well?
Miyu asked, her voice soft. Of course. Give me 1 second while I get that all prepped, Felix said, moving over to her.
So, you can fix amputations. Quite a power set. What do you plan on replacing next?
Kit asked, closing her mouth around her spoon.
Ooh, chocolate.
Either your hands or your eyes. I can only do so much in any given day. It resets at midnight every night. Then I can do it all over again.
Hands, please,
Miyu said. Felix adjusted her bed and then wheeled her full tray over.
Eyes can wait if I can take care of everything else myself.
Kit nodded her head as she tried to reposition her spoon.
Maybe hands. I think maybe eyes, personally. I'm not keen on being blind so far.
This was all rather unexpected. They were actually reacting better than he'd thought they would. That or they were playing with him, waiting for an opportunity to do something. Wouldn't matter, though, since they were magically bound in their contracted states to him. Behind him, Ioana grunted and then said with a stern yet soft voice,
"A tray for me as well, if you please. I admit the same as Kit. I do not hunger, but I think I would enjoy having something to drink and eat."
Felix grinned at that. "Sure thing, Ioana. I'll take care of that." Chapter 4. Point of View. All three of the heroines had passed out as soon as they'd cleared their bowls. Rather than working on them as they slept, he decided to wait till morning. Staring up at the ceiling of the ward room, it took him a minute to orient his thoughts. Sitting up, he rubbed at his eyes with his hands, the sleeping bag bunched up around his middle.
"Good morning,"
Kit said pleasantly, her eyeless face swiveling towards him. Yeah. Good morning," Felix said, coughing into his hand. Stretching his arms over his head, he inspected his supers. Ioana slept, Miu looked lost, and Kit seemed chipper. "Miu," Felix said. Her head slowly turned towards him, but she said nothing. "What's wrong?"
"I can't see anything,"
Miu said slowly. "Yes, your eyes, well, they were removed. Perhaps they hadn't accepted everything as easily last night as he had thought."
"I'm blind. I'll never see again,"
Miu murmured, her head sinking. No. I can restore them." Felix stood up from his bag and walked over to her bed.
"Lie,"
Miu hissed.
"No one can do that. You only wish to use us."
Felix couldn't argue with that. He did want to use them. Instead, he opened up Miu's window and selected the blinded condition. "Left or right eye, Miu?" he asked.
What do you mean?"
she asked bitterly. "Left or right eye?" he asked again, not giving her any more information.
"Right,"
she said in a mocking tone. Felix picked the right eye of the blinded condition, then hit confirm. Miu sucked in a breath as the dark socket of her eye started to boil and shift. A few seconds in, and already he could tell her right eye was regrowing itself straight out from her brain, behind the sunken eyelid. 10 seconds from the confirmation button, and all was still on Miu's face. "Try opening your right eye. Don't be shocked by what you see. As I said, and have now demonstrated, I can fix it." Felix left her there and wandered over to Kit's bed.
I can see. I can see. Oh my God,"
Miu said, her voice catching.
"What did they do?"
"They did what only the truly evil can," Kit explained.
"And yet, here we are. Alive, under care, and being given the chance at a normal life. I'm grateful. I choose the left eye. It's the least problematic of the two. I might even be able to see the TV. I'll need to get a new pair of glasses."
Felix smiled to himself as he focused on her sheet. She did indeed need glasses originally. Since the eye was being rebuilt, though, it'd only take a few extra points to modify it, to make it so she wouldn't need a prescription. "That's a pity. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the house for a while," Felix said, mentally thumbing the confirm button. Kit smiled sadly at that, but didn't respond. In 10 seconds, her left eye had been reformed. "Then again, I fixed your eyesight. You won't need eyeglasses anyways," Felix said with a prideful snicker. Ioana had been stirring as they spoke. She'd probably wake soon. Felix turned around to face her. Picking her right eye, he hit the confirmation button. After it activated, he walked over and sat down on his stool. Amazingly, he still had points left. He wasn't sure how many, but he still had some. He was at least 12 times as strong as he used to be just by going by the point values already.
"That's quite impressive, Felix,"
Kit said, looking around with her one eye. "Anything I own, I can modify," Felix said with a shrug. Ioana's single eye fluttered open.
"What?"
she muttered. We started with a single eye for each of you, Ioana. It seemed like a good demonstration that, yes, I can repair you completely, and that, yes, it's exactly as I described to you. Seeing is believing, after all. Felix looked over his shoulder at the unpowered TV. Pointing at it, he continued, The remote to this is in the bedside between Ioana and Miu. Full cable access and every station under the sun. I'll be undoing your restraint today as well. I'm telling you to stay in this house, though, and please do not attempt to contact anyone else. Felix sighed and looked back to the three one-eyed women. All you'll accomplish is bringing the authorities down on us. You'll get sent to wherever they send supers, and I'll probably be fined for not handling you correctly. Fined? For not handling us? Ioana asked, darkly. Yeah, fined. I told you, the city is run by a supervillain now. Heroes are little better than lampposts right now. All the borders are under checkpoint and patrolled by supers and the military alike. Felix shrugged and stood up. Working quickly, he undid the restraints for each woman. They still looked like the walking dead, but they seemed energetic enough. They weren't in pain, either. How long will it take to fix us? Miu asked. I really have no idea. I've never done anything at this level. I do plan on taking the next week off for vacation, though, to get you three put back together as much as I can. Felix looked at each of them in turn. Any other questions? Kit got her feet onto the ground and then flipped her sheets off. Can I wander the house freely? You wouldn't mind whatever room I went into? I'd like to explore a bit if I'm going to be cooped up here for a while. Sure. You're all allowed to wander the extent of the house without restraint. Just please don't go outside, contact anyone, or even try to contact anyone. Felix scratched at the back of his head. He had hoped to keep them locked up in the ward, but that had gone out the window. Thanks, Kit said. Oh, slippers. Kit stuck her feet in the blue slippers and shuffled her way out the door into the living room. Miu took a second, but immediately did the same, following Kit out without a word. Ioana stared at Felix with her one eye, watching him as if he would attack her at any moment now that they were alone. Holding up his hands, Felix walked out of the ward to the kitchen. I'll make breakfast. His week of rebuilding heroines was coming to a close. For the last 5 days, it had been nothing but updating them on events of the city, remaking their bodies, and generally hanging out around the house. All in all, it was actually rather enjoyable after the first couple awkward hours. Miu and Ioana had started doing some limited training in his basement with his uncle's weight set, and Kit had simply enjoyed herself. Though the three of them really did infinitely more eating than him. Truth be told, they ate through his entire pantry. He'd already gone to the grocery store once to restock. He'd heard supers could put away calories, but this was impressive for people who were in their condition. They were taking a giant bite out of the small amount of money he had. With this trip, he'd be going into the negative on his credit cards. Alone. Debt on my cards. This is going to get worse. Felix gave himself a small shake, breaking himself free of his thoughts. Turning the keys, he killed the engine and looked to his passenger. Kit looked uncomfortable. She watched people going in and out of the grocery store like they'd attack her. She was dressed in a sweater and a pair of jeans. The ladies were able to face the public on a general basis. Mostly. He hadn't fixed any of the flesh, muscle, and bone that was covered by clothes. They were still quite lacking of breasts and were all scar tissue. The points involved for that were simply much higher, and progress was slowing down. For the most part, though, they were restored to normality. Kit ran her fingers through her hair, pulling it to one side, and then looked to him. Now that she didn't look like a corpse, he'd call her cute. She had wavy dark brown hair, brown eyes, and a finely featured face. She wasn't pretty, but she wasn't unattractive either. Then again, she didn't look quite healthy yet, or even put completely back together. He got the impression that might change his opinion of her not being pretty. I don't think I can do this, Kit said quietly. Sure you can. I guarantee you won't hear them unless you want to. Felix unclipped his seatbelt and pushed his keys into his pocket. Promise? Kit asked, her hands balling into fists in front of her. I do. Come on, let's go. I've noticed Ioana gets feisty if she isn't fed regularly. Felix wasn't really kidding either. Pushing open his car door, he stepped out into the fall morning. Adjusting his windbreaker, he looked across the top of his car. Kit finally opened her own door and stepped out. With a quick tap of the door control, he locked the car and shut it. Felix stuck his hands in his pockets, looking around him as he walked to the front of the store.
I was thinking, the way you described your power,
Kit said from beside him.
It's strange. One would think someone else planned it for you.
Felix sighed and looked over to Kit, who met his eyes and then looked away. Yeah, I know. Same thought I've had about it. That or I'm crazy. It makes no sense, though, when you consider that I didn't even have enough points to use my power. The doors slid open, and Felix grabbed a shopping cart. Angling it to the left, they started off into the produce aisle.
That makes me wonder, have you tried visualizing other things? Like a bank account listing how many points you had, and from what source?
Kit asked, picking up a bag of potatoes. Huh. No. Never thought about it. And I don't talk to people about my power, so it's not like I have a sounding board for it. Felix adjusted where the potatoes sat in the cart and picked up a sack of oranges.
Give it a try? I'm going to go get carrots and celery. Making soups and stews will stretch the pantry further.
Felix shrugged and concentrated on what she'd suggested. A bank account-looking screen that showed all of his points, where they came from and how much he had for the day and where he'd spent them. Much to his chagrin, the screen instantly appeared. Daily allotment. Received, 150. Spent, 0. Remaining, 150. Miyumiki. Received, 400. Spent, 0. Remaining, 400. Ioana Iliescu. Received, 800. Spent, 0. Remaining, 800. Kit Carrington. Received, 1,500. Spent, 0. Remaining, 1,500. Daily total. Received, 2,850. Spent, 0. Remaining, 2,850. Shit, Felix said, closing the window.
Worked?
Kit asked, dropping both carrots and celery into their cart as she returned. Yeah, you're worth twice as many points as Ioana. Miu isn't even in the same league you're in. Felix reached into the cart and readjusted everything till it fit the way he wanted it to.
Not surprising. Telepathy is kinda rare in comparison to battle senses or inhuman strength. Miu is more or less on the lowest end of the power spectrum and is more like an enhanced human.
Kit stopped talking and picked up a bottle of salad dressing and dumped it into the cart. Felix frowned and moved the bottle. Not saying anything, they cleared the produce aisle and started working their way up and down each lane.
How about this?
Kit said suddenly. She held up a skillet in front of her. Felix opened his mouth to tell her he had to own it first, but she kept going.
Let's try to take it one step further. Focus on this and try to use your power on it. Except I want you to envision it as a hypothetical. As in, what would be available to you if you owned it?
Frowning, Felix did as she instructed, and the skillet's window popped up immediately. Tilting his head to the side a fraction, he closed the window and looked up to her.
Worked, didn't it?
Kit gave him a bright smile, going from cute to attractive in a heartbeat. Yeah, it did. Felix set the skillet back into its place on the rack. This only makes me more nervous, though. Were these prepared in advance? Are they reacting to my desires, or am I just crazy?
Who cares?
Kit asked, laughingly. She picked up a carton of toilet paper and slid it under the cart.
Your power works, and it's truly unique.
Felix couldn't argue with her right now. Everything she'd made him do so far had worked. Results always spoke for themselves.
All right, next test. Can you give me back my powers?
She asked, turning her fingers inwards to point at herself. I can? Yeah. What percentage of it do you want back? He scratched at his jaw and turned his head. It made him nervous when she stared at him.
Oh, that's perfect. I thought it'd just be an on-off switch. Let's try 10%?
She grabbed the front of the cart and got them rolling again as she spoke. 10. Okay, Felix agreed. Flipping open the window as Kit took control of the cart, he lowered the draw to 90% and accepted. Kit slowed for a second, but then continued on as if nothing had changed. Felix said nothing, and instead held up the list he'd made. Scratching off toilet paper, he looked around himself to figure out what was next.
They're so quiet. It's like constant muttering,
Kit said, reaching up to pull down a pack of paper plates.
Put it to 1%.
Felix obliged, and then checked his account balance. Kit was listed as 1,485 points now, exactly 99% of her value.
I really have to focus to hear anything, to the point that it hurts. Ugh. How about 5%?
Felix flicked the slider over 4 percentage points.
I can hear them if I think about it. That's rather nice, really. Do you mind leaving it there?
Felix wasn't going to worry over something like 70 points right now. Not when he could always take it back just as quickly. Sure.
Thanks. You're an okay guy for a slave owner.
Felix chuckled at that and shook his head. You're a smart, telepathic lady. Read my thoughts. You'll find I'm not that nice. Kit stopped dead in her tracks and slowly looked at him. She tilted her head to one side, then the other.
I can't. I actually can't read your mind. I've never had that happen. Put it to 100% real quick.
Doing as she requested, he popped it up to 0% draw and looked to her. She staggered as if struck and then looked at him. Her eyebrows drew down, and he got the feeling she was exerting immense pressure to open his mind. Felix looked around to see if anyone was watching. It looked more like she was angry at him than anything. It was honestly rather embarrassing. An old woman passed by them, eyeing Kit, then him. Felix made an apologetic gesture at the woman and gave her a weak smile.
I can't,
Kit said finally, shaking her head.
I actually can't read your mind.
Felix flipped her back up to 95% draw and then shrugged. Okay. Goody-goody for me. I'm betting it has to do with the slave-master thing. Stepping in front of Kit, he took the cart and got them rolling again.
No, you don't understand. I can't tell if you're lying or telling the truth.
Okay. Yeah, that's normal. Welcome to being human. Felix shook his head and turned the cart across the back aisle towards the dairy section.
You're right. So tell me then,
Kit said, grabbing a 2-gallon jug of whole milk. Tell you what. The slave owner thing? Felix scratched off milk from his list and then pointed at the cheese section. Kit nodded her head and grabbed a bag of shredded cheese. You're a source of power. A battery. Income, Felix explained slowly. He wasn't sure why he was telling her this. He was giving up some power over them in favor of... trust, maybe?
Oh, I see. Keep us happy, healthy, and cooperative, and it's easier for everyone.
Kit nodded her head, dropping the cheese into the cart. Felix grunted his agreement, immediately moving the cheese into the right spot.
Smart. I get it. I think I'd probably do the same. Well, if we...
Kit stopped, a smile frozen on her face.
Someone is watching us. They recognized me as Augur. The things he's pushing at me mentally are... Can you turn it off? Please?
Felix nodded his head and pushed her back up to a full draw. Kit blinked and then laughed suddenly, pressing her hands to her stomach.
Oh, that's rather nice. No helmet required, just... boop, gone. Other than the whole slave thing, this is rather nice. What's next on the list?
Looking to the list, Felix scratched at his head. Meat. I wants a lot of meat.
Meat!
Kit said loudly. She jumped up on the back of the cart, sending it skittering forward as she pointed towards the indicated section. Sighing, Felix followed along behind her. He didn't blame her for her actions. He imagined her life up to this point had probably been full of the thoughts and emotions of others. She lived for herself now. Well, through me, for herself. All 1,500 points of herself. Felix stopped dead, staring at nothing. he had 2,850 points. A grin popped up over his face, and suddenly, the world seemed a much brighter place. Felix smiled at Miyu and Ioana as they opened the garage door. Felix turned the keys and shut the car off. Opening his door, he tossed the keys to Miyu. Giving them a quick wave, he slipped by them and entered the house.
What?
Miyu asked, catching the keys and looking to him. If you could please unload the car, I'll take care of lunch in a bit. I'm sorry, and thank you, Felix said over his shoulder, heading straight to his uncle's study.
Why? What's wrong?
Ioana called after him.
Felix!
Gotta check something. Might just solve a whole bunch of problems. Felix opened a dresser drawer and pulled out a solid ingot of lead. It weighed 5 pounds and had been one of his early experiments. He knew that he didn't have the points to turn it into gold. Focusing on the heavy metal, he called up the window for it. Picking the material section, he changed it to silver, then looked at the point value needed. 2,000 points. Exactly as he remembered it from when he'd tried different materials. Grinning, he hit the confirm button. The 5-pound lead bar was replaced with a 5-pound silver bar. Laughing, he picked up the bar and flipped it over in his hands. It was real. It existed. It worked.
We're in business. And what business is that?
Ioana asked from the door, her arms folded across her chest. Felix looked to her and gave her a big smile.
Whatever we want it to be. First, we need to buy a lot of cheap metal. Whole lot of it.
Then Felix realized something even better. He could quit whenever he wanted if this went as he hoped it would. Chapter 5. Slow Joe. All right, Felix said finally, looking over to the 3 women standing in the doorway.
I'm going to head out to a pawn shop and sell this.
Wagging the silver bar at the women, he gave them a smile.
Why a pawn shop?
Ioana asked.
Because they're less likely to ask questions. After that, I'll need to pick up some more lead bars. This one I got from an auction sale for a scuba school. I figure I can hit another one for more weights. That or fishing supplies. They use weights, right?
What if they're not pure lead? Miyu asked quietly.
Then it might cost a few extra points. Or fewer. So long as most of it is there, it should be relatively the same. Besides, I can check it now before I buy it. Thanks to Kit.
Felix wormed his way between the 3 of them and grabbed his uncle's keys. He wasn't going to be using his car anytime soon since it still had groceries in it. Sliding the door open, he hopped in and jammed the keys into the ignition. As the garage door started to open, Miyu opened the passenger door and got in next to him.
I will accompany you, she said.
Reaching for his hand, she snagged the silver bar from him and then buckled her seatbelt.
All right,
Felix said uneasily. A single glance over his shoulder to confirm it was clear, and he backed them out of the garage quickly. He really only knew of one pawn shop. It would have probably been a good idea to do some research and figure out the best one to go to. Felix couldn't help himself, though. He was excited. An income that couldn't be taxed, written off through cash, and done on a daily level. No, he was beyond excited. Miyu said nothing the entire ride over. She quietly flipped the bar over and over in her hands as she sat there. She'd apparently gotten a hold of one of his hoodies and looked very similar to Kit in her style of dress. As her name would imply, she was clearly of an Asian heritage. He'd have guessed Japanese, but he was truly awful at figuring out people's ethnicity. That, and it didn't matter that much to him. In a world filled with elves, dwarves, beastkin, and every other fairy tale creature under the sun, race didn't matter that much. She was a touch prettier than Kit, though her face held no emotion. She seemed more akin to a doll at times. Felix shook himself from his thoughts as he pulled into a parking spot in front of the pawn shop.
May I handle the sale?
Miyu asked, patting the silver against her palm. Felix looked at her and then nodded once.
Sure. You might be able to get more than me anyways. Being pretty helps. Sell it, don't pawn it. I was hoping to get at least 80% of the melt value for silver.
Miyu nodded her head and then got out of the car, walking straight for the front door. Felix locked the car and fell in behind her, right up until she headed for the sales counter. Felix turned off to one side to look around. All around him were things that the pawn shop had purchased and was reselling. Jewelry, instruments, weapons, anything and everything. And if I were the owner of this shop, I could upgrade and resell at an even higher price. Screw transmutation. Pawn shop. We'll do this alchemist thing for a bit, buy a pawn shop, then really get the money rolling in. Felix grinned, leaning into a display case and doing hypothetical point checks on watches, rings, necklaces, earrings. It was all well within his power to turn these low-grade metal pieces into much more expensive ones, even if he only did everything in silver, or converted a low-value gold into a higher-value gold. Or diamonds. Technically, diamonds would be easier than gold, since diamonds are more common. Ah, this is it. Or if he got really lucky, a damaged antique. Fixing something that had a low material value but a high intrinsic value. That's the real money.
I got you 90%.
Miyu sidled up next to him.
Going to buy us jewelry?
No. Besides, this is all rather cheap. But this trip did give me an idea. A big one, in fact. He turned and exited the pawn shop quickly, getting back into the car. It wasn't until they were both seated and the car had been fired up that he continued. We're going to buy a pawn shop. Or make one. We'll pay a bit more than the others to purchase items to draw customers in. Then I modify, fix, or whatever. Then we sell it at a higher return. It's perfect. Miyu digested that, turning her head to one side. Black hair as dark as night covered her deep brown eyes.
Yes, I think that would be a good direction. Though I do not think you have the money for this, no?
No, not yet. But you have to spend it to make it. And that, Felix said, pointing to the money in Miyu's hand, is the start. Off to buy some lead. Then I have to get ready for work tomorrow. If I can get myself fired, they have to give me a paycheck immediately. I think I have something like 4 weeks of vacation accrued and several weeks of sick time. By law, they have to pay it out to me as it was earned time, not given. Miyu raised her eyebrows at that, then gave him a small smile.
Bold. And stupid. Craven, too.
Sounds like me, I guess, Felix shrugged, backing up out of the parking space. Felix walked through the front door of the fast food restaurant where he spent his days with a big shit-eating grin. Dropping his time card into the punch clock 2 hours early, he immediately called his regional manager. Much to his surprise, he heard a phone going off from his office. Spinning towards the door to his office, he lifted the handle and turned it. It opened easily enough, and he found Joe hunched over his computer. Pecking at the keys, he glanced up as Felix entered.
There you are. Kind of you to actually show up. Now I need—
Fuck off, Joe, Felix said with a grin. Actually, first, Janessa! The woman whom Felix had learned to loathe jerked in response to his sudden shout. She was in the back, putting on makeup, of course. You're fired. Here's your final paycheck. I took care of it this morning through accounting. Go finish your makeup in your car. Felix held out the final check to her. He'd spent the better part of his morning going over Joe's head to HR, payroll, and legal. Joe was going to be in a world of hurt once HR started up its investigation. For now, this was more of a means to an end. Janessa snatched the paper from his hands with a squawk. She looked between him and Joe, then fled the building quickly. Felix entered the rest of the way into his office and then closed the door. He sat down in a chair in front of Joe with a huff.
What the fuck?
Shut up, Joe. Felix shook his head and rolled his eyes. We all know you only kept her on to try and bang her. Don't worry. I'm sure you can hire her on somewhere else. He grinned at the sweating regional manager. It'd only make it worse for him when he had to explain that.
One more word and I'll have you fired.
Then do it. Fire me. Now.
Felix, what the heck?
Fire me, you disgusting bastard. Do you have any idea how many times I've covered for your incompetence? No? Whatever. Fire me.
You're asking me to fire you?
No, I'm calling you a disgusting piece of shit. Joe glared at him and then leaned forward with a sick smile.
You're fired. Effective immediately.
Great. Here's what you owe me. I've already made sure of everything with payroll and accounting in advance. Let me just get them on the phone, Felix said, laying down a slip of paper with his balance sheet on it. In the other hand, he dialed up HR. It was going to be a hell of a final paycheck that would probably screw up Joe's entire bottom line for the month. With any luck, the store would underperform at the same time. Going to be a bad month for you, Joe.
Hello, this is Susan.
Hey, Susan? This is Felix. We spoke earlier. Joe has officially fired me.
I see. Could you please put me on speaker so I can confirm this?
Came back the voice on the other end. Felix set his phone down in front of himself and thumbed the speakerphone button. You're on, Felix said.
Hi, Joe. This is Susan over at Human Resources. I understand you've terminated Felix from his position.
Joe looked confused, glaring first at Felix, then his phone. Clearing his throat, he leaned over the phone.
That is, we were...
You told me I was fired. Effective immediately. Did you not? Felix said, grinning at Joe. Hesitating for a moment more, Joe finally nodded his head.
Yes, Felix is terminated immediately.
Thank you,
came back Susan's voice. Felix flipped it off speaker and put it back to his ear. All right, Susan, you're back with me now. Was that all you needed?
Yes. Was this immediately after you terminated Janessa?
Susan asked. Sure was. About 2 minutes.
I'm sorry about this. We'll be in touch with you soon. I've cleared your final paycheck to your account.
Whatever. Doesn't matter, Felix said, disconnecting the line. All right. With that, I'm done. You're a scumbag, Joe. I hope you get what's coming to you in the future, Felix said brightly. Getting out of the chair, Felix opened the door, tossed his name badge on a counter, and walked right back out the front door. Stepping outside, Felix stretched his arms over his head and then sighed with a smile. That had been refreshing. Felix jumped when his phone started ringing in his hand. Looking down at the caller ID, he frowned. He didn't recognize the number. Lifting it to his ear, he thumbed the call accept button. This is Felix, he said, walking to his car.
Hey, Felix,
came the smooth voice of Marcus. Caldwell. He didn't give a flying pig's ass what the man called himself. Hey, Caldwell. More merchandise already?
Hey, it's Leon today. And yeah, merchandise. Kind of. There's an auction going down in 3 hours. I only found out about it a few minutes ago. Got you an invitation. Different this time, though. No damaged goods. Price will be higher accordingly, of course.
Felix looked down at his feet, his keys forgotten in his hand. How much higher would that be?
Last numbers I looked at, it seemed like the average price was about 10 to 11,000 per.
He grunted at the number. He didn't have that and wouldn't have that. It was beyond his means. A pity, since... All right, give me the address, Felix said, making a snap decision. Sell my car and pull out the paycheck in the bank? That's about 12.
All right. I'll text you the address. See you there, Felix.
Looking up from the hood of his car, he saw the loan shark across the street. The man operated out of a restaurant that he coincidentally owned. This is a terrible idea. This is truly an awful idea. He couldn't manage a thought other than how much of a bad idea this was. Right up to the point that Felix found himself standing in front of said loan shark. I need 20 grand, Felix said without preamble, introduction, or thought. The loan shark blinked and looked at him in confusion. Then he started laughing and pointed at Felix.
A man who knows exactly what he wants and doesn't waste my time. I'm Dimitri.
Felix. Holding out his hand to Dimitri, he shook it briefly. Then he was pulled in close to the man, who pulled open Felix's shirt to look inside.
No wire either,
Dimitri said, lifting Felix's arm to run his fingers down his side.
Or a piece.
No, I'm just...
Yeah. Sorry. One of those things. 20 grand?
Dimitri asked, looking at Felix first, then over his shoulder towards where he'd worked up until about 10 minutes ago. He'd undoubtedly seen Felix a number of times while he was working. Felix could even remember intervening once between a worker and Dimitri when they'd messed up an order. Dimitri knew exactly who Felix was.
I don't normally lend so much to someone I don't know. I don't know you. but I know of you. I want 40 back from you in 3 months. If you try to pay up early, it will still be 40 grand. These are my terms.
I accept. Felix said it with as much authority as he could. Dmitri sniffed and took a drag of the cigarette in his left hand.
Fine. Go inside. Here's some markers. Head inside, talk to the hostess, get your money.
Dmitri pulled out 4 tokens from his pocket and handed them to Felix. Taking the plastic circles, Felix realized there was no going back from this point. Closing his fist around them tightly, he went into the restaurant.
See you in 3 months, Felix Campbell,
Dmitri murmured with a shark-like grin. The skin on the back of Felix's neck prickled at the use of his last name. Getting out of the cab, Felix walked up the driveway towards his aunt's oversized SUV. He tried not to use their vehicle since they weren't technically his. Opening the rear door, he tossed in the $33,000 in a briefcase and then shut it. "Where's your car?" Ioana asked from the corner of the garage, startling him. He hadn't even seen her or realized she was there. "Sold it. There's an auction that's going to start. They're selling slaves. I needed money so I could participate. If I can get more supers, I can make money faster." Ioana wrinkled her nose at that, yet said nothing. She eased herself back into the chair and ignored him. Felix darted into the house for a quick change of clothes, something a bit more professional and anonymous. Put together in a simple black business suit, he slipped into the large black SUV with its tinted windows. His aunt had disliked being seen. Looking over, Felix found he wasn't alone. Kit waved from the passenger seat, dressed in her street clothes.
"I'm going. You'll need me anyways. You'll need to set my power to about 20%, I bet. We should probably stop and get me some clothes to match your own. You can spend a few points to fix up what the clothes can't cover. Miu and Ioana have offered up 1 eye each, their left arms and their toes to get me presentable."
Felix cringed at the morbid nature of the discussion, but then sighed and nodded his head. They'd been quick to convene and to discuss it since he'd only been home a short while. "Fine. Let's get this over with. At least it won't be painful for anyone." Felix gave his name at the front door. A paper was checked, and he was allowed in after a cursory pat-down. The building they'd been directed to was a large 30-floor building that served multiple governmental needs, one of which was apparently auctions on slaves.
"It's almost like an industry,"
Kit murmured, walking along beside him. She'd chosen a simple black dress with long sleeves. They'd only had to do some minor work to restore her exposed skin. She was also functioning at 30% of her original power, as she'd suggested. "It isn't like an industry. It is one. This is where debtors, prisoners, and other malcontents who meet certain qualifications end up. I imagine the bulk of the money generated here ends up in the hands of the government itself." Felix moved at a regulated pace. This wasn't a normal auction, per se. All of the goods were on display on different floors and rooms. From what he understood, after a few hours, everyone would be asked into various meeting rooms. Everyone would be given a simple button remote that tied into the Wi-Fi and would register their bids. Everyone would be anonymous. He imagined it would help to increase bids and prices. If no one knew who won an auction, he figured it was better for everyone involved.
"No,"
Kit said, as they walked by a glass-walled conference room. Inside was a number of men and women seated in chairs with placards in front of them.
"None of them will be worth our time. They'd only work against us."
"Us?" Felix was taken aback momentarily at that statement. Kit had always been supportive. Oddly so. He didn't like it. It didn't make sense to him. Nonetheless, he had to agree. From the look of them, they all valued themselves highly and would be accordingly attributed so. They weren't for him. Kit turned her head slightly, as if she were looking into the roof.
2 floors up. That's where we want to be. Everything above that isn't worth our time, and everything below that will be out of our league."
"And how do you know this?" Felix asked casually.
"Powerful enough to be useful, smart enough to fall in line, not prideful enough to raise problems. Trust me."
He didn't like that. Didn't want to. Trust wasn't easy. wasn't really in his vocabulary or his dictionary. All right. Makes sense. Anything we don't spend here we can use to buy lead, Felix said, agreeing to her desire. They walked over to the elevator, and Kit hit the button to call it.
I think you should limit yourself to 3 at the most. 6 will strain your ability to keep everyone in check. Once everyone is more settled and up to speed, you can increase the size again,
Kit said, as they stepped into the elevator and the doors closed. Thank you for the advice. Are you my consigliere now? Felix asked.
Better. I'm someone who wants you to succeed because it gives me what I want, while providing me with the least number of problems. So I'm an involved and willing party to all of this.
Uh-huh. We'll see, Felix muttered as the doors swung open. This floor was definitely different than the others. There was a tension in the air that was palpable. Felix couldn't pinpoint the problem or why it was so different. Instead, he looked to the conference rooms on each side of him and saw a very similar display to the ones on the floors below. There were less interested parties, but it was roughly the same type of situation.
They have villains and heroes both on this floor. Everything below this was heroes with a certain mindset or civilians with talents.
Felix couldn't help but feel confused about that. Villains selling villains.
I wouldn't worry about purchasing villains. They'll serve just as well. You do realize Ioana isn't a hero, right? She falls more on the villain side of things,
Kit explained, pulling him into a conference room. I thought you didn't know her. Felix was rapidly losing control over the whole thing.
I didn't. I looked her up on the internet. She fights anyone who she feels is stronger or a better warrior than her. Often, she kills them if they didn't live up to her expectations. She's called War Maiden.
Oh, Felix said, intelligently. Chapter 6. For Sale. Do you think we should talk to them? Felix asked, looking at the information displayed on terminals in front of the conference room. Kit was standing next to him, flipping through a similar terminal.
Doesn't matter. I can read their minds. I think we're better served by you using your hypothetical screen to get an idea of what we're working with.
That almost seems like cheating. Reading their mind for every answer you'd like. Felix looked at the men and women in the first conference room. Kit sighed and looked into the room as well.
It made dating impossible. No room for white lies. Let's start with this group, then. Give me a bit. You read through the terminal while I sort through them.
Felix shrugged and started to read through the information available to him. In minutes, he wasn't really reading it anymore. It didn't matter. Kit would tell him if these people fit the bill or not. Hey, Felix! The voice jolted him from his wandering thoughts. Looking up, he grinned as he realized who it was. Leon! How's it going? Felix asked, holding out his hand. Good. Holy shit, is that? It is, Leon said, shaking Felix's hand. Yeah, Felix said, looking back at Kit as she did her thing. So, what's up? Huh? Oh, nothing. Working the crowd, building contacts. Apparently the brass were real pleased. Getting rid of their cast-offs and making money at the same time really turned a head or two. You'll have to tell me sometime how you managed to— You're welcome, Felix said, interrupting him. Then he turned to look back into the conference room. Thanks for the invite, by the way. I'll not forget it. I'll hold you to that, man. I'll hold you to that. All right, I'm going to keep making rounds. Most people think she's dead, by the way, so make sure you stick to that story. Felix nodded, glancing back at Kit and then to the terminal as Leon left. Fuck that. Marcus, Caldwell, Leon, whatever. From now on, he's Mr. No-Name. See you later, Mr. No-Name. Felix tapped at the screen, pulling up the rap sheet on the woman he was looking at again. Felix shifted in his seat and adjusted his tie again.
Stop, it looks fine. Besides, no one can see you,
Kit said, lounging in the recliner next to him. Being invited here by No-Name had provided them with a few benefits he hadn't expected, like being sequestered in a small office and watching the auction on a TV screen.
Though this is going to be a lot easier to talk. I was a little concerned about how we were going to do this.
Kit sipped from the soda can she'd gotten from somewhere. Yeah, true. Hey, Should I be concerned about people recognizing you? Felix asked, putting his thoughts out there. He'd been mildly concerned about it for some time, but kept putting it into the back of his mind. He hadn't wanted to consider it.
Not really, no. Most people who knew me as Augur knew that without my helmet, I was fairly susceptible to forced thoughts.
Forced thoughts? Felix asked, as the announcer on the screen rambled on. Until they got to the actual auction portion, he wasn't that interested.
My helmet protected me from what basically came down to people thinking nasty thoughts at me. I don't have a way to block them out. Didn't have a way to block them out. Now I just have you turn down the volume.
So, you don't think we should worry because most can't recognize you without the helmet, and the ones who do would try to break your brain?
Yep. Besides, you can always change my hair color with your fancy powers, can't you?
Kit asked, swiveling her head around to peer at him. Actually, I think I can do that.
So yeah, not worry about it. Wouldn't matter if they did. Oh, here we go,
Kit said, turning back to the TV.
Lucky yes. It's even one we were thinking of.
Felix nodded his head. They'd spent most of the time in the conference rooms figuring out who they were interested in and how many points they'd give back to him. The man on the screen was a big, brutish thing. He looked more in line with a classic representation of a caveman than a modern-day human. Before Felix could press the button to bid, the price listed over the man's head jumped into the $20,000 range.
Damn,
Kit muttered.
Not surprising, though. To be perfectly frank about this whole thing, I think I already know the three we'll end up with. Mostly because others will see them in a certain way, even if we know better.
Felix sighed as he watched the price go ever higher. He'd wanted this one. If nothing else, then for the simple fact that he was worth in excess of 8,000 points.
I never dealt with him personally. I'd heard of him. I hadn't realized he'd come into the city,
Kit said conversationally about the man on the screen. Felix wasn't really interested in him anymore. He was far and away out of his price range. What was Miu exactly? She clearly knows you. Well, it seems like she knows you, but you don't know her, Felix said. The auction closed out on the man, and someone he wasn't interested in took their place.
Miu. She was internal security forces. For civilians. I knew of her, but didn't really interact with her. She'd applied for higher-end teams, but never put in the training or time to do it. She's actually got a good power. Anything she is, or can do, is multiplied. If she could normally lift 80 pounds, she'd be able to lift 160. So if she became a real bodybuilder, she'd probably be on par with the one we just saw get purchased,
Kit said, with a small frown curling her lips. That's odd. I wonder why she didn't do just that then, Felix said. On the screen, the auction continued, sale after sale concluding, none of which held any interest to him.
I probed her once. A little. She's different. Her brain works in a way that I wasn't really familiar with. Got out of there quick after that. Unique minds are touchy things. Think of the geniuses of an age, and those are all unique minds. Her motivation isn't there, though. It's like she's lacking one key thing.
Felix shrugged his shoulders at that. Maybe I could order her to train more vigorously?
Oh, here we go. We liked this one. She was the magic user.
Magic use? Oh. Her. Felix didn't really care for this one. She was a powerful magic user, all right. One that had fed on the souls of other supers to increase her own abilities. She was a powerhouse. A powerhouse who was a walking demon. Long black hair flowed down her back and shoulders, and an aura of energy crackled around her. She had black eyes that seemed too big for her face and skin that was as pale as porcelain. Her features were sharp and elegant, something you'd expect more out of a fashion model than a villain who tore the souls out of the living. She'd been called many things, but the name that stuck with the masses was Mab, the fairy queen of legend and story. No one seemed to know her actual name. Felix didn't really get the connection or care what name she used. What he did care about was the fact that her point value was significant. 2,500. A cool 1,000 above Kit, even. That, and he was pretty sure people weren't going to bid on her. Something about stealing people's souls made everything touch and go. The opening bid was set at 5,000. Nothing happened. After a minute, the bid dropped to 4,000. Again, nothing happened. As if sensing the problem, the moderator in control of the bid dropped it down to $1,000. Felix thumbed the button, his own number of 42 popping up in the top right of the screen. The bid locked in a green color. Below that, an increment bid of 500 appeared with a question mark. There were no counterbids. They'd underestimated how much people had been unnerved by the soul-taking thing. The number turned black, and "sold" was written across the screen. Mab was taken away, and the next person was brought up. Curious, Felix mentally opened his point account, as he had taken to thinking of it. He also deliberately tried to skew his thoughts about tomorrow's projected point values, rather than what they were today. Today's points were a mess of body parts and other things that he'd have to put to rights before the day ended. Projected daily allotment. Received, 150. Spent, 0. Remaining, 150. Projected, Miyu Miki. Received, 400. Spent, 0. Remaining, 400. Projected, Ioana Iliescu. Received, 800. Spent, 0. Remaining, 800. Projected, Kit Carrington. Received, 1,500. Spent, 0. Remaining, 1,500. Projected, Lillian Lux. Received, 2,500. Spent, 0. Remaining, 2,500. Projected, daily total. Received, 5,350. Spent, 0. Remaining, 5,350. Her name is Lillian Lux. Lily. Felix shook his head and closed the window.
I doubt her parents knew what she'd become when they named her.
Yeah, but Lily Lux? That's just... Felix snickered, shaking his head. Next, a man was brought up. He had the look of a man in his 30s who'd spent his life working outdoors. This was another person they'd decided on trying to pick up, Eric. His power had been rather straightforward. He could move with unheard-of speed and grace. It put quite a strain on his body, so he'd trained himself to cope with it. The bid started at 10 grand, which Felix happily pressed his button for.
Oh, good. We might have a shot.
Kit started when there wasn't an immediate incremental bid. Then it jumped to 15,000. Felix gritted his teeth and thumbed the button again. They'd gotten Lily cheap. He could spend a bit more on Eric. He saw his bid flash on the screen, then vanish as it was replaced several times, ending at 22,000. Felix hit the button again. It was probably his last possible bid he could throw up. Before his number had even finished materializing, it was gone, the bid rocketing up to 30,000. Fine, whatever. For fuck's sake, Felix grumbled.
It's all right. I wasn't expecting to get him anyways.
And who are you expecting we'll get then? Felix asked, still grumpy.
Andrea Elex and Felicia Fay.
Those were the multiple one and the inventor? Felix asked after a moment.
The very same. Felicia was at my own point value, I think, and Andrea just under it. Right?
Kit asked, tossing her empty soda can across the room to clatter into the trash bin. Yeah, I think they were about that. Why so sure on those?
Mind reading. There's some seriously bad vibes going through here, but those are two names I haven't really heard from anyone else. And those that are interested are going for the lowball bid.
Huh. You're way more useful than I gave you credit for. Sorry, Kit. Kit shook her head and then started to laugh softly.
Yes. World's strongest telepath. Useful for getting good buys on slaves.
Sorry. You're not... I don't care that you were Augur. Never paid much attention to supers anyway. You're just Kit, Felix said, slinking into his chair.
No, I get that. It's fine. Just... unexpected. Ah, here's Andrea.
Felix looked up to the screen as a young woman stepped into frame. She looked like a college student to him. Or so he thought, based on her face and demeanor. It made her seem out of place. That impression was ruined when he took in her clothes.
She was wearing what looked to him like a harness and webbing for military hardware. You could easily call her cute, maybe bordering on the side of girl next door pretty. 2 large ears peeked through her mess of dirty blonde-colored hair. One eye was a crystalline blue and the other a dark brown. Behind her was a limp, bushy tail that swept outward. She looked to be about 5'6" and held herself awkwardly. Huh. She's a beastkin. Felix thumbed the bid button the moment her price of 5,000 popped up.
Yes, and she'll be very useful for us. She's a multiplier. Creates clones of herself. I think you'll get her for 6 or 7, but our last one will cost us.
Kit sighed and pressed a palm to her forehead.
Can you dial me out to 10%?
Felix nodded and flipped her draw up to 90.
That is so special,
Kit murmured, melting into her chair. Looking back to the screen, he realized Andrea was now at 7,000. Felix thumbed the button, pitching it up to 8 grand. The bids stopped, and nothing further came through. Then Andrea was his, and she shuffled off the stage. The camera shifted its view to center on a young woman who couldn't have been taller than 5 feet. She had dark brown curls that hung short around her face. She had a petite look to her and a small hourglass frame. Her face was on the cute side of the equation, but held a fiery look to those light brown eyes.
Oh, there's Felicia. Lucky us. She's an inventor. After this, we can relax. I almost forgot. There's supposed to be a new season of that dating show starting tonight. The one we were watching last week? I forget the name,
Kit said, snapping her fingers as if trying to remember. You said she'll be pricey? Felix asked, as the woman lifted a hand and yelled at someone off stage.
Think so. Probably about 20. She's worth it. The fiancé? What was it again?
Felix acted quickly when the screen flashed to Felicia's starting price of 5,000. He jammed the button 10 times. And up her price jumped, from 5 to 15 in a second, with Felix's number in the corner. Someone else pushed it to 16, to which Felix flicked the trigger twice, pushing it straight to 18. The bids ended as quickly as they came in. He was pretty sure he'd made his point to whoever else was bidding. With a buzz, Felix now owned an inventor. Then the channel switched as Kit held up the remote, changing the channel to normal cable.
Wish we had snacks. Snacks would be kick-ass. Dial me to 0?
Kit asked. No Name popped in eventually with his 3 new slaves in tow.
Sorry, Felix. Didn't realize they'd put you in here.
I know. Awesome, right? No need to be quiet or even worry about eavesdropping. Remind me to get you to invite me again next time, Felix said, standing up.
Yeah, really helped. Hey, are there any snacks around here?
Kit asked, leaning her head back on the headrest of the recliner.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Across the hall, actually. As long as you're happy then, Felix.
No Name stepped to the side and let the 3 newcomers file in.
I'll need the purchase amount in full. Once I've got that, these are yours. I'd recommend using your pit immediately.
Nodding his head, Felix picked up his briefcase and counted out 27 stacks of $1,000. They were still wrapped in the numbered bands from the bank. No Name pulled up a briefcase Felix hadn't noticed and transferred the money into it.
Great. Pleasure doing business with you, Felix. I'll hit you up again if I hear of another auction. Similar merchandise? Willing to settle for less? Or more?
No Name asked. Sure. Hit me up for any of that. Not a problem. Let me guess. You get a cut with me as your guest? Felix said with a grin, holding his hand out to him.
Damn Skippy,
No Name said, shaking Felix's hand.
See you, Felix.
Later, No Name.
Leon.
No Name. Felix shrugged his shoulders and rolled his eyes as No Name left. Turning to the 3 newcomers, Felix fished out his owner's box. Index finger, please, Felicia. Felix held it out in front of the diminutive woman. She said nothing, but glared at him as she stuck her finger into the box. You're up next, Andrea. The beastkin's ears lay flat to her head as she glared at him from under her bangs, then promptly put her finger into the box. Moving to the beautiful magician, he smiled and held out the box to her. You're up, Lillian. Lillian's eyebrows drew together, and she stared at him for a long second.
And how do you know that name?
She asked finally, pushing her finger into the hole of the box.
What?
That your name is Lillian Lux? Doesn't matter. Felix put the small box back into his coat and then adjusted it. Time to go home. You three need to earn your keep tonight. First, though, we need to go buy some things. All three women eyed him. Opening the rear van doors as he passed by, Felix picked up the weights and went inside the house. He'd already taken the time to revert Kit to how she was pre-auction. He wanted to put Miyu and Ioana back together to a more normal state before the newbies saw them. Both Miyu and Ioana were in the living room, watching TV. He targeted Miyu and put her back together, then Ioana. If he didn't get them put back to rights before the points reset at midnight, they'd be lost points. Waste not, want not. Glancing over his shoulder, he watched as Kit herded his new recruits into the house. Setting the weights down onto the coffee table, he activated his current point balance. Daily allotment. Received, 150. Spent, 0. Remaining, 150. Miyu Miki. Received, 400. Spent, 0. Remaining, 400. Ioana Iliescu. Received, 800. Spent, 0. Remaining, 800. Kit Carrington. Received, 1,500. Spent, 0. Remaining, 1,500. Lillian Lux. Received, 2,500. Spent, 0. Remaining, 2,500. Andrea Elix. Received, 1,300. Spent, 0. Remaining, 1,300. Felicia Fay. Received, 1,550. Spent, 0. Remaining, 1,550. Daily total. Received, 8,200. Spent, 0. Remaining, 8,200. He'd bought a bunch of fishing weights that weighed out at about half a pound each. They looked more like cannonballs than fishing weights. Then again, he'd never been fishing. Seemed boring. Focusing on the first half-pound fishing weight, he pulled up the upgrade screen and selected the material. To convert a half-pound fishing weight to gold was 5,000 points. It'd leave him with over 3,000 points left over. Hitting the confirm button, Felix chuckled as the weight became pure gold.
Damn,
Kit said from over his shoulder. Yeah, so that works. Can't keep doing this, though. Someone will eventually wise up. Hence the pawn shop idea.
Pawn shop?
Kit asked. Miyu and I were talking about it the other day. A pawn shop would be a great way to launder my powers into money without raising the ire of our overlords. Felicia's hand shot forward, and she picked up the golden ball. She smacked it into one of the other lead weights. She immediately pulled it up to her eye, intent to inspect it. The dent it had caused was easy for everyone to see.
This is gold,
she said, her voice a surprisingly low tone. Yep, it sure is. It's also how we pay back the bank, the loan shark, and get our pawn shop. Felix leaned back in his chair, resting his hands behind his head. Chapter 7. Investment.
You will wake up now.
The melodic voice brought Felix out of a deep dream. Blinking a few times, he managed to slowly focus on Lily standing above him. Morning, Lily, Felix said, and then yawned. Looking over at the clock, he saw it was a touch past 7. A little early to wake up. I don't have a job anymore. Self-employed.
You will release me,
said the lovely soul-stealing monster. No? Seriously, what'd you wake me up for? Felix rubbed at his eyes with the palms of his hands.
You will release—
No, I won't. And just a hint, none of your powers will work on me. The pit pretty much ended that problem. On top of that, I took your powers away to fuel mine. Completely. You're just a beautiful young woman right now. That's it. Felix swung his legs over the edge of the bed, sending Lily scurrying backwards a few steps. Sighing, he bent over his knees and slapped his hands into his temples twice. Breakfast. Need food.
No. My magic can't be gone. It can't. I can't. I can't do anything. This is... No,
Lily said, making strange hand gestures. Well, temporarily gone. I can turn it back on whenever we need it. Is something burning?
temporarily? Give them back to me!
Lily stepped in close and loomed over him. Yeah, no. Seriously, though, it smells like burnt toast. Felix stood up and pushed Lily back with one hand as he left his room and headed for the kitchen.
Now! You'll give them back, now!
Lily shouted at his back, trailing him. Entering the kitchen, he found Felicia sitting on the floor with what looked like a toaster spread across the tiles. She looked very confused, her hands holding the shell of the toaster. The grunting snores coming from the living room on the other side of the island drew his attention. Sprawled out on a couch and sounding much akin to a chainsaw going through a zombie was Andrea.
I can't fix it. It wasn't working right. I can't make it work,
Felicia mumbled. She looked up to him and held up the toaster shell.
I'm broken.
Letting out a slow breath through his teeth, he pressed a hand to his head.
Powers! Now!
Lily shouted in his ear. Andrea snorted and fell off the couch, jumping up to her feet. She threw her arms to the left and then the right while yelling incomprehensibly. Her face twisted up in a confused frown, and she hopped in place twice.
I can't split. I can't split! I can't split!
Andrea yelled while looking at Felix. Be quiet for 2 minutes, all of you! For fuck's sake! Felix sat down on a stool and shook his head. Kit, Miu, and Ioana stepped out of their shared room. All three looked confused, or annoyed. Ioana somehow managed both. Sorry. They're just now figuring out I took their powers. I probably should have explained more last night. Felix apologized to the three. I'm going to set everyone to a small % of their power back. This isn't permanent. Felix called up each woman's screen and set the draw to 95%. That left him with 7,800 some odd points. There. You all have a fraction of your power back. Except for you, Kit. I have yours still off.
Thanks. Leave it off. Are you making breakfast today?
She asked, sliding into a stool across from him. Was going to, but Felicia decided the toaster had to die. So that removes anything from the toaster menu. Whatever. Maybe we should go get some breakfast or something. Need to sell that gold and do another conversion today. Then use the rest of the points on you three.
You will give me my powers back. Now. All of them. Then I'm leaving,
Lily demanded, her hand resting on his shoulder. Lily, what part of this haven't you gotten yet?
My name is Mab.
No, it's Lillian Lux. You're 26 years old, and you don't have magical powers. You actually have ethereal projection. You honed it to the point where you could draw magical symbols and runes with it. Now, here's something you should know. Felix looked over his shoulder at the enchanting face. You're my property. You can't harm me or tell me what to do. So far, I've been tolerant, and I will continue to do so. That tolerance will eventually run thin. Felix blew out a breath and then scratched at his head. I don't plan on using you against your will, but you will remain my property. You can live a fairly normal life, but you won't be running rampant with your powers again. Any questions? Lily's mouth hung open. Her jaw worked as she seemingly tried to find the words. No? All right. Felicia, Felix said, turning to the woman with his toaster. Did you murder it, or can you fix that with the small amount of power I put back in you?
I can fix it,
Felicia said, already hard at work putting the whole thing back together. Goody.
I can make pancakes,
Andrea said loudly, bouncing back and forth in one spot. Then she separated into two people. Felix looked from one to the other, then back again.
We can do it. Leave it to us,
they said in unison. Picking up a marker from the table, he looked to the Andreas. Which one of you is the prime? He asked. The Andrea on the left held up her hand high above her.
Hi! That's me.
Felix walked over to the prime Andrea, pulled the sleeve of her shirt up, and wrote a big P on her shoulder. We'll need something more permanent. I'm betting metal won't be duplicated when you clone yourself. Maybe a ring or a necklace. Anyways. Right. Start in on those pancakes. Thanks, Andrea Prime and Andrea 1. The Beastkin and her clone looked at each other.
We never thought of that,
they said at the same time. Then they cheered in unison, and they both leapt over the couch to get into the kitchen. I suppose today can be interview and job assignment day. Each of you, please come see me one at a time in the study. We'll get this sorted out now before we get any later in this hole. Felix made a jerky, vague movement with his hands as he spoke. Whatever this is. Sliding off the stool, he pushed it under the counter and went to the study. He popped the power button on his computer as he went, sitting down behind the desk. The door slammed shut, and Felix looked up. Lily sat down in the seat across from him, her hands pressed to the desk.
You will start with me,
she said ominously. Hooray, Felix deadpanned.
Do not mock me,
Lily said, leveling a finger at him. Why not? So far all you've done is bitch and moan. All I've done to you so far is drain your powers. Give me a reason to not treat you like a spoiled, conceited little princess. Felix typed in his password and flipped through a few virtual pages that came up on the desk terminal. Firing open a spreadsheet with an attached word processor, he began writing in her basic information.
I don't... No, stop. You will not do whatever you like.
Yes, I will, Lily. Keep it up, and I might lose my temper and tell you to sit in a corner for the day. You'd be forced to obey. That, or I tell you to never speak again. Felix angrily hit the holographic enter key and glared at her across the desk space. Lily frowned and then looked at the desk. She clasped her hands together and then glanced back at the shut door behind her.
You don't fear me,
she said, looking up at him through long lashes. Not in the least. Now, let's start with where you are now and what you're worth. Felix called up her character sheet with his power. Name, Lillian Lux. Alias, Mab. Power, ethereal projections. Soul Stealer, Demon. Secondary power, mana manipulation. Physical status, healthy. Mental status, confused. Positive statuses, none. Negative statuses, fear. A quick glance, and he confirmed everything was as he'd expected. Did you know you technically have a second power? Mana manipulation. Not sure if that's intrinsic or learned. He flipped it over to the second sheet. Strength, 37. Upgrade, 370. Dexterity, 55. Upgrade, 550. Agility, 53. Upgrade, 530. Stamina, 42. Upgrade, 420. Wisdom, 67. Upgrade, 670. Intelligence, 88. Upgrade, 880. Luck, 21. Upgrade, 210. Primary power, 64. Upgrade, 6,400. Secondary power, 59. Upgrade, 5,900. On a cursory inspection, it seemed as if all attribute upgrade costs were in multiples of 10 relative to the value of their respective attributes. Likewise, all power upgrade costs were in multiples of 100. All right. I have a pretty good idea about you, Lily, from a power and abilities perspective. That's all without the context of who you are, though, Felix said, rapidly filling in the information into the spreadsheet. I'd appreciate it if you could tell me about you. Lily squirmed in her seat, wringing her hands slowly. The strong, violent mage was gone. All that was left was a woman who seemed more scared than anything.
You can really see all that?
She asked, looking at the spreadsheet from the other side. Sure can. It's my power. Up until recently, it wasn't very useful, Felix said, a touch self-consciously. It is what it is, though. Lily pursed her lips, then spread her hands out in front of him.
I was never anything special. Went to school, graduated, went on to get a legal degree,
Lily said, tracing the wood grain in the desk with a fingernail.
Then I had a case. Involved black magic. The kind they warn you not to get involved in.
Lily shrugged her shoulders.
I represented him. I believed in him. Believed he was innocent. I was wrong. I don't want to go into the details, but he tried to kill me, and I knocked him out instead. He wasn't dead, but I didn't think he'd live longer either. He'd locked us in his library when he tried to kill me.
Lily sighed, turning her head to the side.
There wasn't much to do. I couldn't break the door down. It was reinforced by magic, I think. So, I started reading from the book he had laying out. It was full of diagrams, instructions, warnings, spells. Suddenly, I pulled his soul out. I felt incredible. I felt powerful. After a while, the magic on the door faded, and I was able to escape. I called the police, and they came over. It was ruled self-defense.
Felix nodded, fascinated.
Then later, I had another case. I knew she was guilty. She told me so. So, I killed her and took her soul. Then another, and another. Eventually, it caught up with me, of course. You can't make your clients disappear every time they appear guilty without someone noticing.
Lily let out a slow breath and leaned back into her seat.
That's when the goody-goodies got involved. Killed a few of those, and suddenly I'm on a titanic level of power. Super souls are worth a lot more. A whole lot more. End up doing my own thing for years. I haven't aged a year in a decade. And since your own power said I'm 26, it sounds like I really have stopped aging. And here I am.
Felix held up a finger. You were a lawyer?
Yep. Was a trial lawyer. Defense. Did pretty well with minor crimes,
she said, a small smile sneaking across her face, only to disappear as quickly as it came. Great. Here, Felix said, reaching down into a drawer. He'd stuck his contract there after coming home. Fishing it out, he laid it out on the desk in front of him. I'd like you to read over this and tell me your thoughts. The problem is the board is trying to get me to pay rent that they claim I should be paying for living here. Once you're all caught up on that, we can discuss it and see what we can do. I'm sure I'm missing something. I leave it to you.
Lily looked at the packet of paper, then back to him. You would have me be your lawyer?
She asked in a small voice. Well, legal counsel, at the very least. I'm not sure if you were disbarred or not. It would be nice if you weren't, though. Maybe we could get you back on track for that. Look into it and see what it would take.
Lily seemed awestruck at that. She picked up the packet and then looked to him. She gave him a tiny nod of her head. I'll do that.
All right. That's it for now. Could you send in the next person? Felix said, with a smile for her.
Yeah, I can do that. Do you want me to have Andrea bring in pancakes when they're ready?
I'll eat last. This is a bit more important for the moment. Thanks, Lily, Felix said, closing the drawer and then folding his hands on the desk. Lily walked to the door, opened it, and stepped out of the study quickly.
Pancakes!
Came back a shouted duo of voices as Lily exited.
Catch!
There was a splat-like noise, followed by a growl and a screech. Felicia stomped into his study, the short woman slamming the door shut with the back of her fist.
So, you've stolen my wits, have you?
Growled the short woman.
Made me as inept as an elf with a weight set.
She stomped up to his desk and slapped her hands onto the surface, glaring at him over the top of it.
I'm not as daft as that magical tart that just left. What do I have to do to get my wits back?
She spat at him.
Do I need to start taking my clothes off here and now? Despite all your pretty words, you wouldn't take advantage because we'd be offering.
Wait, stop talking, Felix interrupted her, holding up a hand. Then he gestured to the chair. Please, take a seat if you would. I propose a simple solution to what clearly is going to be a problematic conversation for us both. You ask a question, I'll answer, then we go back and forth till you're satisfied. Felicia glared at him, her jaw working soundlessly. After a minute of what truly looked like she was shouting at him wordlessly, she held up her arms and looked as if she would split down the middle. Please, calm down. And let's talk. Once you've seated yourself, I'll remove the compulsion. The sound of her panting dominated the room. Slowly, she eased herself in the chair, staring murderously at him with a red face. You can speak. Now please, back to the beginning. What do you have to do to get your wits back was your first question. Now, see, that's the problem. If I give you your wits back, I lose out on all the points that your power offers. And you give me 1,550. That's a lot. Felicia's face scrunched into a scowl. She opened her mouth, then closed it, pressing her hands to her stomach.
I see. Or at least, I think I do. I offer a trade. Barter, if you will.
Felix tilted his head to one side. He was curious. What could she offer him that he couldn't take by force?
You say you can't give me my wits back because it takes your points. What if I use my wits to get you more points?
Felix put his elbow on the desk, and then his chin into his hand. I'm listening. She gave him a bright smile and leaned forward.
I'm a genius at inventing things. I can build things that would hone, empower, and build up these girls' powers. Perhaps even a machine that could enhance them permanently. But I'd need my wits to do it.
It'd need to be permanent for it to affect my point pool, Felix said. Sighing, he sat upright again. Give me a bit with your points. I need them for a time. Then we can see about giving you your wits back. There's a lot of work to be done right now in the short term.
Unless you want to give me a specific order for every little thing, you'll be giving me part of my wits back.
I can't. But I'll make you a deal. What can I do for you now that you'd accept as an act of goodwill? Something you want for yourself that would show you that giving me some time is truly in all of our interests. She eyed him, her argument frozen on her tongue.
How much can you change? One of them ninnies said you can change us.
Quite a bit. What did you have in mind?
Can you make me taller?
Felix stopped himself from instantly replying. Kit had opened his mind to new possibilities. Instead, he focused on Felicia and what he believed would be more in line with her character sheet for things relating to her physical appearance. Much as it had happened before, a new window surfaced, one that had all of Felicia's measurements in it. Her height was listed at a paltry 4'11", and it would only cost him 100 points to bump her up an inch. I sure can. What kind of height did you have in mind? Felicia mumbled, scratching her shoulder.
Maybe 5'4". That's still short, but not child short, I guess.
Felix looked back to the screen and tapped it 5 times. It had cost him 600 points in total. The height was still below average, so it didn't seem to cost that much. Done. Anything else? He asked, looking up at Felicia. She whispered something that he didn't quite catch. Sorry, I missed that. One more time?
I want to be a D-cup,
Felicia said angrily, meeting his eyes. Felix blinked, unsure of how to respond. Then he shrugged. It didn't matter to him what breast size she was. A glance at the window told him she was a AA cup. Below average again. How much will it cost? Felix flicked the button 4 times, and the cost went up to 1,400 points even. It was less than what she was worth for one day. It'd only take him a day to replenish his point values. If he had to do this for everyone, it'd be annoying, but not the end of the world. He'd call everything a bargain and spend today lounging around. Maybe convert something small to silver. Done. Anything else? Felix asked again. Felicia looked to her chest, then back to him. I don't. Once I confirm the changes, they'll happen. You may want to unhook your bra. Going from AA to D. Yeah, it's going to be significant. Felicia turned a deep scarlet red and then reached behind her back and into her shirt. There was a soft click, and her clothes shifted.
I'm ready.
He hit the button and leaned back to watch. Felicia stood up rapidly in surprise. Her body began expanding rapidly in multiple ways. 10 seconds later, and it was all over. Her clothes had split at the hip and shoulders, and her increased bosom pulled the fabric tight in the front of her shirt. Glad we had this talk, Felicia. Now, could you send in the next person? Felix said with a smile at the half-breed dwarven woman, who now looked much more like a human than her heritage would have normally allowed. Chapter 8. Boldly.
The two Andreas were looking at him, unspeaking. He'd already gone through everyone else, each person having minor requests here or there. By the end, he'd spent 5,000 of his points.
Want me to go make more pancakes?
Andrea once said.
Let us make you more,
Andrea Prime said. No. I've had my share. Remember? Felix asked. He was concerned. She'd already said that twice.
Yes,
they said in unison.
But pancakes make people happy,
Prime said.
And you seem sad,
one said. Felix shook his head and pointed at Andrea Prime. How long can your clone remain with you? How many can you have at one time?
She can remain forever. There's no time limit or anything. It can get annoying to sleep in the same bed. We often combine back together at night. As to how many, I'm not sure. We can't count how many are inside of us. I think we had 200 out at one time. That was a hard day,
Prime said. One nodded her head at that, crossing her arms in front of her. I see. So, rather than clones, it's more like multiple versions of you existing at the same time? Felix asked slowly. Andrea Prime blinked, and then looked at him with a smile.
Want more pancakes?
No. Felix pressed the fingers of his right hand to his temple. Andrea, do you want anything? He began to call up her window for her stats and powers. Name, Andrea Elix. Alias, Andrea, Andy, Lex, Myriad. Power, multiple self-projections. Secondary power, partitioned mind. Physical status, healthy. Mental status, happy. Positive statuses, none. Negative statuses, none. Strength, 44. Dexterity, 62. Agility, 71. Stamina, 51. Wisdom, 81. Intelligence, 17. Luck, 53. Primary power, 31. Secondary power, 79.
I'd like to get married one day,
Prime said with a smile.
Have children,
one added.
Oh, yes, children. Dating is hard, though. We keep getting tricked by bad men,
said Prime. One looked at Prime and patted her on the head gently. Felix was quickly losing himself in the meandering nature of Andrea. That, and it was depressing. He'd briefly considered changing some stats as he went through the meetings, but he ended up leaving everyone with their starting numbers. He'd almost increased Lily's luck, since it was so awful, but had decided against it. Here, though, talking to Andrea, he wasn't considering it. He was already running out the numbers in his head. For 2,150 points, he could push her intelligence up to 26. It didn't seem like much, but maybe it had put her on par with a teenager. Quickly making the adjustments and tuning out the conversation she was having with herself about dating, he hoped there would be immediate improvements. Prime and One both immediately stopped talking, their heads whipping around to view him.
You changed us,
they said in concert. I did. Is that a problem? Felix asked carefully. They looked at each other, as if they were speaking without speaking, then looked back to him.
No. Why spend points on us? We're not like the others. We're not really good for anything. You covet your points.
Felix couldn't answer that. Yes, talking to her was annoying, but he could just as easily have sent her out of the room. I don't know. They say ignorance is bliss, but I don't know. Never mind that. Is there anything else you want now? He asked, diverting the question. Mostly because he couldn't answer it. He didn't like the thoughts he was having. Andrea was too close to his own social ineptitude from his teenager years.
No, but thank you. I'm happy being me. But maybe later you can let me bring out more of me? They get crowded in there after a while, and it's easier the more I can bring out.
Yeah, sure. We could work something out. Though I think it'll be a bit, Felix said cautiously.
Okay. Do you modify yourself at all? I don't think I could resist the temptation if I could,
Prime said. I can't. I've tried many times, but I can't. I don't know why.
Oh. What about the house? You should modify it.
I don't own it.
Buy one then. Then upgrade it. We need more bedrooms,
Prime explained. One nodded along next to her. Felix started to argue with her, then realized she was right. Beyond right, even. It was so obvious it hurt. He wasn't thinking big enough. A pawn shop is good, but a house? A house I could build into a massive mega house with custom defenses and... You're brilliant, Andrea, Felix claimed, smiling at her.
First time I've heard that,
Prime said.
Me too,
one agreed. Time moved faster than Felix thought it could have. In no time at all, a month had passed since his last estate meeting. He was dressed in a business suit again, staring up at that horrid sign that had come to represent so much hate for him. So much anger. Up until a few days ago, when Lily had come to see him. What had felt originally to be an unfair match now felt to him as if he had the high ground. The high ground and more troops. And a nuke. Grinning, he looked across to the passenger seat. Lily was dressed smartly in a black jacket, a slim black dress, and a red blouse. She'd pinned her hair up and had the look of someone going into battle. "We ready?" he asked. The soul-eating mistress of death glanced at him and then gave him a cocky smile.
We'll tear out their souls.
I'll leave that to you. The whole beautiful soul-eater thing isn't me, Felix muttered. He pulled the keys from the ignition and stepped out of his aunt's SUV.
Remember what I said,
Lily reminded him, opening the front door and walking in ahead of him. Yes, dear, Felix said in a whiny voice. Lily turned her head and gave him a piercing glare, blocking the doorway. Sorry, yes, I remember. She arched a brow at him. It reminded him that she'd supposedly killed a couple hundred people in her career as a villain. Only after having ripped out their souls to use as power. After another second of Felix being forced to bear that heavy stare, she finally relented and moved forward.
Felix Campbell and Associate,
Lily said in a firm voice to the receptionist. The receptionist blinked at Lily, then looked to Felix.
All right. Please follow me.
They usually make me wait. Lily gestured to the ground with a subtle move of her hand. Felix took the indicated spot, one step ahead of her and to the left. As they moved to the conference room that he always ended up in, Lily grabbed a chair from an office that was empty as they passed. The receptionist gave her a look, but then wisely decided she didn't want to argue with Lily. The looks on the faces of the normally placid board changed dramatically when they saw Lily. Felix couldn't place it, but he was sure they were annoyed and hoped they were afraid.
Mr. Campbell, good morning. May I ask who you've brought with you today?
One of the board asked. This is Lillian Lux. She's an associate of mine I've recently employed, Felix explained. He'd been warned repeatedly by Lily that she was not legal counsel, but only there to provide her opinion and advice to him, especially since she wasn't a lawyer.
I'm afraid that we can't allow you to retain your own counsel, Mr. Campbell,
Joseph started. She's not a lawyer. She's here simply to provide me with her advice and opinions, Felix clarified. Please proceed. Joseph looked rattled. Clearing his throat, he looked to his paperwork in front of him and back to Felix.
The first order of business is the discussion of the rent you owe,
Joseph said slowly. Good. I agree. First, do you hold to the statement that I owe payment for rent to the amount of $150,000? Yes? Felix asked. Joseph looked to the others on the board and they began to nod their heads.
That is correct.
Next, who has deemed that I am the renter? In other words, who is the named landlord? Joseph turned his head a fraction of an inch to the side and then gestured to another person.
Mr. Jen is the landlord.
Good. That means you've collected wages for the 7 years up to this point as landlord? Felix asked, turning to Mr. Jen. Yes, said the man. The room was getting more tense by the minute. Lily had coached him very well, and it was clear she knew what would happen. Each question was provoking responses. Would you agree that the amount of that pay would be roughly $400,000, plus 5% of the rent as a bonus? Mr. Jen nodded his head.
Could someone please provide me the document in which I agreed that Mr. Jen would be the landlord? Felix asked, looking around the room. Everyone froze. No one responded. If no one can provide that document, I'm afraid we have a problem.
No problem here, Felix. There's no requirement that you—
Yes, there is. Per— Felix had to look at the sheet of paper in front of Lily. Section 6, subsection C, listed as approving of contractors and personnel. I'm listed as an approver. I did not approve. Therefore, the selection is invalid. Joseph opened his mouth and then closed it.
That is—
You are in breach of contract unless you can provide that document this very minute. Are you in breach of contract? Again, there was no response. If you do not provide the document in the next minute, or state that you can provide it in the next 10, I'm moving to have you in breach. Joseph swallowed and held up a hand.
Perhaps we should move to set this entire situation aside and—
I rule you in breach. Now that you're in breach, under Section 10, subsection A, all accounting will now be done through me. I am officially moving to hire an accountant this evening who will now be part of this board.
Now, see here—
In addition, I move to elect myself as landlord of my own property, Felix said, cutting Joseph off. Those in favor? Felix asked. No one but he raised their hand.
Those against?
Joseph raised his hand immediately, as did Mr. Jen and a few others. Per my rights as the primary beneficiary to dismiss 2 people from the board every quarter, I move to strike 2 people from this board, Mr. Joseph and Mr. Jen. You're no longer needed. Thank you. Per my rights of breach, I move to strike 1 additional— Felix looked at one of the men with his hand up. You can leave as well. The 3 he'd selected were dumbfounded. Felix picked up a packet that Lily pulled out of the case she was carrying. I have here a formal grievance for Resnick, Blackadder, and Troy. Once I send this, I'm sure I can have every one of you replaced, and have myself as the approver of every single person who comes into the board next. Now, with the departure of Mr. Joseph, Mr. Jen, and whatever his name is, I cannot remove anyone until the new quarter, which happens to be tomorrow. I'll be convening an emergency meeting tomorrow. Just to make sure everyone understood my previous question, I'd like to ask again to be made the landlord of my own estate and ask for a vote, Felix said with a grin for the remaining 5 people on the board. Felix raised his hand, and all 5 of the remaining people on the board raised their hands. Good. I'm glad you've realized the severity of this situation. Let's hope you all remember this day. Now, for you 2, Felix said, looking at who he believed to be the instigators of this situation. I expect to be paid the entirety of the $400,000 by this evening, Mr. Jen, Mr. Joseph. Otherwise, I will be forced to move to the next section of the breach clause, which is when I hire an attorney for myself, and you lose all access to the trust as set up by my aunt and uncle. Then Resnick, Blackadder, and Troy get a black eye when I report it to the media. I imagine they'll hold you liable, and you probably will never work in your chosen career again. Lily slid a card in front of him. Thank you, Lily, Felix said, smiling to her. This here is my bank account. I'll be checking it promptly at 8 o'clock tonight. Felix stood up and stretched his arms above his head. That was fun. Do you have any questions for me before I leave? He asked, addressing the 5 remaining members. No? Good. I'll see you 5 tomorrow, and you 3 never again. Felix collected his papers, leaving the card on the table, and left the room. Lily followed at his heel. He didn't say anything until they got back into the SUV, where he let out an explosive breath and doubled over. He rested his forehead against the steering wheel. His stomach hurt. The anxiety and stress of the situation rubbed him raw. He really needed to use a bathroom. That was well done. A little dramatic, but well done, Lily said from the passenger seat. Thank you, Lily. Without you, that would have gone much worse. Not over yet. We need to get our money first. But I think they'll pay it all up. I imagine you might even get a phone call once they're done, asking you to please not discuss the situation with their bosses, or why you asked them to step down. They'll probably spin it as if they themselves asked to step down. For what it's probably worth letting it go at that point. It'd earn you a win with those who remain on the board. Lily clicked her seatbelt into place and crossed one leg over the other.
Take us to lunch. Then we need to hire an accountant. I'll handle that.
Felix nodded a bit. He felt drained. He wasn't cut out for talking to people. Slowly, he sat up and got the SUV moving. They'd ended up not needing to hold that second meeting after all. Lily took care of the accountant that evening, and the books were cleaned up that night. The rent would still need to be paid, as it had been initiated. He still owed the $150,000 in rent, the $40,000 to Dmitri, and the $5,000 to the bank. The annual salary from the landlord's job, about $55,000, would definitely help. The bank debt could wait, as could the rent, since he was his own renter. He'd also get that percentage back. The only problem was his debt to Dmitri. He had about 2 months to get that paid off, or he'd be liable to get stabbed. That or be turned into a permanent debtor. All of this was good to know, and hadn't stopped Felix at all in purchasing a storefront that doubled as a home. It was more of a warehouse with an attached front office, and a set of rooms at the top level that somehow had been zoned and approved as a live/work residence. The front office would do the job of the storefront, and the warehouse as the shop floor for work, which could be anything, or even just housing purchases. The neighborhood was decent and seemed on the lower side of middle income. There'd be no problems with clients being afraid to visit, nor would there be access issues since it was right off the freeway exit. No, the biggest problem would be spreading the word. Advertising. They wouldn't be able to purchase ads or anything like that. It had cost him almost every penny he'd made from the landlord back payments and the gold he'd been turning into cash. Now, though, he could really start to make money. Everything he did here, he could also disguise and legitimately pay taxes on. First, he'd need to transmute a few lead weights into gold over a few days. That'd be the seed money to build up his pawn shop purchasing. Then he could start converting that quickly and easily into items into sales. Word would spread quickly about a pawn shop that bought almost anything. Hell, in this day and age, in a month he could have an online store open to sell everything he bought locally. That'd have to wait for another day, though. Today was moving day. They'd spent some time making sure only items that he owned went with them. The rest of the furniture they'd had to buy from wherever they could get the right piece for the right price. Miyu had been ideal to take with him on those trips. She had a knack for getting people to accept less than they wanted. Andrea had offered herself up as the moving team. There was now something like 200 Andreas running around the rear delivery entrance and throughout the building. Felicia was acting as floor supervisor for them and directing them as they needed. They'd backed up a moving truck into one of the loading bays and let her have at it. In return, she'd been allowed full control of her power for the day. Most of them were exactly like Andrea Prime, though there were a few who were clearly very different. They carried themselves differently, spoke in a different tone of voice, or even responded in a different fashion to the rest. They'd look right at a sudden noise, and one would cower and take cover. Ioana had simply followed him around, dressed up in leather biker clothes. He wasn't sure when and where she'd gotten it, but the hilt of a longsword angled out from her hip. Now that he thought about it, everyone was running around today in clothes and things he knew he hadn't purchased. Ioana?
Felix asked, turning to look at his escort.
Grunted the warrior. Her eyes swept the street up one side and down the other. Where'd you get the sword? In fact, where did everyone get all these clothes? I don't recognize any of it. I'm not mad, only curious.
Felix looked back to the storefront where Miyu, Kit, and Lily were setting up the interior of the store. Ioana met his eyes and then gave him a feral grin. We raided our own safe houses. Whatever they did to us, we didn't give them the safe house locations. Bank accounts are cleaned out, though.
Didn't trust me enough to tell me, and I didn't think to ask about it. Probably got that through your bank cards. I imagine they probably raided your homes, Felix said with a sigh.
You think this'll work?
Ioana asked him, throwing a thumb at the building. Can't be any worse than what we were doing. Not to mention, I didn't want to sit around and wait for things to change. No, playing it slow up to this point was excruciating. It's time to make it work on my own terms.
Ioana turned her head back to the street, watching it. Good. The bold live more freely, even if with less time.
Chapter 9. Changes. Felix flipped the vase over in his hand. Then he viewed it with his hypothetical ownership window. Name: Imitation 19th Century Glass Vase. Created in 2013. Appraised value: $10. Created by Frank Potts. Actual value: $10. Condition: lightly worn. Asking price: $3,200. Durability: 90 out of 100. Mint price: $12. Cost to repair: 50 points. Shaking his head, Felix pushed the vase across the countertop. I'll give you 10 for it, and that's because I can probably resell it for 20. It's fake. Sorry.
What? You can't possibly know that if you...
started to complain the man who owned the vase. Sorry, not interested in it for anything more than 10. Is there anything else I can help you with? Felix leaned onto the glass counter and looked around the shop front. The man grumbled and walked out without another word. Ioana opened the door for him, watching him with a hawk-like stare as he passed. Kit, Lily, and Miyu were working the shop counters. Andrea was working with Felicia in the back. Felix was on appraisal duty. Kit had once again provided him with insight into his own power he didn't realize he had. Rather than focusing on the upgrade and material aspect of his power, she had him focus on the ownership and item side of it. Now he was an antique appraiser with an instant turnaround and perfect accuracy. Word had spread about the eccentric pawn shop that had an employee who could appraise anything in minutes. They now charged a small fee for his time, but provided no documentation. At least not yet. Lily was working on that. Sure is nice having a lawyer on the team. Felix let his eyes wander over to Lily while thinking about her. He'd lucked out so far. Everyone he'd picked up had their own area of influence and ability. The villain known as Mab was happily chatting with an official-looking older woman. Beyond that, Miyu and Kit were engaged in individual sales. Miyu was responsible for haggling, and Kit was on mental sweep duty. Her power was dialed up to 10%, and she casually monitored the store as she worked. This was temporary. They'd need to hire more people soon. They were far more busy than he had expected. It had only been 2 weeks, and they were drowning in merchandise and money.
You, the antiques and memorabilia guy?
Came a man's voice in front of him. Felix nodded and didn't bother looking at the person. Yep. Put it right here, Felix said, indicating the counter in front of him. He didn't lift his eyes, ask for a name. Nothing. He didn't care to meet another person, hear another sob story, get told another lie. Everything and anything someone could do to get him to pay more. I can only imagine Kit's life now, always knowing the other person's thoughts. Looking up across the room at the mind reader in question, he caught her staring at him. Probably pissed this guy off, and that got her looking this way. He gave her a lopsided grin and turned back to his counter. The man had put a torn-up baseball covered in signatures on it. It looked like it had been roughed up pretty bad. Felix picked it up and activated his power. Name: Historical Signed Baseball. Created in 2001. Appraised value: $40. Created by Truncated for size limits. Actual value: $50. Condition: extremely damaged. Asking price: $100. Durability: 13 out of 100. Mint price: $42,000. Cost to repair: 1,150 points.
It's the game-winning ball from the first All-Beastkin team. It was the last time an All-Beastkin team was allowed as well. Everyone signed it, including the coach. This is the ball that drove in the last run,
said the would-be customer. Do you have a letter of authentication and ownership? Felix set the ball down and looked up at the customer finally. He was interested in this item. It would be easy to repair and resell at a much higher price. These are the kind of items he was looking for. Waiting for. They didn't pop up often, maybe once every few days, but he'd found a few. Most didn't have as much of a resale value as this one did, but they added up.
I have ownership papers, but no authentication.
admitted the man, now unable to meet Felix's eyes. He looked ordinary, every day. See them 1 minute, gone the next. "I'll give you 100 for it," Felix said. Reaching under his counter, he pulled up an electronic pad that he used for sales forms.
Done!
Felix nodded his head with a grim smile. Miu was due to make a trip to the other side of the city and sell all of their antiques, memorabilia, and other items to collectors and museums. It was how they'd really started pulling in the money. Everything else they simply repaired and resold here. The buyers had been hesitant at first, having everything appraised and certified. Now they paid out the requested amount and had the appraisal and authentication done afterwards. Felix wanted to preserve that mentality, so he made sure nothing ever went over to them at an incorrect price or listing. He'd take care of this fixer-upper beauty tonight and add it to the shipment with his notes on the expected price. Felix's phone started buzzing on his work desk. He sighed audibly, working through the purchase entries for the day on his virtual work screen. Andrea slammed bodily into his desk in her haste to get to his phone. She groaned in pain and held up the phone to her eyes. Felix looked up at her with a small smile over his virtual workspace. "Well, Miss Beastkin's secretary? Who is it?" Felix asked. She was cute in an adorably dense way, always happy, and sometimes said the most profound things.
"I'm your secretary? That's great. What's my salary?"
Andrea said, bouncing from foot to foot, her ears twitching back and forth.
"I promise I'm worth it, whatever it is."
Felix chuckled and reached out to take his phone from her hands and flipped it over. "No Name." He tapped the accept button and held it up to his ear. "Good evening, No Name. How are you?" Wedging the phone between his ear and shoulder, he went back to work. Or tried to.
"What are my duties as your secretary? The only thing I know about them is they usually sleep with their boss. Wait, do I have to sleep with you?"
Andrea asked, scratching her head. Felix frowned and looked back to Andrea.
Catch you at a bad time, Hoss?"
No Name said, amusement clearly in his voice.
"I can call back later after you've worked out your job duties with your secretary."
"Unnecessary," Felix said.
"But why not? I mean, I don't think I want to, but maybe I do. I've never been propositioned before. Oh goodness, it's warm in here. I should go talk to Lily about my promotion. She'll know what to do."
Andrea said with a squeal, then skittered off. Dashing out of the office, she bounced off a crate, apologized to it, and kept on running.
"She's excitable,"
No Name said. "Yes, she is. It's cute, like watching a baby bird trying to figure out how to fly." Felix looked back to his work, then saved and closed the program. "So what's up?"
"Big auction coming up. Lots and lots of supers. No previewing this time, though. It'll be as is, as seen. Most powers will be a guess."
No Name said. "That's odd. What's the deal?" Felix asked, leaning back into his chair. Felix hesitated on calling on anyone else. Then he reached over to the intercom and thumbed it twice in rapid succession. "Hold on a second. I need to get a pen and paper." Felix muted his phone and set it down on the desktop. Pulling out some paper and several pens, he then waited. Kit and Lily came into his office at the same time. With a gesture at the chairs in front of the desk, they seated themselves. He'd long gotten used to the idea of them being his intelligence center. Between the two of them, they had enough intelligence and experience they could give him advice. Advice that would be better than his natural decisions. He was smart enough to know they were smarter than him. No Name has another auction coming up. He was just starting to give me the details. Was stalling for time, Felix explained. He pulled off a single sheet of paper from the pad and set it in front of himself, and took one of the 3 pins. Kit and Lily looked at each other, then back to him. "Apparently I'm the only one with a bad memory." Felix popped the mute button again. "Sorry about that. All right, so you said that you won't even know what powers they have, but it's a big auction. Why the lack of info?" No Name chuckled, and the sound of a chair creaking could be heard over the line.
"Funny story for another time. The short and sweet version will do for now. A bunch of Dudleys and Snideleys teamed up and launched a coordinated attack on our glorious leader. They were defeated without fatalities on either side. Now we have something like 400 of them up for grabs."
"Got it. That's quite a few. You were pretty accurate on the sale price last time around. What are you thinking this time? Felix asked.
Not really sure. Since the powers are all going to be a guess, based on what our people saw during the battle, it could be high or low. Might be dirt cheap. Might be astronomical. Sorry, Haas. Not a lot of knowledge here.
Right. Give me a second. Need to look at my books.
Sure.
No Name said. Felix flicked the mute button. Thoughts? He asked, looking to Kit and Lily.
I don't know. We have a lot of debt right now. We're doing very well, but there's no guarantee it'll continue to go this well,
Kit said, then looked to Lily.
Kit's right,
Lily said, holding out a hand towards the telepath.
We're well in the black right now. We could easily pay Dmitri, the bank, and about 100,000 of the rental debt we owe to your family's estate.
Lily reached out and tapped the desk as if to emphasize her next point.
But buying more supers would increase your power load. I'm all for increasing power. Worst case, we kill Dmitri, I take his soul, we buy some time while they figure out what happened.
Kit grimaced at that and laid a hand to her temple.
You're so bloodthirsty, Lily. We could pay off Dmitri now and take the money for the rent to the auction anyways.
Lily rolled her eyes and sat back into her chair. She folded her arms across her chest and then nodded her head.
You're right. We could. Though, if we did increase my power, it would increase his power too,
Lily said, looking to Kit. Kit frowned and then shook her head.
Yes, that's probably true, but...
From the back of the warehouse there was a crash, followed by several shouts.
Intruders!
Came Ioana's shout from somewhere in the warehouse. Felix hit the mute button. I'll call you back, No Name. We're on board, though, so send us the information and the invite. Hanging up, Felix pulled up his character screens for each of his people and put the draw to 0. You have your powers, Felix said quickly. Kit's head snapped around at the same time that Lily's body burst into an electrical aura. Lily, no deaths, if possible. Immobilize or stun if you can. We need Kit to run rampant through their heads to figure out what they're doing here. You can pop their souls after, Felix cautioned. Lily didn't respond, but instead made a sigil with her hand and vanished. There was a chorus of shouts, followed by the crash of metal. Felix didn't kid himself. He was no use in a fight. He'd wait for this one to run its course before he did anything. An explosion of light and the crackle of electricity running free filled the building. Seconds ticked by before he finally heard one of his girls call out.
Safe! Come over!
Iolana yelled. Felix and Kit left the office, walking towards the back corner of the warehouse. It was the back of the building that adjoined the alleyway. Lily stood there, one hand held above her head and lightning crackling along her fingers. Ioana stood by her side, a club resting on her shoulder, her sword still in its sheath. On the other side of Lily was Miyu, her hands loose at her sides, though her knuckles looked bloody.
6 unconscious scumbags. A couple have dents in their skulls, but I think they'll live. Snuck in earlier, I'd wager. Were waiting for us to go to bed. Just happened to stumble across them during my patrol,
Ioana said, using the club to prod at one of the unconscious men. Good work, Ioana. I'm not sure what I can offer in thanks, but let's chat later about rewards, Felix murmured, squatting down next to one of the men. Lily closed her hand with a pop, the glow fading immediately.
The others live, though I may have fried their nerve endings.
That's fine. Andrea? Felix asked, looking around. The beastkin girl popped out from behind a box and nervously looked around.
I'm here.
Can you split a few times and help Miyu get these people into separate areas? I imagine interrogating them individually will yield the best results. Kit nodded her head at that, her fists clenched. You all right at 100% of your power for now, Kit? I can dial it to...
I'm fine. I'll tear the secrets from their minds. I'll leave nothing left. I've been resting for a long time. I could handle anything right now,
she said. Her voice sounded nothing like what she normally sounded like. Can't forget she was a hero first. They're not exactly bloodless. Deaths happen. Thanks, Kit. Felicia, you around?
Here, you nitwit. Look right over me, did you? Do I need to ask to be taller? Make 'em bigger?
Grumped the half-breed dwarf from the side. No. I'm sorry. I'm a bit frazzled. You all might be used to this kind of thing, but I'm new to this. Felicia, Lily, come with me while they tend to our guests. Felix shook his head and stood up. It's never ending. Always something else going wrong.
A brief walk back to his office helped him clear his thoughts. This was a time to act, to move forward and take steps toward preventing this sort of thing. He wasn't sure who was behind it, but he doubted they were simply here for a smash and grab. No, a smash and grab would have hit the front office, not the rear. Which meant they were directed. By someone. Annoyed and angry, Felix sat down on the edge of his desk. Lily and Felicia took the seats in front of the desk and looked to him. The dwarf looked angry, as always, though she certainly filled out her clothes better now. He doubted her personality would ever change.
What?
Felicia said, meeting his gaze. I need you to build a machine. Preferably sooner rather than later. I need it to be able to dispose of bodies efficiently. I need it to leave nothing and create no waste. I'll expand the warehouse to have a basement tomorrow for you to work in, Felix said, laying out his need.
I can do that. I'll need my wits,
cautioned the dwarf. I know. You actually already have them back. I'll give you a week. After that, we'll have to figure out something else, Felix said. Looking to Lily, he gave her a feral grin. When we're done pulling out their thoughts, you'll be killing them and taking their souls. Any concerns? Lily grinned at him and shook her head.
Do I get to keep my powers for a bit?
Sure, till about a minute before midnight, so you've got a few hours. Maybe you could see about putting some magical wards on our home, Felix said, gesturing at the walls. Anyways, do you need anything, Felicia? Is it too much to ask? The dwarf scoffed and stood up, adjusting her blouse. She'd definitely been wearing clothes that emphasized her figure as of late.
No, I'll get you what you want, though it'll be sad to give up my wits after that.
Do a good job. Show me your worth. I guarantee I'll have more jobs for you that'll require your wits. The more you show me, the more I want, the longer you keep your wits. It needs to be worth more to me in your head than as points. Felicia grimaced at first, then frowned. After a moment, she laughed and clapped her hands together.
Ha ha! You've challenged my abilities, then. I'll win. You wait and see. You'll be begging me to use my wits. You wait and see.
With a snort, she left him there with Lily, stomping her way out of the office. Lily ignored both of them and began to make sweeping gestures with her hands. Blue energy coalesced and flowed into shapes and patterns, creating sigils and runes in the air between them. Felix watched, enjoying the impromptu light show for a minute. Then he returned to his logs. There was always work to be done. Roughly an hour later, Kit came back into the room. A single glance told him that it'd be in his interest to push her to 100% draw. Taking a second, he did just that. The tension in Kit fell off instantly, her shoulders sagging and her taut face smoothing out.
That is so refreshing,
Kit said, a smile slowly creeping over her face. Glad to help. So what do we have? Felix asked, closing his desktop window. Lily shook herself out of her own private thoughts and listened in. In fact, everyone was here. Andrea was resting against the desk, Miyu was sitting on the couch, Felicia had been tinkering with some device in a corner, and Ioana stood by the door. Ever the watchful guardian.
Honestly, I'm not completely sure,
Kit admitted, taking a seat in one of the chairs facing the desk.
Their minds were fairly well wiped clean. What I got was fragmented. Using all 6 together gave me a direction, though. A restaurant across from what I think was where you worked. There were pictures of you in your uniform. There was also a black-haired man with narrow eyes and a small face. Couldn't have been taller than 5'1".
Felix frowned and leaned forward over his desk. He propped his chin up in his hands and tilted his head. Well, that rules out Dimitri. I wonder, maybe one of his peers? Or his boss, even? I suppose it isn't out of the question, Felix mused aloud.
Isn't Dimitri our friend? As your secretary, I'll call him and set up a meeting. Then we can make this all right,
Andrea said triumphantly. Her hands went to Felix to probably dig around for his phone.
I'll make pancakes and it'll be fine.
Andrea clawed at his clothes, her fingers trying to get into his pockets. Andrea, stop! It's okay. I don't think Dimitri is the problem. Promise, Felix assured her, fending off her quick hands and quicker fingers.
Secretary?
Miyu asked softly.
Misunderstanding,
Kit said, turning her head to the ex-security officer.
She thinks Felix gave her a job. She thinks one of the job duties is sleeping with him, and she can't decide if she wants the job or not. Oh, I see.
Miu frowned prettily, her dark eyes fastening on Felix. Felix slipped his phone from his pocket and under his ass. He held up his hands and let Andrea do as she would, and then looked back to Kit. "Anything else?" he asked, as Andrea opened his breast pocket and stared into it. Her nose twitched, then her ears, as she seemingly considered the problem.
Not really. I get the impression they were here to kill us, though, not rob us. They were waiting for us to fall asleep.
Kit tilted her head to one side, watching him. He imagined she was evaluating his response. "Then they die. Let's keep them alive for a few days while Felicia builds me my corpse disposomatic machine. Lily gets the souls." Felix stood up and thumbed the computer off with his right hand, his left hand covertly grabbing his phone. "We'll have a long day tomorrow. Let's get those 6 secured. I'll build a basement tomorrow for Felicia to work her magic in. I'll be reverting everyone to 0 for the night, except for Andrea, who will remain at a fraction so she can have a few extras watching our guests, and Felicia, as I'm sure she'll keep working." Felix sighed and ran his hand through his hair. "Any questions?"
I'm not sure if I want the job or not. I've only been intimate a few times, and that was years ago. I'm not that easy. I mean, well, I might be willing. Your scent is amazing, after all. And you are kind of my type,"
Andrea said slowly.
"Can I use one of my others for the first time? There's a couple who already said yes."
Felix pressed his palms to his eyes. Chapter 10. Sausage. Creating a basement from scratch with just his powers hadn't worked. The price had been too high with only his normal point allowance. Instead, he'd bartered with Andrea. He'd offered her the job of assistant, which didn't need her to sleep with him. But her job duties would be random and assigned as needed. When she was doing tasks he assigned, she'd also be given her power back to let out her others, as she called them. So he'd opened up a shaft big enough for a person to go down into what would eventually be the basement. The foundation was a problem. They weren't quite sure how deep it went, or what it would support, or if they'd be cutting into it. Felicia assured him there'd be no problems with it, and that she'd make sure everything worked out in their favor. On her dwarven heritage itself, she swore it. Then again, she had an army of Andreas to direct as well, so it might happen exactly as she said. He didn't decline and left her to it, which had Andrea now digging out a basement with an unending workforce of herself. Felicia, of course, was directing them. They listened to the angry dwarven woman. They'd make excellent progress, to the point that they could dump their would-be murderers in the basement and leave them there with no way to get out. Felix couldn't sleep, though. He felt like he was missing something. He'd spent his remaining points on converting gold and settled in for paperwork. Hunched over his workstation, he stared at the 6 folders in front of him. There wasn't much overlap, except for Miu, who had a generalized skill set, and everyone had their own area of expertise. As he'd been conditioned to do in a corporate scenario, he created an employee file for each. Flipping open the one on top, he found a picture of Felicia. Her appearance was quite different than when he'd purchased her. Someone had been going over the finer points of fashion with her. Her details remained the same, though. Felix set her file aside. She was simple and easy to maintain. A workaholic if presented with a challenge. The type of employee that would go to ruin if left without a task, project, or job to manage. Opening the next, he found Andrea, smiling, throwing a thumbs up, and standing in a ridiculous pose. Felix chuckled at the memory of it. She'd insisted he write personal assistant in her file after he explained what he was doing. She was infinitely useful for her power, and incredibly cheerful. What she lacked in intelligence, she made up for in good-hearted concern for everyone, though she could see to the root of a problem fairly quickly, which led to some interesting decisions. Wise, but lacking foresight. Opening the third and closing Andrea's, he found Lily. Her picture was odd. He'd taken it while she'd had her powers active. She'd immediately doused her sigils and rearranged herself more for a business photo. She was a curious one. Ruthless, cynical, and willing to eat the souls of those she beat. Yet she bent herself to the tasks he gave her, especially the non-mystical ones. She would rather work on something that doesn't require her purchased through blood power, Felix murmured,
He'd have to work on her. For now, it was simple enough to engage her in intellectual pursuits and let her work on them. Right now, her primary duty was their financials and inventory counts. It kept her quite busy. Thankfully so. Glancing into Miyu's folder, he nearly shut it as fast as he'd cracked it open, but stopped. He put some true thought into her rather than dismissing her. She was a mystery still, a question mark. She tended to avoid him whenever possible. She never skirted any duty he gave her, however. She did everything he asked to the fullest of her ability, and then some. He looked to her picture and had to wonder about her all over again. She was attractive, almost beautiful even, clearly of Asian lineage with the features to match. Clean, petite, elegant, black hair and dark, dark brown eyes. After he'd finished repairing her body, he'd found she had an athletic figure that most women tried to achieve and never did so. Her multiplicative power seemed to function on every level. There was nothing that didn't get amped up from its base setting, which meant her workouts were simple and easy. "Infinitely pissing off," Felix said, closing Miyu's and picking up the next folder. "Ioana, the War Maiden." Felix thumbed the cover back and stared at the imposing figure of the woman. She was big, muscular, toned and fit. She was what you would call handsome, but her ever-present lethality culled any thoughts of her being someone you could spend time with. She'd gotten her thick, dark hair into a ponytail and wore it as that. Nothing else. She didn't go in for makeup at any level either. Put together and looking for all the world like a warrior, she reeked of death. Setting her down, he picked up the last one and hesitated.
Kit Carrington, also known as Augur. Pretty, a body built for sin, smart, and insane,
said a voice at the door.
A true loose cannon that's a danger to her team, as much as the enemy. Unlikely to ever lead, or so my old team leader would tell me.
Felix looked up from the unopened folder to find the very same loose cannon speaking to him. As she'd said, she was definitely easy on the eyes, and after he'd restored her to normal condition, he couldn't disagree. "Definitely right inside that strike zone, bud. I don't know. She's pretty handy so far. As to the pretty and sin thing? Sure. I mean, yeah, you're hot, but so are a lot of women?" Kit shook her head slightly with a confused look on her face, her mouth twisted up in a frown.
"What?"
"You're hot. Totally an 8 or a 9 out of 10. So are other women. As to being smart? Completely agree. More than most people would be comfortable to admit, because I'm pretty sure you're smarter than I am. Keeps me on my toes. Insane, though? Not at all. Loose cannon? Not so far," Felix reiterated, leaning back in his chair. Kit snorted and then moved from the door frame and flopped onto the couch.
Uh-huh. Because you keep me dialed down nice and low. I'm not complaining, mind you, but it's not exactly like I'm in control of it.
She laid out on the couch, draping one arm over her face, the other hanging down at her side.
You sure you can't upgrade it for me? I'd be thankful. Maybe not as thankful as Andrea, but...
she said in a teasing voice, making a vague gesture with her hand.
Grateful?
Yeah. Sorry, the most the screen ever says is... Felix stopped. Looking down to his desktop, he frowned. He hadn't really considered it or thought about it. He'd always just assumed upgrading a power was more about the power level. Focusing on the normal character screens, he tried to pull up Kit's. It flashed up easily. There was no way he could increase her power's ability. Name, Kit Carrington. Alias, Augur. Power, area telepathy. Secondary power, none. Physical status, healthy. Mental status, none. Positive statuses, none. Negative statuses, none. Strength, 51. Dexterity, 54. Agility, 48. Stamina, 46. Wisdom, 72. Intelligence, 78. Luck, 41. Primary power, 91. Secondary power, not applicable. Pushing his mental focus towards the idea of modifying her power to a controlled power upgrade, he stared at the power function. He willed it to change. And then a window popped up. Power upgrade. Directed telepathy. Required primary power, 80. Met. Required intelligence, 70. Met. Upgrade, 5,000. With Felicia and Andrea running around with their powers, it was practically his entire pool. How grateful? Felix asked, looking up from the window.
What?
Kit asked, her head turning to the side to look at him. How grateful would you be? Felix sighed and rested his cheek on his right hand, watching Kit.
Pretty fucking grateful. I mean, well,
she said, clearly at a loss.
Can you?
I can. It's pretty much an entire day's worth of points.
Well, that is...
Kit looked at the ground.
I'm already your slave. I'm not sure what else I can do that you can't order me to.
Felix thought about that. Having someone do your bidding was one thing. Having someone work for you, because they chose to, was entirely different. She was already that for him. But how much further would she go if he did this for her? Be you. Be who you were up to this point. Fight by my side, rather than for me. I need you, Kit. Felix hit the accept button on the power, and then stood up, his stomach falling out from under him. A whole day wasted. Opening her screen, he flicked her power draw down to 0. You're at 100%, and I upgraded your power. Practice with it. I'm going to bed. Did Andrea wander up that way? He tapped open Andrea's character screen and increased her intelligence by a single point with the points he had left. Might as well. Moving to the other screens, he pushed everyone's draw to 0. Tonight would be a free night since he had no points left anyways.
No. She's in her bed. I double-checked,
Kit said, staring at him. Good. See you in the morning. Walking into his room, he collapsed into the bed and immediately fell asleep. Only to feel as if he'd only just fallen asleep when his phone started going off. Moaning, he slapped at the phone with little accuracy. A sudden beep sounded above his head.
Good morning,
came Andrea's chipper voice.
Felix's phone.
Groaning, he rolled over and sat up.
He was sleeping, but he's waking up now,
Andrea said, smiling at Felix.
Me? I'm his personal assistant. I was his secretary, but I wasn't sure if I should sleep with him. Do personal assistants sleep with their boss?
I can't tell anymore if she genuinely doesn't understand or is actually fucking with me.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. I started thinking I might have been wrong. Kit told me I was, but... What? Oh, sure,
Andrea replied, holding the phone out to him.
It's for you.
Felix gave her a pained smile and nodded his head. Taking the phone from her, he checked the screen. It was early morning, and no name was calling.
I bet your bed smells great,
Andrea said, crawling past him and dropping to all fours in the center of his bed. Hey, Felix said into the phone. He watched Andrea as she spun around a few times and dropped down into the spot he'd been sleeping in.
Smells like Felix,
Andrea said into the mattress.
You made her your personal assistant?
No Name asked, chuckling. Not really. Kind of self-promoted. Sorry about not calling you back last night. I'm all in for the auction. When's the date? You made it sound like it was soon.
Few weeks from now. They're healing everyone up first and then getting them prepped for the sale. You want a private room again?
No Name inquired. Definitely. Not sure how many I'll bring with me, though. 3 seats should be enough. Lily, Kit, me. That should be more than enough brainpower between those two.
Done. I'll get it set up for you. Going to have lots to purchase. Bring deep pockets and a party wagon.
The line went dead before Felix could say anything else. Shaking his head, he set the phone down on the nightstand. A sharp snore from behind him alerted him to the fact that Andrea had fallen asleep.
She's tired. She woke up early and sat outside your door waiting for you,
Miyu told him from the doorway. I see. Morning, Miyu. Everyone has their power back today. I made some late-night changes and spent everything up. Today is going to be a lab day for me. Figure out where to build our house up. Anything going on? Miyu shook her head.
Ioana and Lily are running the store. Kit is assisting them and setting up appraisal appointments for you. There is also a mountain of pancakes in the kitchen.
Andrea? Felix asked, getting to his feet.
Andrea,
Miyu confirmed. Felix padded past Miyu and glided through the kitchen. He picked up a dry pancake and wolfed it down while grabbing a sheet of paper. Then he went to sit on the couch in his office, as they'd taken to calling it. He didn't feel like staring at a computer screen right now, so he settled for taking notes in pen. Flipping the pad open to the first page, he started jotting down the names of the rooms, areas, or sections of the home. My bedroom. All of their bedrooms, office, study, kitchen, dining room, living room. He paused as he considered the next area. It hadn't been done intentionally, but the basement entrance was smack dab in the middle of the warehouse. When he checked on what he could upgrade for the house, basement entry had been listed separately from everything else. Really, everything up here will become secondary as we move underground. We'll need to disguise and guard the entrance to the basement. I'll have to consult Felicia on how she wants to do this.
what are you doing?
Miyu asked, standing near the doorway. Felix glanced up at her and noted her posture and position. She's always near an exit with me. Trying to get an idea of where to start with our home defenses and point costs. They're fairly straightforward for the most part right now. Reinforcement, removal of certain windows, making sure everything can withstand a blast. That sort of thing. Felix sighed and kept writing in details for each room. It won't really get detailed or intensive until we get the basement outfitted. Once we start building underground, then I can start upgrading individual doors, furniture, defenses. Mostly after Felicia starts building. Rooms, designs, machines, whatever it may be. Then we'll really get moving. That's after she finishes up the disposomatic.
Is that the thing she built last night?
Miyu asked. Huh? Last night? She finished? Felix asked, ignoring the pad of paper in his hands entirely now.
Yeah. It's this strange-looking contraption that looks like a wood chipper.
Miyu nodded her head as she spoke, taking a step back from him and into the other room. Fantastic! That was quick. Is she awake? Felix asked, setting aside the pen and paper.
Yes. She's in the basement still.
Would you mind relieving Lily? I need to borrow her for this next bit, I think. I'd really appreciate it, Miyu, Felix said, trying to catch the woman's eyes. She avoided looking into his face. Instead, she looked to the side and nodded her head.
Of course. I'll take up her job duties and have her sent to you.
And with that, she was off. As mysterious as ever. Moving to the basement, he brushed off the thoughts of Miyu. As long as she cooperated, he'd not complain. Reaching the entrance, he leaned over the hole and peered in. Felicia, are you down there? Felix called down.
Aye, where else would I be, you daft shit? Trying to get a bit more efficiency out of this before the first test,
she called back. Felix started to climb down the ladder rather than shouting back down to her. Reaching the floor, he found the whole area was fairly rough. It had been hacked, chiseled, shoveled, and mined. They'd have to spend some time or points to get it looking like a proper basement. But that was for later. Walking to the center of the area, lit by lamps plugged into extension cords running up out of the hole, he found the wood chipper. Looks like a giant wood chipper attached to a dumpster, Felix said, peering into the machine.
It is,
Felicia said, coming over to stand near him. She brushed her forearm across her forehead.
My machines aren't pretty. Just like me. They'll get the job done. I disagree. With the changes Felix made, you're very easy on the eyes,
Lily said, coming up behind them.
I prefer men, but even I can appreciate your looks.
What she said, Felix concurred, pointing at Lily. Lily made a curious face at that. The first part. Not the into men thing, he clarified, realizing where the confusion came from. Felicia grunted and then pulled a switch on the strange control box in front of them.
Pick one out. Do your thing. We'll put him through after that.
Felicia stumped off.
She doesn't take compliments well,
Lily said, arching a brow. Whatever. Go pick out your first meat sack and drain him like a juice box. Try to kill me and mine. Fuckers, Felix muttered, shaking his head.
Touchy,
Lily countered, looking to him. I don't like it when people mess with my things and people, Felix said, wrinkling his nose. Lily watched him, then sauntered off to pick one of the squirming, screaming, mumbling, bound and gagged men who they'd wrapped up in tarps.
I'll need my powers back,
Lily said, dragging one of the struggling men over to the front of the machine. Been back since last night.
Really? I didn't even notice. That's what I get for not trying,
she said with a grin. Lily then slammed her palm onto the top of the struggling tarp. A purple haze surrounded her, the man, and a few feet around them. A gut-wrenching scream was heard on a level Felix couldn't explain. Then it cut off with a pop. The man stopped moving and lay there like a corpse.
It's done. His soul was foul,
Lily muttered, shaking from head to toe. Sorry. Didn't realize they, had a flavor. Felicia, do we just stuff him in? Felix asked.
Oh, aye. Just pop him in.
He couldn't see her, but her response was clear enough. Shrugging, Felix eased Lily back from the body and then lugged the whole thing up and into the chute. For whatever reason, Felicia, thankfully, had attached a rubber flap that swung back into place after the body passed it. There was a grinding noise to start. Then the wet squishing that sounded like hamburger meat when you were turning them into patties, followed by the sick crunch and pop of bones being splintered. Felix raised both his eyebrows. It really is a wood chipper. Lily pressed a hand to her mouth.
That's awful. You're one to talk, you damn prissy princess. You rip out a man's soul and then go all doe-eyed when we dispose of the corpse. Pah!
Felicia came back into view and pulled another switch. For what it's worth, Felicia, I appreciate it. If it does what I asked, I'll never say a cross word about the disposomatic, Felix said. The dwarven woman grunted and then pulled a third lever.
Does more than you asked. It'll turn their body into a paste. Thinking it'll look like blood sausage. Should improve the body or power of whoever you feed it to.
Felicia pointed an accusing finger at Lily.
I doubt the princess has ever had a sausage in her mouth, so she's probably out.
Right, Felix frowned. He wasn't quite sure he wanted to force someone to eat the ground-up paste of a dead person. I'll make everyone aware of what it is, and they can have it if they choose. Good work, Felicia. Wait, he had clothes on. And a tarp? Where does that go?
It gets ripped off and flamed. We only lost a little bit of mass with it, so it's fine.
He managed not to shudder at the idea of what had just happened as a whole, right up until the point that the dumpster made a noise like a toaster. Then a metal plate slid upwards, and a rack of what looked like sausage swung out on a shelf. Then he shivered, his throat clenching up. She's an evil genius. A brilliant one. In the end, Miu volunteered to eat it, and Felicia convinced Iowana to try it. Chapter 11. Places to Be. Felix checked himself over to make sure he had everything he needed. Money, papers, pit, portable work terminal. I think that's everything. That wasn't quite true, though. He didn't have any money on him at all. He'd prearranged everything with the bank so that he could make large electronic payments tonight. Having met with the bank manager directly, it had only been a matter of explaining the situation, and that it was a government-funded event. No Name had taken care of the other side of the equation and gotten the information they needed to make everything ready to go. Setting aside 3 months of mortgage payments, since that was the one thing he wasn't willing to default on, they'd put together roughly $200,000. They were leaving from the rear loading bay that Felicia had converted into a garage. Felix looked to the dark-windowed, black-colored, powerful sedan next to him. The car was a recent acquisition. One of the nice things about owning a pawn shop was people brought in all sorts of things to sell you, like broken-down or accident-destroyed cars. This one was especially bad. A luxury sedan, last year's model, that had been twisted into a heap of nothing. Felicia had spent some time ironing it out when she was bored. She'd done the majority of the work and had left the irreparable bits to him to tidy up. It had cost him 2 days of points, but they'd brought it all the way up to mint condition, and then improved upon it. Felicia had treated it more as a hobby, since she spent most of her time doing the basement work with Andrea.
"Your tie is sloppy,"
Lily said angrily, walking over to him. She was dressed in a black jacket, blue blouse, and black skirt with matching heels. Her hair was loose and bounced around her neck and shoulders freely. She looked beautiful and immaculate. "I hate ties," Felix said disdainfully. Turning around, he looked into the reflective surface of the rear passenger window and began to fix it.
"That's a shame, since you actually look presentable in a suit and tie,"
Lily said dryly. The window slid down to reveal Andrea staring at him with a smile from inside the car.
"Hi, as your personal assistant,"
she said, slapping his hands away and immediately trying to fix his tie.
"I can do this." "Andy, you're making it worse,"
Lily said, watching the beastkin trying to fix the tie.
"Stop. No. Pull it through there."
Felix grunted as Andrea pulled him to one side.
No. Other way,"
Lily said, indicating to something Felix couldn't see.
"Like this?"
Andrea asked, tightening the tie to the point that Felix was uncomfortable.
"Here. Wait."
Lily roughly pushed Felix to one side and then yanked on his tie. After 3 swift jerks, jostling him around while doing so, she stepped back to view her handiwork.
"Better. Don't touch it. Get in the car. I'm driving,"
Lily said, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. Felix was interrupted when Andrea opened her door suddenly. She managed to even hit him with it.
"Get in! We can talk in the back while they get us there."
Andrea's hands snapped out at him as he stumbled backwards and dragged him into the car by his jacket. She pulled him bodily across the seat before letting him go. Then she leaned over him, sticking her knee into his shoulder as she shut the door.
"This'll be fun,"
Andrea said, getting back to her own seat and grabbing her seatbelt.
"Put on your seatbelt, Felix. Don't just lay there."
Felix grumbled, getting his feet placed and then sitting up. Adjusting his jacket, he pulled the seatbelt down and clicked it into place. Lily was adjusting the mirrors from the driver's seat. The passenger door popped open and Kit slid in.
"Ready when you are,"
Kit said, looking to Lily.
"All the runes are up. Just need a trickle of power. Are we all set, Felix?"
Lily asked, looking at him in the rearview mirror. Yeah. You, Kit, and Andrea are all at 100%. Ioana, Miyu, and Felicia are at 20% each. He hadn't been happy to give over so many points, but Kit had convinced him it'd be for the best.
"Good,"
Kit said. Lily made a gesture with her hand, and the interior of the car flashed white for a second. Between himself and Felicia, the luxury sedan had been turned into a race car-level monster with the durability of a tank. Unfortunately for him, Lily had found out about its driving performance and refused to drive it at anything less than full speed. To her, the brake pedal didn't exist. Felix looked to the back of the seat in front of him as Lily turned the engine over and revved the monstrous engine twice, making the whole car shudder. Felix distracted himself and focused on his point allocation screen. Daily allotment. Received, 150. Spent, 0. Remaining, 150. Miyu Miki. Received, 1,000. Spent, 200. Remaining, 800. Ioana Iliescu. Received, 1,100. Spent, 220. Remaining, 880. Kit Carrington. Received, 2,250. Spent, 2,250. Lillian Lux. Received, 2,600. Spent, 2,600. Andrea Elex. Received, 1,400. Spent, 1,400. Felicia Fay. Received, 1,550. Spent, 310. Remaining, 1,240. Loyalty bonus. Received, 460. Spent, 0. Remaining, 460. Daily total. Received, 10,510. Spent, 6,980. Remaining, 3,530. Kit, Miu, Iowana, and Felicia had all gone up in point values. Kit, because he'd upgraded her power, Lily through her soul-snatching, and Miu and Iowana through their continued eating of the power sausage, as it had been termed. They'd only had to eat it once, then been told of the increase for them to request it going forward. Everyone else, while intrigued about the increase, declined. Even Felix had his limits.
Are you looking at our points?
Andrea asked, pushing up next to him. She stuck her hand through the space that held his view and then moved it back and forth. I am. Even with all of those points missing, I'm sitting at roughly 3,500 points.
That's great! Maybe I should start eating the power sausage.
Andrea clapped her hands together through his point screen.
I can't feel it.
I imagine not, Felix said, looking up at the odd girl.
Such a strange thing. It almost speaks of something more. One wonders about your power. It seemingly changes at your whim, functions at a level on which no one has ever heard of, and seemingly has a mind of its own.
Felix didn't respond to that. It wasn't something he hadn't already considered. The sudden acceleration of the vehicle as Lily gunned it pressed him into his seat. Closing his eyes, he did his best to tune out the world. Kit and Lily could get them there safely. Felix wasn't sure if his breakfast would make it there with them, though. Lily got them there with time to spare. This auction was certainly more secretive than the previous one. Cars were being routed into a parking complex. Each car was privately directed into sectioned-off parking spaces. They were asked to wait in their private parking space for their pickup. In their case, it was No Name. No words were exchanged, though a handshake was. They were escorted quickly and quietly to a private room that thankfully wasn't an office this time. It was a large conference room. On one side of the wall was a series of buffet tables that were laden with appetizers, small meals, snacks, and drinks. A table with a number of chairs around it sat in the middle of the room. Several monitors were set up around the room, all presenting the same feed. Everyone would see the same thing without having to strain. "This is great, No Name," Felix said, looking around. No Name shrugged his shoulders with a casual, smooth smile. "My pleasure. Auction should start in..." He paused to glance at his watch. 20 minutes or so. They managed to get some info from a few people, but not much. The ones with information will be later in the auction, so I'd save your money till then if you're feeling unsure. Felix only nodded his head. Kit, Lily, and Andrea going straight to the buffet table. No Name glanced to them, and then back to Felix. "If you hand me your pit, I'll make sure they all get registered with you as we go. Oh, and here," No Name said, holding out a tablet to him and taking the cube Felix offered. "This will act as your bidding tool, and confirmation of payment. Take a few minutes and get all of your information in so it'll go quick." No Name stopped talking, and looked like he was mulling over his next thought. "You sure you're all right with those three? Augur, Mab, and Myriad of all people. More blood spilled than most from any one of those, let alone combined." "Huh? Myriad?" Felix asked, looking back to No Name. "Myriad? The Beastkin solitary PMC? Takes more or less any contract that suits them and drowns the opponent and bodies all of her?" No Name asked. Nope. "Did she live somewhere else?" Felix asked. His eyes slowly went back to Andrea. Never really paid attention to the whole thing. He'd known about Kit and Lily. They were rather well documented, and he'd seen or heard of their exploits. Never heard of Myriad. "Huh. Guess that could be why you don't know." "Yeah, she was. She killed a number of people for whatever reason she came up with. Almost as cold-blooded as they come." No Name followed Felix's gaze. "Whatever. Your problem. Catch you later, Felix." No Name turned on his heel and left right after that. Felix frowned and scratched at his chest. "Hey, Myriad," he said finally. Andrea's head whipped around, her eyes unfocused for a second. Then she realized he'd been the one who called her. A smile bloomed across her face.
"What is it?"
she asked. "Nothing." "Anything good over there?" Felix asked, walking over.
He didn't particularly care who she'd been before she had become his. Her smile grew even wider. Without responding, she picked up a second plate she'd been filling that he hadn't noticed.
Here! As your personal assistant, I was filling you one.
Kit laughed and shook her head, dropping into a chair.
He didn't realize you were Myriad, Andy.
Andrea's smile fell, the plate in her hand outstretched and forgotten.
Oh.
And I don't care. To me, you're Andrea. Now, as my personal assistant, can you guarantee I'll like this plate? Felix asked, taking the plate from her. He leaned over it and poked at a few things with a finger. Andrea's face nearly split into two with the grin that came over her.
Yes. I can't find any candy, though. Always need candy. Do you think there's a vending machine nearby? That'd have candy.
Lily sat down next to Kit and said something under her breath to the telepath. Kit snorted and turned to her to reply. Felix smiled and looked to Andrea. I dunno, but I don't think we're supposed to leave. We'll get some on the way home. Now, how about you tell me how you and Felicia did yesterday? I haven't had a chance to look. Andrea nodded excitedly, moving over to the table and seating herself by dropping into the chair.
We finished up the second basement floor. We need you to smooth it all out and make it pretty, but they're mostly there,
Andrea said. Then she frowned and stuck her hands on her hips.
That daft fool we call a master can make this a place we can all live. I don't think you're daft. You're really nice.
Felicia is welcome to her opinion of me. She's done all she promised and more so far. She's done her job, Felix said. The monitor on the wall came to life, catching his attention. A timer flashed up on it and started to tick down.
Speaking of job, when do I get my first paycheck?
Andrea asked, stuffing a French toast triangle into her mouth. Huh? Paycheck? Felix said, confusedly, his eyes flicking back to Andrea.
Well, I'm your personal assistant. I was wondering when I'll get my first paycheck. Actually, I don't even know how much I'm being paid.
Andrea lifted up a chicken leg and began devouring it, her elongated canines making an appearance. Huh. Honestly, I hadn't even considered it. What would you need money for? Felix asked.
Clothes, things. You're not really providing us with much so far.
Felix couldn't argue that. Giving them a salary would probably cost less than trying to provide them with everything. Lily, let's set up a payroll function and get salaries for everyone, Felix said, looking toward the woman who he was quickly thinking of as his chief operations officer. Lily blinked and raised her delicate eyebrows.
Of course. I'll make sure it's taken care of.
Everyone fell silent after that. They ate, drank, and more or less waited, watching the clock wind down. At some point, Andrea got bored and laid down in a corner, falling immediately asleep. As the timer hit 0, Kit took the chair on his right and Lily the one on his left.
Felicia had her up late. It'll be easier to be quiet if we're closer together,
Lily explained, taking the electronic pad from Felix.
Ah, good. He set it up.
Lily set it back down in front of Felix. There were no introductions, explanations, nothing on the monitor. It was a black screen with a clock, and then it was a live stream of what looked like a lobby.
What's our goal here?
Lily asked. Kit reads their mind, while I pull up a hypothetical on them, and we figure out their power. Then we determine if we want them and could be useful. Felix drummed his fingers on the table.
Okay, but what are we looking for?
Lily pressed.
Powers are as unique as people.
Well... Felix drew out his answer. He hadn't consulted them, but his thoughts had been running down corporate lines. Felicia, Ioana, Kit, and Lily all becoming supervisors for relevant or similar powers that they could work with. I was thinking that we'd discuss them as they came up. As far as what kind... Any? I'm not that picky. Saved from further questions, a group of 4 men were pushed out in front of the camera. Looking to the pad, he saw the opening bid was set for $4,000. No information on them whatsoever.
They're brothers,
Kit said before Felix could even think of opening his own power.
They're all strength-type powers. They're good at fighting and have practiced a fair amount of martial arts. They'd make good security forces or frontliners.
Lily grunted and crossed her arms in front of her midsection.
I'd say worth at least 8,000 then. Worst case, I can take their souls, and we turn them into sausage.
Felix tapped the bid button with a shrug of his shoulders. She was right. Good point, Lily.
This is incredibly easier,
Kit said, scratching at the table with her index finger.
I'm not sure I've said it yet, but thank you, Felix. The upgrade really changed things. It's like working with a scalpel instead of a machete. I can still use it as if there was no change, but it's at my choice now. So, thank you. Wait, you can upgrade powers?
Lily asked, surprised. The pad in front of them chimed. The word purchased flashed across the screen, followed by a box that took up the whole window as it asked, Authorize payment? Felix thumbed the confirmation box and looked to Lily. I can indeed. Why? Something you don't like about your power?
I hate using my hands to write the sigils. I'd rather use my mind because it'd be so much faster, instantly projecting them instead of drawing them out,
Lily said, turning her entire body around to face him.
Can you do that?
Kit froze in her seat, her eyes stuck to Lily. Maybe. 1 second. Felix focused on the idea of changing Lily's power, from a physical, ethereal projection to a mental one, that the projections would be instant and from her mind's eye. After a few seconds, the upgrade window came into existence. Power upgrade. Mental ethereal projections. Required primary power? 50. Met. Required intelligence? 80. Met. Upgrade? 10,000. Yeah, I can. The price is hefty, though. 10,000 points. So it'd take an entire day's worth of points, Felix said, looking back to the pad. A woman in her 40s was brought in front of the camera.
Do it,
Lily demanded. Do what? Upgrade you? Felix asked. Then he motioned to the pad. Kit?
Build her. She's mechanical, though. Nothing magical about her. If she's cheap, pick her up. Worst case, she can keep everything working.
The price that flashed up on the screen was only 1,000. Felix hit the bid button.
Do it. Tonight. After we've bought everyone, you'll have more than enough points.
Lily had inched closer to him. She was practically in his face now. Looking at her with a small frown, he sighed. Why? What benefit do I get, Lily? I know what Kit's bringing to the table for me. What the change in her powers did. Besides, your powers are useful, but up to now, you've been far more important to me for your mind and your thoughts. More of Lillian Lux than Mab. If anything, I'd rather spend the 10,000 points pushing your intelligence and wisdom up. Or that awful luck of yours. The pad chimed again. Looking only to confirm the auction win and authorize the payment, he tried to keep his attention on Lily.
You don't understand. I could cast spells that would currently take me minutes, hours, days, in seconds. My potential would become near limitless. No. You asked what's in it for you. I would be limitless potential for you. I'd do anything for you. Anything. I'll never fight with you, or make fun, or snark.
Stop, Felix said, holding up a finger in front of her. I'll purchase the upgrade tonight. If I can do it before midnight, all the better. As for what you'll do, be you. Be who you were up to this point. Fight by my side rather than for me. I need that elegant brain of yours, Lily. Not your powers. Deal? Lily turned her head to the side, watching him from the corner of her eye. Her lips were turned down in a pouty frown.
That's it?
She asked suspiciously. For about 5 more seconds, yep. Next purchase is coming. Lily held out her hand.
Your word on it, then. A deal.
Felix shook her hand and turned back to the screen. A teenage boy took the stage. Felix put him at probably 18 years old. He looked roughed up, but healthy enough. Clearly, he'd continuously tried to either provoke his captors or escape. While he didn't seem to bear any wounds, his clothes bore tears, smears, and rough wear. Whoever was running the auction realized what people were looking at and put the starting bid at a low $500.
The boy is a mage. A natural one, though, not runic, mystic, or elemental. He focuses natural energies,
Kit said.
Tapping the bid screen, Felix waited. The sale went through quickly, and he confirmed the payment. The handler who escorted the young man off the stage shoved him roughly off screen. Almost immediately, he was replaced with another teenager. Felix put this one at 15. It was a little hard to tell, though. Her face was swollen, her eyes puffy, and she looked like she would collapse any moment. Whatever had been done to the teenager before this one now seemed light in comparison. Her clothes were in far worse wear, and it looked as if she'd been pushed through a garbage chute. Felix focused on the girl and popped open a screen for her as if she were already purchased, getting the hypothetical view. Name: Eva Adelpha. Alias: none. Power: intangibility. Secondary power: mind control. Physical status: gravely wounded. Mental status: shock. Positive statuses: none. Negative statuses: crippling fear, paranoia, hunger, thirst, internal hemorrhaging. Strength: 35. Dexterity: 43. Agility: 46. Stamina: 56. Wisdom: 41. Intelligence: 61. Luck: 84. Primary power: 91. Secondary power: 2. What would you say intangibility means? Because that's her primary power. That and mind control, but that one's very, very weak. Felix wondered, pressing the bid button. She was only going for $500, too. That and he doubted anyone would bother to look into that internal hemorrhage. He imagined that whoever bought her would have less than honorable intentions to begin with. She was as good as dead with anyone but him, he wagered.
Lily mused, chewing on her lower lip. I think I heard that mentioned once. I'm not completely sure, but maybe she can pass through walls?
Kit made a soft humming sound and then tilted her head to one side.
There it is. Yes. Her mind control gives her a limited ability to shield thoughts. A touch of telepathy in that control. She shielded her ability even from her own mind.
On the screen, the girl pressed her hands to her head and bent over for a second, looking around at everyone near her off-screen. Kit pushed a little hard, maybe? Someone else bid it up to 3,000, to which Felix hit the button immediately on, moving it to 4,000. Then it flashed sold after a 10-second delay. Tapping his thumb against the table, he waited. He'd need to get her looked at immediately. She could be incredibly useful with a power like that. Felix raised his eyebrows with a sudden thought. He called up his point totals. Daily allotment. Received, 150. Spent, 0. Remaining, 150. Miyumiki. Received, 1,000. Spent, 200. Remaining, 800. Ioana Iliescu. Received, 1,100. Spent, 220. Remaining, 880. Kit Carrington. Received, 2,250. Spent, 2,250. Lillian Lux. Received, 2,600. Spent, 2,600. Andrea Elex. Received, 1,400. Spent, 1,400. Felicia Fay. Received, 1,550. Spent, 310. Remaining, 1,240. Benito Hernandez. Received, 750. Spent, 0. Remaining, 750. Carlos Hernandez. Received, 900. Spent, 0. Remaining, 900. Enrique Hernandez. Received, 850. Spent, 0. Remaining, 850. Ignacio Hernandez. Received, 1,100. Spent, 0. Remaining, 1,100. Ruby Todd. Received, 1,300. Spent, 0. Remaining, 1,300.
Antony Adelpha. Received, 1,700. Spent, 0. Remaining, 1,700. Eva Adelpha. Received, 1,600. Spent, 0. Remaining, 1,600. Loyalty bonus. Received, 685. Spent, 0. Remaining, 685. Daily total. Received, 18,935. Spent, 6,980. Remaining, 11,955. He had far more than he'd expected, points-wise, but that was the whole reason he was buying people, wasn't it? Next, he focused on Eva's negative status of internal hemorrhaging, and that he wanted to correct it. Status correction. Internal hemorrhage. Healed. Correct status? 2,000 points. Kit, can you put a thought in the girl's head?
I can? Why?
She's bleeding out internally. I'm going to fix it. Let me know when you're done.
Yes, it's done. She's very confused and scared and trying to talk with me now,
Kit said after a second. That's fine. Nudge No Name and see if he's willing to bring her directly to us if you think it would be worthwhile. Car might be a bit cramped, though, and... Felix tapped the button, confirming the status correction. Sighing, he leaned back in his chair and looked to the tablet again. There. I'm tired. Feel like getting some pizza on the way home? Lily looked like she was going to explode. She clenched her fists in front of him and took a deep breath.
That'd be fine, Felix. Though I think we should probably discuss how much you really can do with your powers,
Kid interjected. Probably a good idea. I had no idea I could fix an active wound until this moment, though. Cost 2,000 points to fix her internal bleeding. Seems expensive. I mean, we knew I could do limbs and whatnot, but an actual bleeding wound? New, Lily growled, shaking visibly. Slowly, she turned from him, facing the monitor.
Oh, yeah. Healing power the likes of which has never been seen before. Done in seconds. Doesn't even have to be nearby. Or actually see them. Expensive,
she grumbled. Chapter 12. Building Upward. Felix stared at his point screen and then poked at it with an angry grunt. Bending his will to it, he tried to force it to reorganize itself for him. He didn't want to see every damn name. It felt like an endless list. He wanted it organized by power type under who it would be rolled up to. He wanted it organized like a corporation. He knew those. Corporations made sense. Org charts kept everyone in line. It was a civilian military system. Trying his damnedest to get his way, he used the example of the Hernandez brothers rolling up to Iowana because their power sets were similar. They'd end up reporting to her as if she were their supervisor. With over 100 additional people, it was going to take some time to get it all sorted out. Right now, they had some time. Felix had spent his time buying up the undocumented masses cheaply. The rest of those participating in the auction were now fighting over the high-value known individuals. Felix couldn't deny his interest, but not at those prices. Instead, he got to work. He had to check his terminal a few times to confirm his thoughts against his notes, but eventually he got it to a view he was happy with. He left Eva out because he wasn't sure where her powers would fit best. Daily allotment. Received 150. Spent 0. Remaining 150. Miyumiki. Received 1,000. Spent 200. Remaining 800. Miyumiki direct reports. Received 12,875. Spent 0. Remaining 12,875. Iowana Iliescu. Received 1,100. Spent 220. Remaining 880. Iowana Iliescu direct reports. Received 24,720. Spent 0. Remaining 24,720. Kit Carrington. Received 2,250. Spent 2,250. Kit Carrington, direct reports. Received 20,600. Spent 0. Remaining 20,600. Lillian Lux. Received 2,600. Spent 2,600. Lillian Lux, direct reports. Received 12,360. Spent 0. Remaining 12,360. Andrea Elex. Received 1,400. Spent 1,400. Felicia Fay. Received 1,550. Spent 310. Remaining 1,240. Felicia Fay, direct reports. Received 13,905. Spent 0. Remaining 13,905. Eva Adelpha. Received 1,600. Spent 2,000. Remaining negative 400. Loyalty bonus. Received 1,610. Spent 0. Remaining 1,610. Daily total. Received 97,720. Spent 8,980. Remaining 88,740. Well, ending total right now is just shy of 100,000 points. I'd say our money troubles are well and truly over. We'll need to be careful, though, and not overdo it and make ourselves too rich. That'd just draw attention we don't need. I say we go with the original plan. Use the pawn shop as a front to launder the points through into money. Felix said, closing the window.
But I do your laundry,
Andrea said, sleepily from her corner. That you do. Hey, I wanted to ask you about that. I appreciate you doing that for me. I wasn't expecting it. But it feels like everything is off by a week.
I don't understand,
Andrea asked, rolling over, putting her back to him and curling back into a napping position. The clothes you dropped off yesterday were from 2 weeks ago. It's weird. It's like there's a delay. Andrea started to snore softly, leaving Felix's question unanswered. Felix harumphed and looked to the screen. The amounts were getting ridiculous. Pointless. I can turn Eva into a wrecking ball, or the boy into a second Lily. Bidding on an end result is pointless for me. I can take the untrained and bring them up. Trainer of noobs. Felix smirked at his own thoughts and waited for the whole thing to end. Looking at the young girl next to him, Felix kept himself from sighing. Technically, he'd told Kit she could do this. He had only himself to be upset at. The rest of them were being shipped in buses tomorrow morning, since it was already late in the day by the time they'd gotten out of the auction. No Name had set it up for him and seemed rather pleased with himself. Felix didn't care. He imagined the man would get a cut of Felix's purchases, and that was fine with him. It was a relationship they both benefited from.
You bought my brother? You swear?
She asked again for the 10th time. If she asks me the same question again, I want you to put her to sleep, Kit, Felix said, ignoring her.
Eva, he bought your brother,
Kit said, turning her head to face the young girl.
Please don't make me put you to sleep. I won't have a choice in the matter. Remember what I said about his power and your power? It doesn't exist right now.
Eva shuddered, looking at Felix out of the corner of her eye.
And you're Augur?
Kit nodded from the front seat.
And you're Mab,
Eva said, turning her head to face the rearview mirror. Lily glanced up at the girl and then flashed her sparkling white teeth at her.
I am.
And you're Myriad.
Eva's finger pointed to Andrea, sitting next to her.
Yep,
Andrea happily said, smiling at her from ear to ear.
I haven't killed anyone in a long time, and I don't have to anymore. Felix buys me all the pancake batter I want, and gives me fun things to do, and he lets me sleep in, and I get to build a basement, and...
She paused to suck in a deep breath.
He smells awesome. When we get home, you'll see.
Andrea leaned in close to Eva and whispered conspiratorially, except her voice carried easily to everyone in the car.
If you want something from him, all you have to do is phrase it in a way that will benefit him and how he can't live without it. Works every time. Watch.
Andrea sat up and gave Felix a broad smile.
Felix?
He shook his head, looking at Andrea, laughing. Yes?
He hurt you,
Eva whispered at Andrea, trying to stop her.
Can one of my others sleep in your room tonight? I think it would be good for you to have someone watching over you. Just in case. Your life is important, and you should have a bodyguard.
Felix blinked at that, and his smile faltered. His inner paranoia kicked up a notch, and he found himself wondering what could happen at night. It's not a bad idea. At all. I could probably use a bodyguard. Not to mention, if it is one of Andrea's others, it wouldn't really matter. Huh. Sure. That's not a bad idea, actually. Felix felt better in agreeing to that. It'd be odd at first, he was sure, but it'd help.
See?
Andrea whispered to Eva, as loud as she was before.
Now I get to smell him all night long. I just have to make my other me, and I get it all for nothing.
Fuck. It worked,
Lily muttered from the driver's seat.
Sure as shit did,
Kit agreed quietly. Now, wait a... Felix was slammed into the door. All around him, the world became as bright as the sun. A fiery, red sun. Time passed in an angry roar and pulse of light. Eventually, it faded, and he found he could think again. He felt his chest pulling heavily at the seatbelt as his body tried to slide to the car's roof. What happened? Felix asked groggily.
Someone tried to blow up the car. I think we got hit by a grenade, maybe,
Kit said gruffly.
Well, fuck them. I'll tear their souls out,
Lily hissed. Looking around, he realized they were upside down. He was, at least. So was Eva. Kit, Lily, and Andrea had already undone their seatbelts and were leaning down, peering out the windows. Andrea reached up and unclipped his seatbelt, and then Eva's without turning her head away.
I count 30,
Andrea said. All trace of the bubbly, bouncy beastkin was gone.
40, 10 in the building above us,
Kit corrected. 1 second, Felix grunted as he righted himself, slithering down to sit on the interior of the car's roof. Grunting, he made himself as comfortable as he could. Pulling up Lily's power window, he confirmed the upgrade without a thought. Then, in an afterthought, he called up Lily's power draw and tried to force it to negative 100%. To pump more power into her instead of drawing it out. A second later, and he saw the hash line jump to where he wanted it. Snorting, he shook his head, then repeated the process for Andrea, Eva, and Kit. Right. I reversed the flow, I guess. You're now all at twice your original strength. Lily, I also upgraded your power as you requested. Andrea, you're a PMC leader. What's the play? Felix asked. The beastkin known as Myriad turned her head and stared at him. It was strange. Clearly, she was Andrea, but not Andrea at the same time.
You would defer to me?
She asked him. I'm not an idiot. I have no military experience. Besides, at this point, I think you could probably make about 400 of your others and drown them out by yourself if you wanted. Andrea's mouth turned up at one side.
If I do that, I'll be defenseless and spent. I normally take hours to summon my others and get them ready. This'll hurt. Would you carry me? Even though I'll slow you down?
I suppose I could. But wouldn't it be easier to have one of your others carry you? Felix asked. Andrea flashed him a sharp-toothed grin.
Can't blame a girl for trying.
Andrea looked to Lily and Kit.
Mab, run defense on Felix. We're fucked if he goes down. Augur, I need you to tell me info on positions, locations, and plans of the enemy. Then update my others with new info as it comes in.
Both supers nodded their heads. Lily lifted a hand and then lowered it again. In front of her body, a rapid series of runes spread out in ever-increasing speed. Her pretty face became an evil smile as the runes doubled, then quadrupled faster than he could keep up with. They spread throughout the vehicle and wrapped up around it in a bubble. Then it made a deep thrumming noise and turned from blue to yellow.
Done,
Lily said, looking to Andrea.
All 40 were sent by one person. They know only the barest details. I think it's our friend from the restaurant, but I can't tell,
Kit said.
Most have automatic weapons, a few have sniper rifles. They're determined to wait and see what happens. Expect no mercy.
Andrea wrinkled her nose and lifted a hand to play with one of her ears.
Right. When this is over, I'll need a buffet of food. Meat, preferably, and lots of spoiling.
Looking at you, Felix,
Andrea said. Then she sighed and opened the door.
Stay with Felix, Eva.
Andrea's others began sprinting out of Andrea Prime in droves. She clutched the door as gunfire started to open up all around them. It struck the car, asphalt, everything. Thankfully, the car was beyond armored, so it had no effect. Screams and moans were heard as the others clearly began dying. Andrea crumpled, the others still pouring out of her. "Damn it! Eva! Pull her over here! Kit, let's get the hell out of here!" "Which way?" Felix asked. Reaching across Eva, he pulled Andrea into his lap. The others had to take a few stumbling steps to get free of the car now, but they kept moving.
"West! There's an alley we can get into and move from there."
"Lily, you're on rear watch. Kit, you're on point. I trust both of you to do what you feel is best. Don't ask for permission, executive decisions only." Felix's door was already westward facing. Popping open the door, he took a peek outside. Andrea's were littering the street and the surrounding area. So was the enemy now, though. Quite a few were engaged in hand-to-hand combat. One Andrea had somehow gotten a hold of a rifle and was keeping the snipers pinned down. "Eva, help me get Andrea on my back. Lily, how strong is your Glenda impersonation?" Felix grabbed Andrea by a shoulder and started levering her onto his back. Eva started to help him, pushing the beastkin up onto him. Up in the front seat, Kit and Lily opened Kit's door and made ready.
"With that power amp you gave me? Probably a tank shell at most, though sustained fire will be an issue too."
"Kit, lead on," Felix said, taking a hold of Andrea's legs. "Hold on, Andrea." The beastkin woman nodded her head against his shoulder.
"Go!"
Kit commanded. The group of 5 stormed out from the safety of the car, sprinting for the alley Kit had mentioned. Bullets sprayed over the bubble they were in, spitting up chunks of the pavement. What took seconds felt as if it were a year, finally getting into the cover the alley provided. Kit kept out in front at a light jog, Felix and Eva a few steps behind her. Above them, the maze of fire escapes twisted and turned. Kit had them turning at random locations down towards directions he hadn't considered. There's either people following us, or people ahead of us. It was the only logical conclusion. "No restrictions if we run across an enemy. Kill him and move on," Felix huffed, balancing Andrea on his back.
"Understood,"
Lily said darkly from behind him.
"I can't shake them,"
Kit admitted in front of them.
"They're ahead of us and keep moving to intercept. The ones behind us are long gone, but I can't shake these."
"Fine. Give us a good place to fight from, then. Let's stop, peek into their heads, and figure out the place they don't want us to go," Felix said, pulling up short. Kit's head swung to the right, looking at a wall. There was a high-pitched scream in the distance.
"They're supers. One down. Not dead, but probably never to... well, never anything now. They don't want us getting into an open space. I think their team is primarily an up-close-and-personal one, though their telepath is strong enough to keep me from turning anyone else into a carrot."
"Okay, that works. Which way, then? Get us an open space and we'll deal as best as we can. Preferably somewhere the 3 of us can hole up while you 2 deal with them."
"Felix, I can't really fight that well. I'm a telepath. Telekinesis isn't in my power set."
Kit turned back the way they had come and led them off down the twisting alley. "Huh. Well, it's a sister power to yours, so why not?" Felix tried to focus on Kit's power set, adding telekinesis directly to it. Second power. Unlock. Directed telekinesis. Required primary power, 90. Met. Required intelligence, 80. Unmet. Upgrade, 30,000. "God damn it!" Felix fumbled with his screen and smashed 2 points of intelligence into Kit, getting her up to 80. The second window flashed green as her intelligence now met the requirement. Kit slid to a halt in a dead-end corner of the alley. It was an expanded circle that looked like it had once been a park. "Hold on to your tits, Kit! You're getting a second power!" Felix stabbed the upgrade button. As it activated, he called up her character screen to check the result. Name, Kit Carrington. Alias, Augur. Power, directed telepathy. Secondary power, directed telekinesis. Physical status, healthy. Mental status, none. Positive statuses, none. Negative statuses, none. Strength, 51. Dexterity, 54.
Agility, 48. Stamina, 46. Wisdom, 72. Intelligence, 80. Luck, 41. Primary power, 91. Secondary power, 45.
Congratulations! It worked! I'm betting it works the same way as your telepathy,
Felix said. Turning his head around to inspect the area, he found a dumpster. Kit had staggered to one side, her hands going to her knees. Trotting over to the dumpster, he pushed it open. Glancing inside, he found trash bags and nothing that looked like it had hurt. Then he dumped Andrea in.
Sorry, Andrea. I'll make it up to you later. You'll be safe in there.
Andrea moaned as she hit the bags and lay there, limp and unmoving.
Eva, get your ass inside.
Felix gestured at the teenager.
What? I'm not getting in there.
There was enough room for the two of them, but not if he tried to get in too.
Get in! Now!
Eva's lower lip jutted out, but she clambered in, unwilling to defy her master. Once she was in, he lowered the lid into place and then got behind it.
If I can help, I will. I'm no fighter, though.
Felix wedged himself against the wall and tried to keep himself hidden. Lily clapped her hands together and then shook them out. The bubble around the area disappeared in a flash. Standing up, Kit hesitantly motioned to a trash can, and it zipped through the air to crash into a wall. All around the two women, runes formed in thin air. They looped and wrapped around them faster than he could believe possible. Then they tightened together and flashed. Holding her right hand to her side, Lily conjured lightning into existence. Kit hastily began arranging objects around the area, moving them into specific positions that she could call on from any direction to attack with.
I want a third power after this,
Lily said.
I just upgraded you. Why should I give you a third? Giving Kit a second one was expensive.
Because if you do, I'll make sure you never regret it. You'll have a devoted soul magician till you die. I'll even bring your soul back from the grave if I can, just so I can serve you longer. I know what I want already, too.
Kit shook her head, perhaps still feeling a touch unsteady.
It hurts. It was like someone punched a hole through my brain.
We'll discuss it after. Kill them, eat their souls, whatever.
They're here.
Several seconds after Kit said that, a group of 4 men and women stepped into the circle. They were all dressed alike in black spandex and black hoods. Their bodies were hard to gauge other than male or female. Cosplay for the Gimp. One of the 4 dropped an unmoving 5th member to the ground to one side.
Where's your master?
The one in the lead said.
We want...
A rock carved into a block the size of a wheel flew in from the side. It bulldozed into one of the women's midsection and smashed her to a wall. There was a sickening pop as she screamed and fell over to the ground.
My back! I can't feel my damn legs!
She screamed. At the same time the group started to react, a lightning bolt slammed down from the sky into the middle of them, sending them flying in every direction. One of the remaining 3 pressed their hands to their head and squealed, dropping to their knees and then lying still. The final 2 charged in. The first was a blur of speed, dashing straight at Lily. He zipped around her in a circle, trying to catch her unaware. Lily watched him warily for a few seconds, and her runic shield flashed as the man attacked her repeatedly.
Too fast for you to use those runes, princess?
Lily gave him a smile. A band of runes sprang into existence in front of the speedster and wrapped around him. He came to an abrupt halt, and the sound of his ribs breaking and his breath whooshing out was audible.
My dear master upgraded me,
Lily said, wrapping her hand around the man's skull.
I wonder what you taste like. I bet it's awful.
A purple haze burned the area around her, hiding everything from view. The man started to scream. Kit stood staring the last woman down. Unmoving, they looked as if they were 2 predators determined to have the other blink first.
Where's your helmet, Augur?
Said the woman.
Don't need it. You sure?
Kit chuckled and then tilted her head to one side.
Very. This has been a rewarding experience. I haven't tested myself like this in ever. Shall I stop toying with you? Funny. You were never that strong.
The woman choked on whatever she was going to say, falling to her knees. Blood oozed from her nose and ears, her eyes rolling up into her head. Both of her hands were pressed to her temples, her teeth clenched together.
Don't explode her head, Felix said loudly. Her body will foul up if you do that. If you're willing to keep her alive, we can see about enslaving her. If not, at least preserve the body so we can put her in the wood chipper. Kit snarled something between her teeth, then sighed. The woman collapsed to the ground at that moment.
Fine. See if she'll take the slave status. Make her mine. I know her. She was always an uppity bitch who took every opportunity to put me down a peg. Or hurt me.
She was a hero? Felix asked, easing out from behind the dumpster.
Yeah, they all were,
Kit said. Sighing, she put her hands on her hips. Lily's mist faded away, and she dropped the speedster's living, soulless husk to the ground. Lifting a delicate foot, she kicked the man's jaw.
They made me ditch my heels. They were expensive.
I'll buy you new ones. Felix lifted the dumpster cover and helped Eva out.
3 of these we can interrogate for answers. Maybe get them to accept a slave oath willingly. That or go into the sausage machine. The 4th one over there is the carrot I made. And I think this speedster here is an empty juice box.
Kit explained to no one's asked question. You all right, Kit? Felix asked. He reached into the dumpster and started pulling Andrea out.
My head hurts. It's like it opened into something else. I'm not quite aware of it entirely yet.
Felix could only imagine. Andrea limply clung to him as he wrapped his arms around her. Slowly and carefully, he turned around and got her up onto his back again. There we go. Eva looked at them, and then at the bodies. Her eye twitched as the woman with the broken back started screaming again. Kit, put that one to sleep, please. Nothing permanent. After that, give me a call to get her down here with a truck. The screaming cut off abruptly. Lily, can you start gathering up our... loot, I guess? Kit can probably float them wherever we need them after that.
If they attacked you here, wouldn't they attack your base too?
Eva asked. Felix blinked, shocked. Then he pulled up his character screen and slid Miyu and Ioana upwards on their power draw, all the way up to a 300% boosted level, pushing them to a level that they'd probably never reach in their lifetimes. If Eva was right, they'd need it. If they were alive. If Eva was wrong, then he'd be out nothing. Chapter 13. House Call.
She's not picking up,
Lily said, holding a hand up to Felix while the other held the phone to her ear. Shit, all right. Felix said, looking at his feet. Shit. Andrea, any of your others make it? Felix looked over his shoulder at Andrea's face on his shoulder.
A few. I feel them. Don't know what they're doing. Probably absorbing the fallen.
She murmured softly.
I have no way of contacting them, sorry. They're separate from me the moment they split, but I can feel them.
Kit, can you...
I'm sorry. They're beyond my reach.
Shit on a stick. All right. Fuck. He didn't want to give up on his trophies, but it was looking a lot like they'd hit his pawn shop at the same time.
Ioana, Felicia, and the shop phone aren't being answered either,
Lily said, lowering the cell phone. Damn. I can try to get them back home, but that'll take time. Lily, take their souls, then call a tow truck for our car. Kit, call No Name and tell him there's some heroes here for pickup. We can split the bounty with him. Lily and Kit started doing as he'd requested as he fished out his own phone.
And what are you doing?
Eva asked him, seeing what our fastest route home is. If there's a used car lot nearby, that'd be the quickest. Cash talks, bullshit walks. A taxi is good, but that'd leave a trail. Mass transit is slow. No. We're going to crush this problem with our wallet. Lily slid them into the garage in their new used car. He'd paid a prick price for it, but it had gotten them home quick. And too late at that. Even as Felix stepped out of the car, he knew they'd been attacked. There was no question of that. All around the warehouse floor were signs of violence. Corpses, body parts, smashed items, and even a fire. Felix surveyed the scene and then lifted his hands to his mouth. Hey! Anyone here? He called. There was a distant response from the front office. He couldn't make out what it was,
but it was something.
It's Miu,
Kit said, stepping out of the passenger side.
No one here is a threat.
Felix took off at a trot towards the front office. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he found all three of his people. Felicia looked like her jaw had been shattered. It hung at a strange angle and didn't look right. She also had a hand pressed to a bloody shoulder. Miu looked more like raw meat. Wounds covered her arms and torso. Her forearm hung grotesquely from her elbow, attached by only a few bits of flesh. A tourniquet was tied around her bicep where it met the elbow. Ioana was lying down on the ground, a sword wedged in her guts. Blood welled up around the weapon with every breath. Frothy bubbles gathered on her lips. Her left leg was mangled and broken in several places. Bone jutted out from her lower shin. Her glassy eyes found him and seemed to focus for a second. "Stop lying down on the job," Felix said to Ioana, calling up her window. Name, Ioana Iliescu. Alias, War Maiden. Power, Enhanced Reactions. Secondary power, Combat Mastery. Physical status, Fatally Wounded. Mental status, Shock. Positive statuses, None. Negative statuses, Bleeding out. Strength, 84. Dexterity, 73. Agility, 62. Stamina, 77. Wisdom, 36. Intelligence, 41. Luck, 51. Primary power, 31. Secondary power, 82. Status correction. Expand for list. Over 200 items. Healed. Correct status, 10,000 points. Felix hit the accept button and then drew up Miu's screen. Name, Miu Miki. Alias, Miu. Power, multiplicative base. Secondary power, none. Physical status, gravely wounded. Mental status, flustered. Positive statuses, none. Negative statuses, concerned. Strength, 43. Dexterity, 53. Agility, 51. Stamina, 52. Wisdom, 46. Intelligence, 40. Luck, 49. Primary power, 75. Secondary power, not applicable. Status correction. Expand for list. Over 50 items. Healed. Correct status, 5,000 points. Felix hit that accept button on her, too. Next, he turned his thoughts to Felicia. Name, Felicia Fay. Alias, none. Power, mechanical understanding. Secondary power, magical enhancement. Physical status, wounded. Mental status, none. Positive statuses, none. Negative statuses, none. Strength, 62. Dexterity, 57. Agility, 29. Stamina, 44. Wisdom, 41. Intelligence, 78. Luck, 31. Primary power, 62. Secondary power, 64. Status correction. Broken jaw. Healed. Correct status, 2,000 points. Tapping the accept button, he looked back to Ioana. The sword that had been embedded in her stomach simply reappeared next to her, swathed in blood. The warrior queen stared at him uncomprehendingly, her eyes clear and no longer holding over the glaze of pain and imminent death that they had before. "You done sleeping? I'm tired of the game we're playing with these fools. Soon as midnight hits and our points restock, we're going to go storm the damn place and take their heads."
Sweet mercy and grace of the gods above and below,
Eva said from behind him.
She looked like a corpse. They both did.
Felix looked to Miu, who had turned her head in a different direction, avoiding his eyes. It was clear she was in perfect health again. Felix grunted and then walked off back to the car. He had a promise to keep to a certain beastkin.
He healed them instantly. Instantly!
Eva nearly shouted at Kit.
Yes, I know. Get a mop and a broom. We'll need to clean this place up. Andrea's not going anywhere for a while, so she won't be able to get working on this,
Kit said to the young girl.
Truth be told, neither am I. My head is killing me.
Opening the rear passenger door, Felix reached in and gathered up the spent beastkin. He did his best to not pinch, crimp, or bend her tail as he did so.
Thank you,
Andrea murmured as she oozed into his arms, laying her head on his shoulder. Felix only grunted and carried her off to her bedroom.
No, please don't,
Andrea murmured softly. Ignoring her, he managed to get her door open with one hand while still holding her. Taking a step into her room, he now understood a few things that he hadn't previously. His clothes were heaped up in a pile where her covers should have been.
I'm sorry,
Andrea said. Felix didn't respond, but instead carried her over to the center of that pile. There, in the middle of his dirty clothes, there was a circle that looked like it was big enough to sleep in. She turned it into a den. Laying her in the middle of that circle, he adjusted her clothes a bit, trying to make her as comfortable as he could. Andrea snuggled into her bed, and his clothes, and lay still. Felix crept from the room, closing the door with a click behind him. Popping open Felicia's character screen, he slid her draw to 300%. Moving to the front office, he found Kit was lying down behind the counter, fast asleep. He wasn't sure if she had fallen there or laid down. Didn't matter. Felicia, I've put your wits at a level unsurpassed by anyone on this planet. Make our home a fortress. I expect plans by tomorrow morning, Felix said. Leaving, he went to go find a place to nap for a bit. When midnight came, he wanted to be ready. They'd parked around the corner from the restaurant and sat with the lights off. Ioana, Kit, Lily, and Miu were with him. Felicia, Eva, and Andrea were at home.
It's them. These are the people who attacked us. I can feel their worry. They're wondering why no one has checked in. Everyone they sent out is hours overdue. They have people watching the street and everyone is twitchy,
Kit said from beside him.
We should tell them they're being turned into sausage. Ease their minds on where their minions are,
Ioana growled.
So help me, they'll be next.
Felix said nothing for a few seconds. Any innocents in there?
Everyone in there is a criminal. It seems like they're a criminal organization, almost like, well, a mafia. Or a gang. In fact, quite a few of these people know about other organizations in the city. I had no idea.
Heroes really only looked at villains. Gangs and the like were left to the police, Felix explained.
I suppose. Well, most everyone in there was in on the attack on us or knew about it. But not all of them. Some had no idea. Pretty sure Dimitri's people are in there too. I don't feel Dimitri, though.
Damn. I don't want to get Dimitri involved if we don't have to. He could be useful as information after this. Or even just an ally. Ioana, I want you through the front door. Get in as quick as you can. I don't want anyone escaping, and the longer we're in the street, the more likely police will be coming. Lily, stay on her heels and play long-range support. I doubt you'll get halfway down the street before they open fire. Kit, I want you to put a thought into everyone's head who wasn't in on the attack that tonight is a bad night to be brave. That if they were to lay down and not move, they might find themselves left alone. After that, stay safe here and do what you can. Miu, you're with me. Felix opened the door and stepped out. A second later, and Ioana, Lily, and Miu did as well. Lily and Ioana took off at a pace akin to a leisurely walk. Ioana unlimbered her sword, and Lily began calling runes into existence. She was getting better every time with them. Faster. Denser. In a handful of seconds, Ioana had a small silhouette of power outlining her body, followed quickly by one that enveloped Lily. Whoever was on watch wasn't slacking. 20 or so people rushed out of the restaurant the second Lily and Iowana crossed into the street. The muffled bark of pistols with silencers could be heard following that. They weren't waiting or taking chances. Either they own the cops or the neighborhood. You don't fire guns in the street that brazenly otherwise. Guns with silencers are still loud. Felix and Miyu eased back around the corner and peered around. Bullets crashed into the silhouette of Power and fell to the ground. Realizing that bullets were pointless, they switched from pistols to knives and whatever they could find close at hand. 2 men in trench coats stood to the rear of the battle. They started to glow faintly. One waved his arms through the air while the other held perfectly still. A bolt of electricity crackled from Lily's palm and speared through the chest of the one holding still. As Iowana walked forward, she swung her blade in wide, swift arcs when people got close enough. She took hands, arms, or lives with each flick of the sword. Once they're inside, grab whatever corpses or body parts you can and let's get it inside, Felix said distastefully. While I doubt the police will be coming, I'd rather not tempt fate.
I'll take care of that,
Kit said from behind him. Looking over his shoulder to her, he managed to keep himself from asking why she had gotten out of the car. When he looked back, Iowana was just entering the building. Miyu led them into the street at a slow walk, her eyes scanning the area as they went. Bodies, both dying and dead, and body parts, were lifted from the ground and moved back to the restaurant in a parody of a parade. Miyu entered the building, and then Felix followed behind her after a few seconds. The sound of battle could be heard from deeper inside. A man in a white-collared shirt rushed at them with a bat from a side room. Miyu stepped in front of him and swept her arm across her body, intercepting the man's arm. The man was disarmed before he could even swing his weapon. Taking a grip on the bat, Miyu brought it up from below and cracked into the man's chin. There was a sick pop, and he dropped to the ground. Searching the room with her dark eyes, Miyu confirmed there was no one else. Felix patted Miyu on the shoulder. Good show. Then he followed the trail of bodies and destroyed furniture Iowana and Lily had brought. The confidence the enemy had was surprising. Corpses were everywhere. If Felix had been cornered like this, he would have had everyone scramble and get out. Pride is a commodity that can be purchased again later. One's life is not. As Felix entered yet another back office, he caught only the tail end of Lily disappearing down a trapdoor. The hell is this? It's so damn cliché, Felix muttered.
Clichés exist because they're based in reality.
Miyu shoved him gently to one side and entered the trapdoor ahead of him.
She's not wrong,
Kit said, pushing him to the side again when he tried to move to the trapdoor. Felix couldn't argue with their demeanor. He was nothing more than a civilian. Maybe I should have Miyu and Iowana train me. This is getting pathetic. I might as well remain at the shop and send them out on missions like a starship captain. Go get 'em, number one. I'll sit here and mind the coffee. Felix sighed and then dropped down the trapdoor. At the bottom of the ladder was a simple entry room with a single doorway. Iowana, Lily, Miyu, and Kit were standing around what looked like a desk in the other room. Felix walked in, looking around in each corner as he did so. It was a rather well-decorated study. My office looks horrible in comparison. Sitting behind the desk was a man with an iron circlet around his brow. He looked smug, a man without a care in the world.
I can't get into his head. That pretty princess crown of his is keeping me out, I'd bet. Enchanted, probably,
Kit said, turning her head to Felix. Iowana grunted and then moved around to the other side of the desk. Then he saw Felix. His eyes glazed over, his pupils rapidly expanding as if he were in complete darkness. Then the man lifted a pistol from his lap that no one had noticed. He leveled it at Felix and pulled the trigger. The bullet slammed into the shield around Iowana, who stood between him and the gun. Before the boom of the first shot even registered, the man swiftly placed the gun to his temple and pulled the trigger again without hesitation. The 2 shots from the handgun in the small room made Felix jump. Blood began pumping out of the man's skull in rhythm with his still beating heart. It quickly covered the desk and started to pool on the ground. That looked strange, as if he was commanded to do it. Lily, take his soul before it escapes. Kit, Was this the man giving orders? On top of that question, I take it you can't read anything if his brain has a bullet in it?
It was him. And no, I can't read his mind now,
she said softly. Lily gave herself a visible shake and then laid her hand on the dead man's shoulder. The purple haze surrounded Lily and the man for a few seconds and then vanished. It seemed quicker than usual, but Felix didn't care to ask about it. Instead, he went to the coat rack in the corner and pulled a jacket off it. Walking back over to the man, he threw it over his head. Search the room for anything that might tell us information. Leave the valuables. Let's get out of here quick-like. Once the bleeding dies down, let's take that thing he had on his head. I'd like to be gone in 5 minutes, so chop, people. It took a moment, but everyone started moving even as the man continued to bleed out. Felix was angry. He'd hoped they'd find out who was behind this whole mess. It seemed now, though, that it was only going to get worse. To keep going. To keep draining his patience and resources. Lily pulled the car into the garage. There'd been no one on the streets during their trip home, mercifully empty of onlookers or would-be heroes. Lily sighed as the garage door closed behind them.
I'm going to bed,
Lily grumbled, opening the driver's side door. Good work today, Lily, Kit, Ioana, Miyu. All of you did great. Thank you, Felix said sincerely. Positive reinforcement for a job well done was always a good thing. Kit, Miyu, and Lily abandoned the car, stepping out and shutting the doors after themselves. Felix and Ioana were left in the vehicle alone. For himself, Felix only wanted to sleep. He was exhausted and felt like he'd been running around far too long.
Thank you,
Ioana said, a grumpy frown showing up on her face. For what?
Fixing me. Again. Didn't have to.
Felix shrugged his shoulders. No worries. Ioana nodded at that, then slid over and left the car. Sighing, Felix opened his door and dragged his feet to his bedroom. It took more concentration than he had available, but he managed it. Crumpling into the bed, Felix was asleep instantly, only to be woken up too soon. Tomorrow would still be too soon, Felix mumbled, his eyes opening slowly. Something squirmed against his side and then fell still. Lowering his eyes, he found Andrea pressed up into his side. Her mismatched eyes were wide open and staring at him.
Good morning,
she whispered. Felix let out a slow breath. Morning. Something wrong? Andrea shook her head, her ears twitching atop her head. Weren't you sleeping in your own room? Andrea nodded her head. Why aren't you still there? The beastkin wrinkled her nose and gnawed at her lower lip.
You've seen me,
Andrea finally said. Her tail lay limp against her legs. Often. Frequently making pancakes. And?
No, you've seen me. It won't be the same anymore. It's different when the walls aren't up. When the others and I are me.
Okay. And?
You don't care? That I'm practically two different people?
I can't deny it's kinda schizo, but whatever. It doesn't actually change who you are. Anything else? Long day ahead, I'm betting. Going to need to call Dmitri and see where we stand. I can't imagine he'll be happy that we gutted their organization last night.
My others returned last night. They absorbed everything from the others who died,
Andrea said, turning her head to the side. Her tail had lifted up a few inches and swished slowly back and forth.
None live who stood against you.
Grand. Can I get up now? Could probably use a shower. And breakfast.
So, you don't care? At all?
Andrea pushed herself up and stared down at him, her hands pressed to his shoulders. No. I don't care that you have multiple personalities. That was obvious, though, after talking to some of your others. They're not all exact copies of you. So Andrea Prime has a military side to her. What about it? Seems useful. You all seem to have relatively the same intelligence and disposition. Only varying shades of it. Andrea didn't let him go. She stared at him, her head tilting one way and then the other.
I don't understand you. We will talk more about this tomorrow morning.
Andrea got up out of the bed, moving to the door. What do you mean, tomorrow morning? Felix asked, sitting up in the bed.
I'm your night guard, remember?
Andrea opened the door and went out of his bedroom, pausing on the other side.
Pancakes!
Came the shout from an other, probably in the kitchen. The Andrea outside of his door smiled back at him.
Pancakes are ready, dear.
Chapter 14. Speeches and Uniforms.
There's only one entrance,
Felicia said, pointing to the blueprint.
That entrance has several settings for it, from simply being open to requiring biometrics. Can change the sucker, depending on the situation.
Felix nodded his head, chewing on the mouthful of pancake.
More?
Andrea asked, happily crowding over his shoulder.
Yes, more?
Asked the other Andrea, leaning over the blueprint with a pan in one hand and a spatula in the other.
Sure. Take me,
Felix said, holding out his plate.
Now, this is good, Felicia, but we have an entire boatload of people that'll be arriving today. Need somewhere to put them.
A blueberry pancake flopped onto his plate, and he smiled up at the Andrea who had given it to him.
Thanks.
Andrea chirped happily and spun back to the stovetop.
Well, I looked at the ownership papers. We don't have permission to dig down too deep. Maybe a single basement's worth. So everything is going to end up needing to be shielded in lead, and we'll have to be careful with who we tell. We'll help keep discovery down. This'll be illegal.
Felicia flipped a few sheets down on the rather large stack of blueprints. How many levels is she planning? I admit I asked for a fortress, but...
Okay, but what will be done? Is it a dorm, individual rooms, a giant single room?
Felix forked up a chunk of pancake and shoved it into his mouth. Felicia waved off his question with an annoyed hand gesture.
Bah! It's more like a hotel. Everyone will have their own space. Once I decided we would dig downward, it made it easier. The annoying part will be building fast, strong, reliable elevators. But that's my problem, not yours. For now, I have a team of Andreas working on the whole thing. You'll need to go through and use some points to make it habitable, but should be done by this evening.
Habitable. I wonder what she's thinking. Yeah, picking up that many people is definitely going to raise the cost of food. We'll also need to put in places that we can have them all eat in, relax in, and train in.
Felix shook his head. Suddenly he wasn't so keen on the idea of purchasing the sheer number he had.
Already there. I assumed you'd need those. That'll be complete this week. The Andreas have really got a knack for things once you show them how to do it. Fastest build team I've ever seen.
We just absorb each other and resplit over and over,
Andrea said, working on more pancakes.
It shares our experiences and our energy. Every half hour, we have to make a few new others from Andrea Prime to get the energy levels up,
she said, pointing to the Andrea behind Felix. Felix nodded his head and finished off the delicious pancake.
Thanks, Felicia. That's great. Suppose I'll need to get working on making money tomorrow. Our current finances won't hold up under this massive number of people.
Especially when you start paying salaries,
Andrea said happily from behind him, clapping her hands together.
I want to buy some dresses and some guns. I really need some rifles. Did we put in a gun range?
Yeah, a few. Also training rooms for hand-to-hand,
Felicia admitted.
We'll need our security forces training in both. Can't have what happened yesterday ever happen again.
Felix couldn't argue that point. He didn't want a repeat of the situation either, and the best way to do that was to be prepared and trained.
How are you two doing, by the way? I dialed everyone back to 100% of their power, except you, Felicia. You're still at 300.
Felix smiled at another Andrea, who picked up his plate and whisked it away.
Fine.
The 3, or was it 4? Andreas in the room replied.
I've got a wicked headache, but I've never had so many ideas before. I borrowed your portable terminal and started typing them all in.
Purchase one on the pawn shop side of things and I'll upgrade it, then hand it over to you. Probably need one of your own anyways.
You should buy the storefronts across the way and turn that into the pawn shop. This would then become our head office.
Andrea enthused into his ear, suddenly hanging off of him.
Then we can turn this into a skyscraper in time and base everything out of here. Open pawn shops everywhere. Have them send everything here for distribution, and we ship it back out to other locations.
Felix froze. Those were great ideas. Great ideas that he probably should have thought of. It had helped disguise what they were buying and from where. It had also increased their ability to take in other items. All I'd have to do is give people an appraisal type of superpower for each location, and they could judge if it was worth buying and shipping back in. Brilliant.
Or so Lily said. She's smart. I like Lily. She woke me up this morning and reminded me to watch over you.
Andrea said. Lily? Why didn't she come to me with that? Felicia grunted and stood up, downing the rest of her coffee. She gathered up her blueprints and set off.
Going down to check in with my people. Send a new team down soon.
Felix raised his eyebrows at that. Kit and Eva passed Felicia in the hallway with a brief nod of heads. Kit glanced over her shoulder to confirm Felicia was gone.
She likes being in charge of a project like this. Sees it as something monumental. A fortress by her design with an unlimited workforce and budget. She's not a full-blooded dwarf, but she certainly thinks like one.
Felix looked up to the mind reader and gave her a small smile. You poking around in everyone's head?
Not at all. In fact, everything is blessedly quiet unless I try. It's serene. Now, we have a problem.
Kit turned and gestured to Eva, continuing before Felix could say a thing.
Eva is 14. By law, we're required to provide basic essentials for all minors, even if she has property.
Felix made an inarticulate noise. I see. Any other minors we picked up last night?
Just Eva.
The girl in question ducked her head, looking at her feet.
I'm sorry.
Not your fault. Whatever. So what do we need to do?
School! She needs to go to school, you idiot.
Kit said exasperatedly, swatting Felix on the head with her palm. Oh, all right. So go enroll her and... Kit interrupted him before he could finish.
You have to do it. You're her legal guardian now. I've already arranged the meeting for you. It's tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon. You'll meet with the principal at the school and get all the paperwork filled out. Lily's going with you.
Felix sighed and shook his head. Fine. Eva, what grade are you in?
I'm a freshman,
the girl said, shuffling her feet around.
I would have started school last week.
High school? Ugh. All right, fine. Need to figure out how you're getting to school, too.
I'm going to drive her!
The Andreas shouted as one. Kit looked pleadingly at Andrea.
We're going to use one of the cars and drive her to school. Kit said I even get to wear a uniform if I want.
The cooking Andrea said, flinging her pan to the side. A pancake whipped out of it and splattered into a plate a different Andrea held up.
Uniforms! I want a uniform for our personal assistant position, Felix.
Wait, would I have had a uniform as a secretary?
I might be willing to take that position now, especially if it had a sexy or powerful uniform!
Andrea Prime shrieked, shaking him roughly. Kit pressed one hand to the side of her own face and gave Felix a weak smile. Apparently, they'd already taken care of everything. He just had to sign the paperwork and be done with it.
Okay, fine, whatever. Stop shaking me, Andrea.
Felix grumbled, reaching back to grab at Andrea. His hands passed over her ears, landing in her thick hair. Her entire body shuddered at the touch. Instead of stopping, she lifted him bodily up from the chair and started giggling, swinging him around.
Uniform! I want a uniform!
Felix managed to wiggle free and glared at Andrea, clenching his fists.
Fine, we'll get you a uniform, just don't do that again,
Felix grumped, folding his arms in front of himself.
Also, the new recruits will be arriving in about an hour and 10 minutes. I went ahead and reserved an audience hall in the hotel across the way. It should hold everyone comfortably. I had it catered as well,
Kit said, glancing to a notepad she held in one hand. The Andreas were chirping happily at each other in high-pitched squeals and words he couldn't quite make out. It was hard to stay angry with her when she was so happy over a simple uniform. All right. That's a good move, Kit. Thanks for that. It should help get everyone on the same page quickly. How long did you reserve the conference hall for? Felix slowly relaxed, his discomfort at being manhandled going away.
All day. I also booked enough rooms to have 2 people to a room for tonight. That's in case Felicia isn't done by tonight. We can cancel at any time before 7 tonight for a credit refund, but not a cash refund,
Kit said apologetically. Wow, that's actually pretty good. Well done, Kit. Felix smiled at her, genuinely pleased with the work she'd put in. Remind me to reward you somehow. You seriously took an entire worry and a half off my plate with that one. The Andreas stomped their collective feet and pouted.
I helped! I want a reward too,
they said in unison. What would you want? Felix asked slowly. Other than a uniform, Felix hurriedly interrupted her.
Oh,
Andrea Prime said.
I didn't think about it.
A different Andrea said. Think on it then. All right, I'm going to go shower real quick and get dressed, then head over to the hotel. Felix excused himself from the room before it could get any weirder. Heavy feet clomped up behind him. Felix didn't have to turn around to know who it was. Hey, Ioana.
Morning,
said the warrior woman. She stopped somewhere behind him. He imagined she had her sword belted on and was staring out over the empty hall filled with chairs. It'd be filled with people soon enough. They only had about 10 minutes left before everyone was due to be delivered. At that point, an Andrea would escort them over here.
So,
Ioana elaborated intelligently. Felix tilted his head back and looked up at the big woman behind him. Spit it out. Whatever it is, it's easier if you say it directly. I'm not any good at subtlety. Ioana's nostrils flared, and she shifted her weight from one foot to the other.
You're not a warrior,
she said finally. Nope, I'm not. Probably the furthest thing from it, Felix agreed.
You should let me train you.
I should. I agree.
With only a Wait, what?
I agree. You should train me. I'm about as useful as a kitten in a fight right now. You and Miu both should train me. Felix looked back to the hall. That was easy.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. Good.
Felix chuckled. He imagined she had had some grand speech prepared. He scratched at his cheek, trying to keep himself calm. Gonna be a lot of people here.
Any of them you plan on taking to your bed? Slip 'em the sausage?
Felix guffawed at that, shaking his head with a grin. No, I'm a slave owner, a bad man, and I let an evil sorceress rip people's souls out of them and then feed you their ground-up corpses. I'm not taking any women to my bed who I own. It'd be rape. Ioana let out a slow, deep breath.
I guess you're right. What if they wanted to?
Felix shrugged at that. Hasn't happened yet, so I don't know. Why? He glanced over his shoulder at the woman again.
Oh, not me. Sorry, you're not my type. I guess I was wondering if Felicia was...
Ioana turned a faint red color and frowned. Ah, she's all yours if you want her. Not my type. Her personality is a bit much for me, Felix admitted, turning back to the hall. You have my blessing or whatever, if you need it. Go get her, Tiger.
Thanks. I think I will,
Ioana said, sitting down heavily in the seat next to him.
So, Lily, hot or not?
Felix smirked at the sudden change in the woman and the conversation. Very hot and very soul-sucking evil.
She could suck me. I wouldn't complain,
Ioana said casually, turning her head to face Felix. Laughing, Felix shook his head. Yeah, me too. Except the part where, my soul goes away.
What about Kit? She's got those legs that...
Yeah. I'll refrain from responding to that one. Forgive me, but she'll pop your head open like a piñata and look for the candy inside to get my opinions. She can't read my mind. Let's just say, Kit is pretty. Yes.
Good point. I forget that. They're both pretty, but I don't think I'd want anything lasting. A quick romp and stomp, sure,
Ioana said, shifting in her chair.
Been there, got the t-shirt. Don't think I'm looking for anything fling-like anymore. Felix let his thoughts drift backwards in time for a second. Yeah, getting old. Not sure what I want, but it's not a fling.
What about those dating sites? I hear there's a supervillains one.
I'm not much of a villain. Or a hero. A civilian with a power that he can only use to influence others. But yeah, I get your meaning. I suppose I could try that. Ioana leaned toward him and held an open hand.
Andrea wouldn't say no.
She's also a beastkin. A wolf, if I don't miss my guess. That'd turn into something permanent for her quicker than I could get her to make me a pancake.
That's pretty quick. They're pretty great pancakes, though.
Yeah, it is. And yeah, they are. We'll see. I'm not averse to the idea. I just don't see it happening anytime soon and being more than a one-night stand.
Could you imagine if you talked her into using her others, though? I mean, I bet they could.
Felix started to laugh again as Ioana was getting into her own thoughts. Stop. We have to talk to an audience in a bit. Getting me all bothered about Andrea isn't going to help me at all.
What about me?
Asked Andrea, easing up from behind his chair. Nothing at all. I take it the new recruits are here, Felix said, standing up.
Coming now. They'll be filing in momentarily. The food is on the way as well.
Great, Felix said, shaking his hands. He hated public speaking.
What are you going to say?
Andrea asked. Same as ever. Don't talk about the organization. Don't disobey your superiors. Don't hurt each other directly or indirectly. Don't try to escape. Normal stuff. Then I'll let them know the same thing I told you all. Felix leaned his head to one side and felt the pop he'd wanted so desperately. That was a good one. But yeah, same thing I told you all. Live, prosper, be happy. Don't do anything stupid.
Good. You're not going to hire a secretary, are you? I still might want the position.
Felix shook his head and stepped up to the podium that had been set up at the front of the hall. Flicking the mic twice, he leaned into it. Test 1, 2. Leaning back, he looked to Ioana, who gave him a thumbs up. Trolleys laden with food, both hot and cold, were wheeled in from the sides. Almost as soon as they were set up, the front door to the hall opened and two Andreas strode in confidently. They turned to each side and held open the conference hall doors as his new purchases began entering. They looked more like a disorganized mob than anything, which nearly turned into chaos when they realized there was food. Felix leaned into the mic again. Be calm, make an orderly line, and get your fill of food, a drink, then take a seat. Once everyone is seated, we'll begin. Instantly, there was order. Can't give them directions like that without expecting it to happen exactly as I stated. Felix blew out a sigh after he flipped the switch on the mic that muted it.
Good. I'm glad to see you have them in hand,
came the cool voice of Lily.
I told you he would,
responded Kit. Both ladies seated themselves on either side of the podium.
They looked like they were about to mob the buffet tables. Can't have that. That'd just evolve into a Mad Max breakfast. We don't really need them killing each other.
Lily shrugged her delicate shoulders and crossed her legs.
You're right, of course. A group of Andreas and Miyu are running the store,
Kit said before he could ask. Thanks. And what about Eva?
She's with Miyu as well.
Felix grunted and looked back out to the throng of people. Most were seated, and only 10 or so remained at the tables, filling their plates. All eyes were on him. He could read almost every emotion in the entire range of human capacity on their faces and in their eyes. From hope all the way to suicidal despair. Have to make sure I order them not to hurt themselves, directly or indirectly. Once the last person seated themselves and the Andreas closed the doors, Felix flipped the mic into the live position. Good morning, everyone. My name is Felix Campbell. I'm your new owner. First, all of the following orders apply to you directly and indirectly. Rule 1. You will not discuss anything about our organization with anyone outside of it for any reason. This is for everyone's safety. Rule 2. You will not harm each other or yourselves for any reason if you can avoid it. That's it for the rules, Felix said. He swept his eyes over everyone. Now was the part where he gave them hope and a chance. The carrot. I expect you're all wondering what is to become of you. Honestly, that's a fairly simple answer. You'll live together and share a purpose to build an organization that puts us in a place to live comfortably. You were purchased for your powers and how they help my own. My promises to you as your owner are thus. I will feed you. I will clothe you. I will not spend your lives wastefully. I will not sexually assault any of you. You will be given health care on a level that you are not accustomed to. Dental included. Felix paused for a moment. I'm still considering if I should pay you a salary, but I'm leaning in that direction. Of course, you're all wondering what's coming next, right? Either tonight or tomorrow, you'll be given a room that you'll live in. This is your room and yours alone. You will not enter someone else's room without their permission, nor will you steal from anyone in the organization. It all belongs to me anyways. Felix cleared his throat. He hated talking in front of people. After that, you'll begin training in whatever department you are best suited for. Lillian Lux and Kit Carrington, Felix said, gesturing to the women on either side of him, will be placing you accordingly. Please cooperate with them to the best of your abilities. If I'm your CEO, they would be my board members. Serving as my chief of security is Ioana Iliescu. Felix pointed to the big warrior. If any of these women tell you what to do, you'll treat it as if it were an order from me. That should do it. Good speech. Andrea slammed into his side and snatched the mic.
I'm his personal assistant and secretary. I may or may not be sleeping with him. I'm not sure yet. Actually, I am sleeping with him, but we're not having sex.
Andrea pushed his hand away as he tried to get her off the mic.
He's my type after all, and he smells awesome, especially when he's sweaty or angry.
Andrea turned and smiled at him warmly, her mismatched eyes twinkling. Then she looked back to the crowd.
I think I want some pancakes, then a nap. I can't wait to sleep in the clothes I collected this morning. They smell great. All that adrenaline from the gunfight really got his blood going, so they reek fantastically.
Felix couldn't help himself, and he face-palmed. Chapter 15. Building Bridges. It looks like a shithole, Felix grumbled, looking at the public school they'd stopped in front of. Andrea turned around in the driver's seat and smiled at him.
It really does.
Lily sighed and shrugged her shoulders.
This is the school she'll be sent to, according to the system.
Eva ran a hand through her hair, peering out the window.
I've been to worse. Really. It's okay.
Felix snorted, and then opened the door and got out of the car.
No, that's my job. Stop! Get back in the car.
Andrea whined. She hurried around to the rear of the car and pushed him back inside, slamming the door on him.
You spoil her,
Lily said, smiling at him in the rearview mirror. Shut up, Felix grumbled. Looking up out the window at the enthusiastic beastkin, he waited. Andrea opened the door and doffed her cap, holding it to her breast.
Sir?
Felix sighed and got out of the car, giving Andrea a small smile. Thank you. Eva exited behind him while Lily opened her own door and stepped out. Andrea shut the door behind him and then folded her hands atop each other in front of her.
I'll wait with the car, sir.
Then she split into two people, another Andrea forming from the thin air beside her in the same outfit.
And I'll go with you,
she chirped, bouncing on her heels. The new Andrea saluted the other, who returned the salute. Lily was already walking ahead, snapping open her messenger bag and pulling out several papers. Felix took a few long steps to catch up to her.
We should be able to take care of this quickly,
Lily said. Then she pushed open the front door and locked eyes with a woman behind a desk.
Felix, guardian for Eva, here for Principal Meyer,
Lily said in a clipped voice. She handed one of her papers over to the woman.
Oh. Yes, he'll see you immediately. He's right through that door.
Lily thanked the woman curtly and took the paper back. Then, without another word, she walked towards the door the woman had indicated. Opening the very same door, listed simply with Principal on the outside, Lily entered.
Principal Meyer, Felix Campbell to see you in regards to Eva Adelpha.
Oh, yes. I'm glad to see you, Mr. Campbell, said a mundane-looking man in his 40s.
Yeah. So, can you tell me about your school? Felix asked, shaking the man's hand.
Yes. We're actually a growing district right now. We've recently put in plans to expand the school with a new grant provided.
Is that a clever way to say they're overcrowded? How many students per class? Felix asked, getting to the point.
We're happily at 35 per classroom. We've had great success with it.
Uh-huh. Can I see your PTA calendar? Felix asked, holding out his hand.
Oh, of course.
The principal opened a drawer and then set a small flyer in Felix's hand. Felix read over it quickly. All the events were simple social things aimed at fundraising and little else. What's your current attendance count for the PTA?
24.
And how many students?
1,200. Give or take.
Felix grunted and then set the flyer down on the man's desk. I'm going to walk your hall real quick and take a peek in a classroom.
Now, see here. This is unheard of. Our school is perfectly fine to accept your ward, and...
Felix growled and pressed a hand to his forehead, ignoring the man. Damn Kit. Damn Lily. Damn Eva. I'm no parent. He'd once had to help a young mother find a public school for her son. He'd done it because she'd been a good worker. So he knew a few things, but not everything.
Sir, there's a fight in the East Hall again. They think they need the police,
said the woman from the front desk. Ah, fuck this. Felix left then, exiting the school and walking straight back to the car without a word for anyone. Andrea saw him coming and popped open the door for him. Felix waited for a moment, ushering Eva into the seat behind him. The second Andrea slipped in close to the first one, and she vanished into her. Never going to get over that. Still freaky. Getting into the car, he waited for Lily to get seated. Lily, solve this for me. Find a private school that'll actually get her an education that she can attend without fear. I don't care about cost, and if you get this taken care of quickly, and I don't have to do too much, I'll get you that third power you wanted. Lily's eyes lit up at that.
You really can give people extra powers?
Eva asked, eyeing him again. Felix ignored her. She asked the same questions over and over.
Swear it?
Lily asked him. I do. I want it done soon. Like 2 days soon.
I already did it,
Lily said, flipping open her bag and pulling out a paper.
I figured this might happen, so I took care of it. I just need your signature.
Felix smiled and took the paper. Reading it over, he realized it was a school charter. Taking the pen, he signed it and handed it back. You're beautiful, Lily. A beautiful genius. Hit me up tonight and we'll get that power squared away. Andrea clambered into the car and turned the key in the ignition. Then she turned back to look at him, smiling and adjusting the cap on her wolf ears.
Where to?
I'm hungry. Weren't we going to get pizza last night? I still want pizza.
I want pancakes.
You always want pancakes. Lily cleared her throat and held up a finger.
I would suggest we call Dmitri. We just dismantled a large portion of his organization. It might be wise to provide him with information, as well as perhaps a peace offering.
Felix nodded his head slowly. Some type of blood money wouldn't be uncalled for. Might even be the best response in this situation.
Worst case, we go back and finish the job,
Lily concluded. Good point. It would be good to have him as a friend. If only to have a friend. Can always use more sausage if not. An hour later, and Felix was still hesitating. He knew that this call wouldn't go well. Tapping a thumb on his desk, he shifted in his seat. Lily stepped past two Andreas who were keeping him company and dropped a brick of lead on his desk.
Make this gold. I'm going to buy those shops across the street,
she demanded. She put her left hand on her hip and shifted her weight to one side. Her eyes watched him, a small smile quirking her lips.
You can give me that power tomorrow. You have nothing else on your point calendar today or tomorrow.
Another Lily invention. The point calendar. A day planner that listed out all of his points and what he was scheduled to spend them on. It helped them plan out what the needs of the company were. Things were changing, and Lily was at the forefront of most of it.
I also have all the departments arranged for an appropriate corporation. I've submitted all the appropriate documentation for the company as well. Your first department head meeting will be next week, after the HR department gets everyone in the right spot.
Felix gave her a lopsided smile and spread his hands out in front of him. Thank you, Lily. You've definitely been pushing us in the right direction. I appreciate it. Without you, this would have taken considerably longer. Tapping the brick of lead, he converted it to gold and then looked back to her. How are we doing finance-wise? All this gold and purchases have to come from somewhere and go back out.
Loophole. You are now paying all your employees, who happen to be all your slaves, effectively paying yourself for their work. They keep a percentage of it, but most of it comes back to you. This won't work forever, as I imagine they'll eventually close the loop. For now, it's perfect.
And our people get some play money. What would I do without you, Lily? Felix said, shaking his head. Lily's face shifted at that. She looked uncomfortable. Just as quickly, she smiled even wider at him. The left Andrea crossed her arms and glared at him over the piece of paper they were using for tic-tac-toe. Right Andrea got up and moved over to his side, pressing her head into his shoulder.
No need to be jealous, Andy. No one can ever take your place as his personal assistant and possible secretary. I'm only acting as his operations officer and legal officer,
Lily assured the wolf girl. Andrea harumphed and rubbed her face back and forth on Felix's shoulder before returning to her game.
I'll update your point calendar accordingly and forward it to your inbox. You did install the software I laid out for you, right?
Lily tilted her head to the side, her dark hair fanning out. Yeah, I did. I also sent over all the information you needed, Felix said, glancing away. All right, thanks, Lily. I'm going to stop stalling and call Dmitri. Unless there was something else?
No, I took care of the police for today. We paid a hefty amount for our line and Dimitri's lines to be free of eavesdropping or recording. You'll be fine being blunt with him, and letting him know would help him make some moves today if he felt so inclined. I'll update your calendar as well. We'll speak tomorrow morning. Purchases, finance, and where we are on the company paperwork.
Lily tossed her head, giving her hair a flip, and then exited his office. Left Andrea continued to pout at him.
I don't like this.
I don't either,
Right Andrea said. Why? She's doing her job. And speaking of jobs, did you get a chance to get a hold of No Name and buy the weapons you wanted? Both of them nodded in unison.
They arrive tomorrow. He got us a good deal. We should have enough equipment to arm 100 others.
Felix nodded his head. Then he picked up the phone suddenly and dialed Dimitri's number without a further thought. Now or never. The line rang twice, and then flipped over.
Good afternoon. I'm afraid we're under
Please put me in touch with Dmitri. Let him know it's Felix. The man didn't respond to Felix's interruption. Instead, the phone went silent. Seconds ticked by.
A moment,
Came the response eventually. Felix let out a slow breath. One of the Andreas closed the door to the office and then sat down in front of it. The second Andrea came over behind him and laid her hands on his shoulders.
This is Dmitri.
The suddenness of his voice startled Felix. Hey, Dmitri. Felix here. I wanted to talk to you.
Your debt is not due for some time. Do you need more money?
I appreciate the offer, but this is actually about what happened to your compatriots? Peers? He could hear Dimitri's breath catch.
I don't understand what you're...
I'm responsible for what happened. I had people visit my home who wanted me and my people dead. I took offense to that and killed everyone involved, Felix said slowly. Andrea began to rub her fingers into his shoulders and neck muscles. We paid for a communications blackout on your lines today. No one is listening. I'd like to discuss how I can make amends with you and your organization. I'd like very much for us to be friends. Felix heard Dimitri's chair creak as he probably leaned back. It was a lot to take in suddenly without warning.
I see. You have me at a disadvantage. I did not know there was a problem. Nor did I realize you were so formidable.
There was, and I am. So, how do we make this work, Dmitri? The money you gave me is what allowed me to become as powerful as I am. I consider you an ally, and want you to feel the same for me. Dmitri grunted.
I appreciate your being direct with me, with reaching out to me before I found out, for not wasting my time. I shall do the same for you. I am now in charge here. We're in the middle of a recruitment drive, and I am obviously weakened.
Felix nodded his head. This all made sense so far.
Money isn't an issue, though I will still collect on your debt, as that was previously agreed to.
Agreed?
I need guards. Guards and favors. You say you made it so this line is free of listeners?
For today? Would one of those favors include making it go beyond today?
Yes, if possible. That'd be helpful.
As for guards, Felix said, looking to the Andrea in front of the door. She smiled at him and tilted her head to one side. I can send over 25 armed soldiers tomorrow morning. They'll rotate out daily. I would be able to provide this for a month. Andrea nodded her head. The one behind him leaned into the ear he didn't have pressed to a phone.
That'll be good for us. We can gain more experience and keep some of our others busy.
A good start. Very good start. I feel that 3 additional favors would be required for us to be even.
Felix didn't like it being open-ended, but at least it had a number. 3 favors, though I have right of refusal if I believe it unreasonable. Dmitri hesitated a moment.
Done. I look forward to our new partnership, Mr. Campbell.
The phone clicked and went dead. Setting down his phone, Felix leaned his head back onto the headrest. That's done. Felix closed his eyes and enjoyed what Andrea was doing with her hands. It was fantastic. Her hands seemed to know exactly what to do.
One of our others spent some time working as a masseuse. We have absorbed many jobs,
one of the Andreas said. A knock came from the door.
It's Eva,
came a muffled response. Felix opened his eyes and nodded at the door Andrea. The Andrea behind him stepped to the side quickly, flanking his desk. The door swung inward, and Eva stepped in, her hands pressed together nervously. What can I do for you? Felix asked, leaning forward in his desk.
You're going to be paying everyone for their work, right?
She asked hesitantly. I am?
I've been working in the shop, and I was wondering if I could get a hold of that money. I want to buy some clothes for school and supplies.
Felix waved a hand at that. Don't bother. You'll receive a wage like anyone else. Use it on other things you want. Your school supplies and basic essentials, though? That's something I'll provide for you regardless. Put together a list of everything you need and email it over to me. We'll get a purchase order put in immediately for it. Eva nodded her head, smiling.
Okay. Thank you. Can we go out today, then? I want to go try on clothes and find some things.
Felix kept himself from rolling his eyes. Barely. He didn't want to go clothes shopping.
Please? Me, you, Lily, and maybe an Andrea? I know you're busy, but I'd appreciate it.
Eva pleaded. The Andrea near the door nodded her head enthusiastically. Relenting, he shook his head with a smile. All right. Fine. Though you'll have to check with Lily. She seemed like she had plans for the day. If she's willing to go, we'll all go. Eva clapped her hands together, smiling. Then her face fell, her eyes going to the ground again. What? Felix asked, trying to prompt whatever was coming next to happen, rather than waiting on it.
Can I see my brother?
Oh, sure. He's across the street right now at the hotel, recovering. Everyone will be coming over here tomorrow and living in their new rooms downstairs. Speaking of which, I believe you have a room there too now. Talk to Felicia and maybe she can put you guys next to each other. Eva gave him a bright grin and rushed him. She gave him a tight hug even as he sat in his chair.
Thank you. I really thought our lives were over. We didn't even have enough money to eat when we were caught. Now we have a home and I can go to school. A good one. Evan even has a mentor. A great mentor. Lily is known all over the world.
Felix felt awkward. He gently patted the young woman on the shoulder. He was great in the corporate world. That all made sense to him. Emotions, people, and this kind of stuff, though? Might as well have been Swahili. Yeah, no worries, he said lamely.
Can I take an Andrea with me to talk to Evan and Lily?
Eva asked, pulling back. Felix looked to the Andrea beside him.
She instantly split into two, the left one holding up her hand.
I want to go.
Have fun then. I'll be here. I'm sure Lily has sent me more paperwork and meetings that I'll have to sign and agree to. Felix smiled as the new Andrea and Eva exited the room. As the door closed, he opened up the terminal set in his desk. He had 42 unread emails. Maybe I should buy a new phone that I can link to this. Maybe if I try to keep on the emails, they wouldn't go so bad.
I could read them for you,
Andrea offered.
I mean, if I'm going to be your... I hate saying both. From now on, I'm your personal secretary, okay?
Okay, Felix said, grinning.
If I'm going to be your personal secretary, maybe I should read your mail and sort out what's worth your time and what isn't. I can even keep your calendar in order and start getting you where you need to be on time.
That sounds great, Andrea. Be sure to put in an order for a phone or tablet or whatever you like so you can do that.
I'll take care of it. As Andrea Prime, I'll remain at your side.
Thanks. Andrea smiled and then hugged him tightly, wrapping her arms around him.
Eva was right. This really is the best. You don't care about whatever we were before. You only care about what we are now for you.
Felix smiled tightly, patting Andrea gently on the back. I don't really see how becoming a slave is a positive, but as long as they're happy. Chapter 16. The Color Red. Once again, Felix sat at the breakfast table looking at the blueprints Felicia had laid down in front of him.
Everything is done, as promised. Once you go spend your points for the living quarters, they'll be done. Which is on the point calendar, as Lily requested,
Felicia said through gritted teeth. The beautiful ex-lawyer and busty dwarf didn't really get along. Keeping them in each other's company was very similar to putting two unfamiliar cats in a box.
And while you're down there, you can finish off the dining halls. We made better progress than expected. Training rooms and common areas should be later this week. Since we don't have a facilities department yet, I put in the initial orders for everything the kitchens will need. Or at least I think I did. Might not be everything.
Felicia shrugged her shoulders.
Not my problem. Off to work. See you later.
Ioana moved in and pulled out Felicia's chair as she stood up. The dwarven woman eyed Ioana curiously. A thought popped into his head. Felicia, could you spend some time with Ioana for the training rooms? She'd know best what we need in terms of space and equipment.
I could do that. Fine. Come along, then,
Felicia said softly, turning and leaving them there. Ioana looked to him and gave him a grin. Felix threw her a thumbs up.
Go get her,
he said quietly. Ioana took off at a light trot, chasing down Felicia.
I didn't know,
Eva said quietly around a forkful of pancake. Kit smirked and tapped Eva's plate with her own utensil.
It was very subtle. We'll work on learning the difference between surface thoughts and things people hide. Maybe after you get home from shopping today.
You sure you can't come too?
Eva asked, looking to Kit, then Felix.
I can't. Felix needs people here at the same time. Besides, I'm putting together my department today, remember? It all starts with HR, which means me,
Kit said, apologetically. Lily turned her head to Felix, smiling as ever. He often felt like she knew something he didn't. Too often.
There's a public domain auction on slaves in 2 days. I plan on attending and will need Kit with me. They're all non-supers, just civilians. It'll be a chance to pick up some people for specific roles. Any objections?
Asked Lily. None. Be sure you keep it cheap and run the numbers by Felicia so she can build out accordingly. If our FTE keeps going up, we'll have to build accordingly. It's not like we'll have attrition.
FTE?
Andrea asked, dropping a pancake onto his plate as he finished up the third. Full-time equivalent, or full-time employee, depending. Attrition is when you fire people. Can't really fire a slave, though. Lily pointed her fork at Felix.
Actually, we might end up having attrition. Not everyone will fit a role perfectly. Eventually, we'll run out of places to put them if they keep fouling up. You'll need to consider what we do with those people. They're a poison and would eventually corrupt the rest of the workforce.
Kit sighed, placing a hand to her ear. Then she slowly shook her head and looked to Felix.
She's right. I don't like it. but she's right.
Felix shrugged his shoulders. He'd already thought of that to a degree. It wasn't something that would be pleasant, but a simple answer. Sausage machine. Felix pushed his plate away. Sorry, Andrea. Delicious as always, but I'm full. Andrea smiled and took the pancake away. Then she suddenly leaned over the table, knocking over an empty cup while doing so. Licking her thumb, she rubbed it against the corner of his mouth.
Syrup. Messy, messy.
Felix sat there, frozen in place, staring into Andrea's face. Thanks. He didn't know what to do in this situation.
As your personal secretary, it's my job. Now, I'm going to go change so we can get going.
Andrea pushed back off the table to her feet and then left quickly. Lily started to laugh. Then Kit did, followed by Eva.
Maybe she'll give us lessons,
Lily said, turning to Kit. Felix let his eyes wander around the department store. Lily, Andrea, and Eva were all in the changing rooms going through the clothes they'd picked out. Kit, Felicia, Miyu, Ioana, and a team of Andreas were back home working on moving their shop across the street. Lily had completed the purchase, pushed the paperwork along, and even rebalanced their books. She was really showing a natural aptitude to corporate work. Then again, she'd trained as a lawyer, so it couldn't have been all that different. A store clerk flashed by him, asking him if he was okay, and leaving even before he could fully respond. Shaking his head at the lazy work ethic, Felix turned his mind to the rest of his day. He still owed Lily her power build-out. Depending on what she asked for, he should have enough points left for the day. Felicia's finishing touches had cost him a good amount, but the effort hadn't bankrupted him.
Flirting with the help?
Lily asked. Felix turned to find Lily approaching him by herself. She was wearing a black dress that she filled out well. It pulled the eyes into dangerous territory. Not really. I don't really have time for that sort of thing right now. Felix stuck his eyes to her face and kept them there. Lily tilted her head to one side, watching him.
I'd like my third power now.
All right. You still haven't told me what it is.
I want to be able to store power. I'd prefer it to be in something physical, so I could pass it off to others if needed. I want to be able to make Lily batteries.
Oh, that's not what I was expecting. I don't think that'd be too hard to add, since it's more of a utility thing.
It differs?
Lily ran her fingers through her hair.
And what were you expecting?
Well, yeah. Bigger powers cost more. A utility power probably won't cost that much. As for what I was expecting... something destructive? Lily gave him another one of her feral grins, pearly white teeth slipping free of her pale pink lips.
I'm happy to surprise you. Realistically, though, you've given me a number of students to watch over. Being able to practice freely will increase their experience. To practice, they need power. I have it in abundance as of late, since I'm not constantly under attack. So, Lily batteries.
Felix smiled back at her and held up his hands in defeat. Makes sense. I'm glad to hear you taking your responsibilities seriously. All right, let's see. He called up Lily's window and focused on adding a third power to her. Third power. Unlock. Energy transfer. Required secondary power, 70. Unmet. Required stamina, 50. Unmet. Upgrade, 20,000. Huh. Your power isn't strong enough, and neither is your stamina, Felix said, pulling up her character screen. Name, Lillian Lux. Alias, Mab, Demon, Soul Stealer. Power, ethereal mental projections. Secondary power, mana manipulation. Physical status, healthy. Mental status, happy. Positive statuses, none. Negative statuses, none. Strength, 37. Dexterity, 55. Agility, 53. Stamina, 42. Wisdom, 67. Intelligence, 88. Luck, 21. Primary power, 64. Secondary power, 59.
That's disappointing,
Lily lamented, pressing a hand to her cheek. Give me a moment. I'll just push your stats up, then get the power for you. The cost of the power is pretty low, so giving you the points needed isn't that big a deal.
Felix tapped in the individual point upgrades, pushing her secondary power to 70 and her stamina to 50.
I forgot that you could do that. Any chance you can kick my luck up a bit? You said it was pretty bad,
Lily asked. She tilted one shoulder towards him, turning partially sideways while her hand slid from her cheek to her neck.
I am kinda unlucky.
The pose was ridiculous, and he knew she was messing with him. Felix pursed his lips and then moved her luck up to 35. It was pretty low, and he could see that going poorly for them at the wrong moment. Fine. He hit the accept button and then gave her the third power. Calling up the screen again, he confirmed the changes. Name, Lillian Lux. Alias, Mab, Demon, Soul Stealer. Power, Ethereal Mental Projections. Secondary power, Mana Manipulation. Third power, Energy Transfer. Physical status, Healthy. Mental status, Happy. Positive statuses, Protective. Negative statuses, None. Strength, 37. Dexterity, 55. Agility, 53. Stamina, 50. Wisdom, 67. Intelligence, 88. Luck, 35. Primary power, 64. Secondary power, 70. Third power, 50. Done. Consider this a promotion. Or a merit increase? Maybe a bonus? Something like that. I hope you work as hard as you did up to this point, if not more so. Felix dismissed the window and looked to Lily. The soul-stealing mass murderer's eyes were clouded. She looked like she was in pain, even. Kit said it felt like someone had punched her brain. Do you want to sit down? Here, I'll get a
No, I'm all right. I just need a second.
Lily lifted the hand on her neck to her temple.
It felt like my mind expanded. I even know how to use it. I just push my energy into it. There's no limit to how much I can put in an item, other than what I can personally channel in one sitting.
Felix checked his pockets to see if he had anything she could practice on. Nothing. House keys, phone, and some lint. Looking around, he saw the cash register. Pushing off the pillar he'd been propped against, he moved over to the checkout stand. He started looking around for the impulse buys that any good checkout had. Something innocuous, something that people would overlook that you could charge, something that would be... Ah! Sitting to one side of the register was a glass display case. Inside were a number of silver bracelets with charms. The bracelet and each charm could function as a battery. He was willing to bet. "Can I help you?" asked the cashier. He was a younger man, probably in his early 20s. "Give me that," Felix said, pointing to the bracelet he'd been eyeing. "Huh? The necklace or the bracelet?" said the clerk, leaning over. Give me one of each." "Okay, that'll be 410. Felix flipped a credit card onto the space between them. "Hang on to that. They'll be out with a bundle of clothes, I'm sure." Picking up the bracelet and necklace, he went back to Lily. She'd watched him, but hadn't moved at all. To him, she appeared as if she were still recovering. "Here, bracelet and necklace. Both have a bunch of charms on them. Maybe you can turn them into individual batteries?" Felix held out the 2 silver pieces of jewelry. Lily held out her wrist to him.
"Put it on."
Grunting, Felix laid the necklace on his shoulder. Holding onto the bracelet, he unhitched the clasp and then wrapped it around Lily's wrist. Slipping the clasp into one of the links, he let go. It dangled, but seemed well fit. Turning around, Lily lifted her dark hair up from her shoulders. "You can put this on yourself," Felix grumped.
"Put it on,"
Lily demanded. "Seriously, you—"
"Put it on."
Taking the necklace in hand, Felix reached around Lily and draped it across her neckline. With a quick flick of his fingers, he latched it shut. "There. Practice away," Felix said. Taking a few steps back, Felix leaned up against the pillar from earlier. Lily let her hair fall and glanced at him over her shoulder. Breaking eye contact with him, she walked back to the changing room. Felix let out a slow, even breath as she went. Lily made him uncomfortable. Maybe it's because she's too damn pretty. Kit and Andrea have their own thing going for them, but Lily is just...
Forbidden fruit, maybe? Soul-eating seductress. Maybe I should rename her to Succubus instead of Mab. He chuckled, giving his head a shake. An explosion of sound went off behind his head, and his entire head felt like it had been struck by a hammer. He felt his legs go out from under him, unwilling to respond to him in any way, shape, or form. There was another explosion from feet away, and this time his side exploded in red-hot agony. The world flashed white as screams echoed throughout the department store. Felix couldn't do much of anything. The cold of the tiled floor felt great on his face. The rest of him was a bubbling quagmire of pain and heat. Everything hurt. In fact, he was pretty sure he was dying. There was too much pain for it to be anything else, or so he believed. He tried to roll over onto his side and accomplished nothing. Fingers flexed against the tile, his shoes squeaked, and that was it. A hand grabbed him by the shoulder and flipped him over. Everything was blurry. Blurry and red. Someone leaned down into his face. They said something. He couldn't figure out what they were saying. Now that he thought about it, those weren't screams he was hearing, but ringing. His ears were ringing. Yanked to his feet, Felix tried to stand up, but his knees wouldn't obey. He began to collapse as fast as he'd been stood up. His eyes felt heavy, and he blinked. Felix must have blacked out for a moment, because the next time he opened his eyes, he was being carried. His arms were held across two people's shoulders, and they were practically sprinting with him between them.
"Hang on, Felix,"
said the one on the left.
"Stay with us,"
said the one on the right. Oh, they're both Andrea. Felix tried to ask what had happened, but only made a gurgling noise instead.
"He's awake,"
the one on the left said.
"Good. Keep him that way. Being awake is better,"
came back a call from up ahead. There was a burst of light, followed by an intense explosion.
"I need 2 Andreas up the left side. Clear out that hallway."
Felix felt himself pressed up against a wall. An Andrea appeared in front of him, smiling at him from an inch away.
"Going to just take a peeky peek now. See if you're a leaky bottle of ketchup again."
Her fingers slipped along his side, which was apparently now bandaged and very red. Red like blood. There was a black marker line where the bloodstain ended, all the way around.
"Nothing new, but that's no guarantee,"
Andrea said. Then she stood up and gently turned his head to the side. Felix's brain slipped out of his skull and hit the ground. Or that was what it felt like, at least. Felix focused on the tile beneath him and the fact that he wasn't dead.
"No change here either. Damn, I wish we'd spent more time in that hospital. We need to send an other there after this,"
whispered the Andrea in front of him.
Mm-mm.
Said the second Andrea.
"Is he okay?"
Eva asked. Her voice wasn't far, maybe behind Andrea. Maybe. Things didn't sound right.
"He's alive. Lily, we need to move."
Another explosion came from further ahead.
"Clear. Move up. Garage is right ahead of us. You think chauffeur Andrea is still there?"
"We would never leave. We would die first,"
the 2 Andreas said in unison. Before he could really start to follow the conversation, it was over. They picked his arms up and pulled him back over their shoulders again. His head lolled forward, his eyes watching the tiles pass underneath his dragging feet. Body parts and blood were liberally painting the floor. As he watched, the tiles became dark pavement. A burst of gunfire tore through the air. Return gunfire came from the Andrea on his right and from up ahead.
In!
Shouted Andrea from ahead of them. He heard car doors opening, then he was being shoved bodily into the rear seat. Eva was already inside and pressed up against the glass on one side. As the Andrea who was guiding him in got him situated, her clothes blew out around her. She dropped bodily into the car, her head falling into his lap. In a last burst of strength, she somehow got the door closed and lay still, staring up at him from his lap. Chauffeur Andrea got in and stomped on the pedal.
"Where's the other—"
Eva started.
"I observed her. No room,"
Chauffeur Andrea said. Felix laid his hands on the Andrea in his lap. Her mismatched eyes stared up at him. Her mouth was wide open as she gasped for breath.
"It's my lung. Shot in the lung,"
she got out between gasps. Felix understood that at least. She was probably dying faster than he was. Carefully, he brushed her hair back from her face. He gave her a smile and ran his thumb along her eyebrow.
Sorry,
Felix said lamely.
It's okay. I'll come back. Myriad never really dies,
Andrea said, giving him a bloody smile. Her face twisted for a second, and she pressed her hands to her mouth, coughing into them. Blood seeped up between her fingers, splashing down the sides of her face and neck.
I'm sorry, Andrea.
Felix gently stroked her forehead, smoothing her hair back. She coughed into her hands again, blood spilling unendingly from her hands. Her eyes gazed up at him, full of pain and fear.
Andrea, can you absorb her before she dies? I think she'll suffocate at this rate,
Felix said, lamely, looking up to the driver's seat. Sunlight poured in through the windows as they escaped the garage.
Kit, this is Lily. Felix has been shot. We're on our way back. Tell Felicia she needs to come up with something quick. Do we have any supers with healing powers?
Chauffeur Andrea looked back at him when they hit a spotlight. There was no way she could run it since there was a constant stream of cars driving in either direction. After what looked like a moment of indecision, Chauffeur Andrea reached back and pressed her hand to the Andrea in his lap, and she vanished. She was there one moment, and then gone the next. All that remained of her was the blood that stained his pants. Letting his head sink back into the seat, Felix felt the world slip out of his grasp.
Lily? Felix is...
Chapter 17. Catching Up. The world was a groggy haze, filled with snatches of conversation and alternating bright lights and deep darkness. Occasional words would slip through, but none of them stuck. In time, Felix began to feel as if he could keep a thought for longer than a few moments, longer than a single breath. His eyelids felt heavy, so heavy he couldn't open them.
That's good. Heavy eyelids means I'm alive. Right?
Swallowing, he concluded he must have eaten a desert, considering how dry his mouth was.
Oh, Felix, are you awake?
Asked a soft voice. Felix explained patiently.
Water?
Yeah,
he energetically agreed. A straw slipped between his lips. Felix set to the task and drank quickly. The cool, very wet, very delicious water brought life and happiness back to the wasteland that was his mouth. Releasing the straw, he sighed, licking his lips.
Thank you. I feel groggy,
Felix said. His head felt heavy. Trying to open his eyes again, he only managed to get them open a crack, which immediately blinded him.
It's been 2 days since you were shot,
came a patient voice. He couldn't quite place it. He knew it, but his brain refused to tell him a name.
What happened?
He asked. Somehow he managed to move his hand an inch, and suddenly found someone else's hand. Latching onto it, he laced his fingers into theirs. At this moment, any human contact was preferable, even if he didn't know who it was.
You were shot. The first bullet grazed your skull. The second nicked a lung, perforated your bowels, and exited your hip,
said the definitely feminine voice that he knew. That he swore he knew.
We've kept you drugged up until a little bit ago. There were concerns about waking you early before everything could be finished.
Finished with what? It sounds like I should be dead.
Felix struggled with his eyes again, finally managing to get them open. Everything was blurry and bright, but he wasn't blind.
Felicia built a machine that would help anything mend, to heal, in such a way that it would defy science and modern medicine. It's more like a bed than a machine. You were in it up until this morning. I carried you to your bed so you could rest more comfortably.
The world began to come into focus, though aggravatingly slowly. As the kaleidoscope of colors and blurs became something recognizable, he realized it was Miu at his side. The aloof beauty, Miu, who seemed to always flee rather than speak with him. Smiling at her, he squeezed her hand.
Thank you, Miu.
Of course. I've been watching over you since they brought you home. I shall not be leaving your side going forward. I'm going to be your personal bodyguard should you leave for anywhere until we can find someone more permanent for the job.
I see.
I assume this is something Ioana, Kit, and Lily agreed with?
They did not get the chance to disagree. I will be training at an increased speed to make sure I can handle any problems that come up as well.
Miyu didn't elaborate on the fact that the others didn't agree. I won't even argue. Being shot sucks. Was anyone else hurt?
No, only you were. It was an impromptu attack. I believe they followed you, waited, and then planned the assassination from there.
Assassination?
Someone tried to shoot you point blank in the head. It's a miracle they missed. It's an assassination attempt. There can be no question of that. All that remains is to determine who.
Felix took a slow, deep breath and then nodded his head. It made sense. There really wasn't any other possibility when you looked at it from that point of view. There had been no other targets, only him.
Lily is the only reason you're alive. She was able to react quickly enough that the rest of the gunshots impacted his shield rather than you,
Miyu admitted with a glum look on her face. Apparently, Felicia isn't the only one who doesn't like Lily. I'll be sure to thank her when I get a chance. So what's the prognosis, Dr. Miyu? Will I live? He asked, giving her hand a squeeze.
Oh, yes. Everything is as good as new, but you are very weak. Felicia's machine pulls the energy from you to make the repairs, as if you were to heal naturally. You will feel tired for many days.
Delightful. Paperwork, antiques, and office work for me, then.
Yes, though I fear we are about to have a visitor. She has...
The door burst open, slamming into the wall. The clang of the doorstop heralded the fact that she hadn't put a hole in the wall.
Felix!
Andrea shouted. Closing the distance in a single hop, she was suddenly up in his bed, rubbing her face all over his chest. Her arms were locked around his neck and she squeezed him tightly.
You're awake? Kit said you'd be awake quickly, that you were stronger than people gave you credit for. I'm so glad.
Andrea gushed.
It was so hard to not climb into the machine with you and hold you. Felicia said she'd cut off my tail if I did it. Then Ioana promised to turn it into a broom. Mean, mean, mean.
Felix chuckled and released Miyu's hand. He gently set his arms around Andrea and patted her on the back. They were right to keep you away so I could recover, Andrea. Sorry, but they were being mean for the right reasons.
I know. I still don't like it, though. You don't smell good. You smell like medicine. You need a shower. Come on, I'll wash your back.
What? No, I don't...
Yes, yes now. Yes now or else.
Andrea threatened.
I would agree with her. You smell of medicine and sweat,
Miyu said, a small smile turning up the corners of her lips. I don't...
No more talking. More showering and scrubbing.
Andrea hopped off the bed and split into 10 different Andreas rapidly. In unison, they all clapped their hands together and held up one arm.
To the shower! Strip him!
Hey now, let's Felix had only a moment's notice before the Andreas descended on him and carried him off to the shower, Miyu trailing along behind. They were merciful. They stripped him, dumped him in the shower alone, and left him there sitting under the hot, steamy water. He'd have to remember how invigorating a hot shower could be. He went from feeling sorry for himself to being hungry, thirsty, and clean. Hot water was glorious. By the time he stumbled out of the shower, he found a set of clothes waiting for him to change into. Only Miyu and a single Andrea remained when he finally left the bathroom.
A pancake brigade has been assembled,
Andrea said with a bright smile. That sounds great, actually. Thank you, Felix said sincerely.
Lily and Kit are assembling a department head meeting for you.
Felix nodded his head and gestured at the two women. Lead on. Andrea happily bounced off, opening the door and stepping out. Miyu merely ducked her head to him and waited. Keeping his tongue behind his teeth, and his wit, he realized he couldn't fight what they wanted to do to him. They depended on him being alive and healthy. After this incident, he didn't think he'd be wandering around alone anymore. Giving her a tight smile, he followed the sound of Andrea skipping towards the dining room. A handful of pancakes, a glass of orange juice, and a soda perked him right up. Everyone gave him a chance to finish before starting in. The moment he admitted he was indeed done, they cleared the table and all looked to him expectantly. Thanks, everyone. I understand that I owe my life to Felicia? Felix asked, looking to the builder. The dwarven woman crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked to the side, though eventually nodded her head. Thank you. Your work is fantastic, as always. Felix then turned his gaze on Lily. And Lily, I understand you saved me from dying right then and there, then managed a running offense to get us back to the car. I'm not sure how to thank you for that. The woman in question arched an eyebrow at him. She looked as if she were hesitating, then gave him a shrug.
We can figure out something later. So far, you've done nothing but build up my power. Even as a slave, this isn't something I can easily write off.
Fair enough. Andrea?
I want to sleep in your bed. I don't like only watching over you. I want to sleep too.
What?
For my reward, I want an other to sleep in your bed. She'll sleep at the foot. Your feet are warm. Thanks.
Felix opened and closed his mouth twice, and then nodded his head. It sounded annoying, but he didn't want to push her away. She'd carried him bodily the entire way, and one of her others had been mortally wounded for him. How's Eva? And where is she? He asked, realizing that sitting around him were only those who had been part of the original group.
In school, and she's fine. She got your credit card on the way out for you, by the way. We've taken her shopping several times since then, and she has more clothes than any teenager could want.
Kit pulled out a single sheet of paper from her binder and slid it across the table to him. Glancing at it, he realized it was a balance sheet. He didn't care. He pressed a finger to it and passed it back without looking at it a moment more. Thank you. I'm glad she's in school. She like it?
So far. Everyone wants to know who her sponsor is. Apparently, getting into that school isn't easy.
Kit didn't say anything more. It left the entire thing open to a question. One he'd have to ask Lily. Felix had to wonder how Lily had managed to get her in, but didn't feel like wasting his breath. If she wanted to be coy about it, she could. He didn't need to press them on every secret. So, I suppose that brings us to the department head meeting we should have had. Felicia, how about you start us up? Felix asked. He spread his hands to the dwarf and waited.
Ha! Ass. Why do I always have to start?
Because you're building our home. To me, that sounds like one of the single biggest and most important tasks to get updates on. First, you go.
It's fine. Common spaces will need you to smooth them out, and the training areas are only about half done. I put them on hold since you were injured and haven't gotten back to them. Been working on the medical ward and its machines. You'll need to smooth that one out too. I've got everyone working with whatever best suits them. We got quite a few talented people out of the last purchase. We're fabricating all sorts of great toys and things.
Felix couldn't help but admire her progress, all things considered. Great work, Felicia. You're a credit to your race. Iwana, let's go with you since you're next to her. We'll go clockwise from there.
Security forces are being trained up. Miu is assisting me with the hand-to-hand combat. Andrea has taken up firearms. Everything else is under me. We'll have our first security team ready for deployment in about a month. Class rollouts should be every couple of weeks after that as we stagger the classes. We'll be drilling them one against the other for experience.
That's far better than I'd been expecting. Good job, Iwana. I'd like to get some time in your classes once I get my energy back.
You're already enrolled,
Lily said with a smirk. Good. Kit?
HR, which includes counterintelligence, since we're all telepaths, is up and running. We've sorted everyone out by their abilities, tendencies, and desires. It'll take time for everything to actually get off the ground, but with everyone ideally placed, it should be easier. We did mark a few people who seem like they'll be problems. Only 3 seem intent to cause a problem.
All right. Give them to Lily first, and then put them in the sauce.
No, not yet,
Kit interrupted hurriedly.
We'll give them time to adjust, counsel them, and only failing all of that will I give them to Lily and the machine. There are many opportunities to get them on board.
Whatever. Attrition is your concern. And speaking of attrition, always looking for new hires? Did that auction happen? He asked, looking between Kit and Lily. Kit nodded her head and held up a hand towards him.
It did. We picked up around 200 unpowered normals. They didn't even cost a fraction of what you paid for the supers. We now have marketing, finance, legal, IT, facilities, kitchen, janitorial, motor pool, medical, and I'm sure I'm forgetting some. We'll need to headhunt some key positions, but by and large, we did well.
200 more people? I won't get as many points for them as I do a super. But points are points.
We already expanded the housing project to accommodate them, and then doubled that for growth. Princess over there managed to get us a permit to dig as far down as we like,
Felicia said, gesturing at Lily. I see. So, we're well beyond what a pawn shop could support. Did we pick up a few buildings and other areas to put in more shops?
That's been taken care of. It'll take a week or two to get them outfitted and staffed, but they'll be up and running soon,
Kit said.
Our bottom line is all right, but it would be good if you could convert some bricks in the next couple days. We've had our newly created finance department running the numbers to figure out our taxes.
Felix shook his head with a smile. Good show. I assume that means you handled all the paperwork, Lily?
Sure did. Everything is settled. It felt fun when I drew up the company name.
She held up a hand.
Ahem. We are Legion. All of us in one. The new legal team is actually rather good, so we moved quickly.
We are Legion. Right. Anything else from the HR department, then?
People are asking about bringing their families on board. I admit I expected it to eventually happen. We can either allow visitation and risk all that entails, or simply deny it.
Can we buy their families?
What?
Asked the telepath incredulously. Their families. Can we buy them? So far, we've been picking up people based on if they went to auction. What if we made it an employee perk program? Felix leaned back in his chair, feeling more at ease. Solving problems of this nature always felt right to him. Corporate life never felt terribly difficult. If they put in good work and service, we can offer to purchase their family at a fair price. As they're selling themselves willingly, we would amend the contract to indentured rather than slave. They'd get a few more rights, like the promise of never having to face combat duty, the sausage machine, or anything like that. Felix looked up to the ceiling as he thought. Heck, at that point, we may want to consider buying the buildings around us and expanding our subsurface expansion to include family homes, schools, and stores. Felicia sat upright in her chair, her fingers pressed to the table. Apparently, the idea of expanding the fortress to an underground kingdom tickled her fancy. Kit sighed and trailed her fingernails down the inside of her forearm.
I mean, I'm all for being self-sufficient, and it would help encourage people to work hard. Though I wonder at what eventuality that leads to. Can people begin purchasing themselves out of slavery and into indentured servitude? Do children born of such a relationship get born into indentured service? Or do we purchase a semi-limited contract on them that expires at 18, and all services remaining that weren't paid for become debt and they have to leave? In the end, it sounds a lot like building an empire,
Kit said slowly. He could practically hear Felicia demanding he start this action now. We'd be a target. Well, let's start testing out this family package plan with those who asked for now. See what happens. Maybe we'll get some serious work out of them. No one wants to work endlessly without a carrot, right? Anything else?
No, that's everything for me. I'll take the family plan idea back to the team and see what we can do.
Great. Lily?
Legal, marketing, and planning are all fine. We're drawing up plans for commercials and some branding for the new stores. Get people in the door.
Lily paused to thumb a piece of paper out of her folio and spin it across the desk to him.
I took the liberty of purchasing a parking garage. It used to have an attached office. We've already started to convert it to a mechanic's shop and housing location. It's only a street away from here, so it's nice and close. Most of our fabricators who can't help out here are already holed up there. Everything is now closed to the public, and cars purchased at the shops are taken there. If you plan on expanding our purchases, do it in that direction so we can link everything up.
Felix nodded his head. The return on cars would be rather large since he didn't have to technically pay his people the normal amounts you would for a mechanic. Nice. That sounds fun. We should use it as a way to start purchasing company cars as well.
On it. On the second page there in front of you, I've assembled a list of cars to be purchased at market value if they're presented so we can convert them. Apparently, word spread quickly and people have been bringing cars in here. All purchased vehicles that fit the criteria are being stored in the parking garage.
Huh. Lily, you're amazing. Felix gave her a grin, leaning forward. The immaculately put-together woman blushed and looked to the side, her hands folding into her lap.
Thank you. I admit I'm enjoying corporate life. It's straightforward.
Letting her off the hook with that, he looked to Andrea.
Armory and arsenal are being stocked. Most of the weapons we're purchasing from No Name and Dimitri. We're focusing on SMGs and pistols to get everyone trained quickly and have a common talent pool. Though we have set aside a budget for rifles once we have everyone equipped. Rifles cost more and require a bit more training. For gear, we're looking into defense contractors. Vests, helmets, everything. All needs to be above military grade. Investing in the gear will keep your living investment safe.
Makes sense. Good show, Andrea. Your skills as Myriad are definitely showing through. Andrea gave him a bright grin and leaned forward in her chair towards him, her tail sliding up from behind her to wag slowly. Miu?
Facilities and internal security are up and running. We have requisition orders for everything we need, but all should be well in a matter of weeks. Ioana has created an extensive training program, and will be fielding our agents from her security teams.
Ioana nodded her head approvingly at that.
I'd like to put that indentured service program in place for security. We can purchase mercenary contracts with limiting factors dictated by our HR department. They can sign deals with our resident magician that would bind their soul to ensure cooperation and secrecy.
Huh. That's a great idea. I approve of that. Let's get that one rolling. That'd be a good way to shore up our manpower and maybe get you a few more trainers, Ioana. The big woman slowly nodded her head.
It would help.
Great. That seems like everything. What's next on the agenda? Kit picked up a box of something from beside her and dropped it into the center of the table. In the box were 2 crowns and several bracelets. They all looked very similar to the one Dimitri's boss had been wearing.
We were able to collect these from your attackers.
Ah, they haven't given up. Chapter 18. Power and Debt. So, Felix started, drumming his fingers along the table. From home invasions to midday assassinations. I'd say someone really doesn't like me. Ioana snorted at that and gestured to the box.
That's putting it mildly.
Kit pulled out one of the bracelets and laid it on the table.
It's quality workmanship, imbued with a high level of psychic defense. I couldn't break through to them when they were wearing the crown. I can't confirm it, but I'm betting the bracelet does the same thing. Perhaps at a lower power, though.
Kit fingered the enchanted item and nudged it to the side an inch.
That and the ability to control whoever is wearing it. I would suggest we let no one wear these, even to test them. I wouldn't want to find out simply because we're not sure how that mind control part of it activates. It would be rather awful to have someone suddenly being controlled by our enemy.
Felix sighed and set his elbow down on the table, resting his chin in his palm. All right. Do we know anything? The one time we had a chance at information, he killed himself.
Not a thing,
Lily said, spreading her hands out in front of her in apology.
All we can do is wait for them to make a mistake, or capture one alive before they can end their own life. For that to work, we'd have to incapacitate them before they could do anything, though.
Felicia slapped an open hand on the table.
What about non-lethal? Lots of that on the marketplace. I'll see what the lab can whip up, and maybe we can catch a break.
So long as we don't risk ourselves doing it, Felix said after a second. It isn't worth someone dying over it to find out that whoever is doing this was smart enough to keep themselves hidden just in case. I mean, really now, do we honestly think that whoever is smart enough to do all this, keeping themselves in the shadows, would go to such lengths only to let someone see them because they're wearing a suicide device? Everyone sobered at that, frowns and creased brows spreading around the room.
That's a good point, Lily murmured. It's easier to believe our opponent is foolish or stupid.
Felix shrugged his shoulders with a wince. Works out in my favor when I believe my enemies are smarter than I am. Over-preparation isn't a terrible thing. Looking around the room, he met each person's eyes before looking back to the box. I suppose all we can do for now is prepare and be ready. If there's nothing else to be taken care of, I think I should probably go over the upgrades for the building and get back to laying golden eggs. All that sleep put me behind considerably. Andrea stood up quickly, sending her chair tumbling as she scampered out of the room on whatever wild thought had taken hold of her. Miyu retreated to a quiet corner of the room, while Ioana and Felicia left together. Kit and Lily looked at one another, then to Felix. Either you both need to talk to me privately, or you're working on the same problem from different angles, Felix said, looking from one to the other.
You go first, Lillian,
Kit offered, adjusting herself in her seat. The sorceress looked to Kit and then shrugged.
We've gotten an emergency meeting request from Resnick, Blackadder, and Troy.
Felix quirked his brows at that.
I'm not sure what they want, but they barred it to anyone who isn't legal counsel for yourself. Thankfully, I've been reinstated and my team is actually rather accomplished.
Lily gave him a bright smile, leaning forward on the table and tapping her folio. Glad to hear that. Did we have to drop a hefty bribe to get your license back? Felix asked, curious.
Not really. It only took the simple promise that I never head back to my home city. Which isn't a problem, since I cleared out my lair and don't plan on going back.
All right. Set up the meeting. Sooner the better. I know it's out of nowhere and we have no way of knowing what they want, but prepare the best you can for it.
Done. Thanks, Felix. You're a doll.
Lily stood up, gathered her folio, and slipped out of the room. Looking to Kit, Felix scrunched his face up in confusion. Doll?
She likes you. Feels like you value her for who she is, rather than what she is.
Kit explained. I do. Not a hard thing to do when she's as talented as she is, Felix said, a touch skeptically.
She's still listening at the door,
Miyu whispered from behind him. Felix snickered at that. Go, Lily! Turning to Kit, he then gestured to her. What's up? Kit's eyes flicked up to Miyu, and then started to move to Felix, but stopped. She stared at Miyu, her eyes focusing in on the self-proclaimed bodyguard. As quickly as it happened, Kit broke eye contact with Miyu and looked to Felix.
Right, I'm not sure how to say this.
With words. Direct words that leave no room for misinformation, Felix prompted.
Yeah. It's hard since I can't read your mind. I can't get a fix on—
Welcome to what the rest of us do on a daily basis. Kit?
Yeah, right, okay. I'm not a superhero anymore.
Nope. You're not.
I'm practically a villain. I've taken the lives of other heroes.
Not a villain, per se, but definitely the life thing. Probably more down the road as well. Sorry. The price of living in this city now.
I can handle being neutral, I guess, but I feel dirty. Ruined.
Why? Turn the situation sideways. We have something like 1,000 people in our employ. They would have all been bound for more than likely worse conditions.
Except for the ones you're going to send to the sausage machine,
grumped Kit. Fine. No sausage machine. But you really need to figure out what to do with those who simply can't work with the team. Does that appease your sense of guilt?
A little. Can we use the medical facilities as part of a health plan to get everyone to perfect health?
So long as I don't have to arrange it, sure. Get the medical team on board and start conducting routine examinations on a semi-annual basis. You tell me what works. You're HR, after all, and benefits fall squarely in your purview. Felix didn't think that was a problem, and if anything, it'd help. People loved benefits.
Really?
Kit asked suspiciously.
Not just saying that to placate me?
Really. Not saying it to placate you. Put together a benefits package for me, and we'll go over it later. And back to the villain-hero thing. Does it matter? The Guild of Heroes was more of a faction than anything. The city is well patrolled and has a fairly strict sense of justice right now. Last I saw, crime was on the decline.
It is. I don't know. I was always a hero. Even when I was dangerous to teammates, I was a hero. And now I'm the single strongest telepath in the world with probably the greatest sense of control. And, oh yeah, I'm suddenly telekinetic as well.
The pen in front of her lifted up off the table and spun wildly through the room. Dancing, twirling, the pen defied gravity as it flew. Only for Miyu to snatch it out of the air, click the pen top to withdraw the tip, and set it down in front of Felix.
I could do so much. I could help.
Nope. Sorry. Not a hero anymore. If you really want to help, get to HR and put that benefits package together. Then link up with our marketing group, finance group, and see what we can do on a charitable level. Donations go a long way to help build a company's face value and lower taxes. We deal in antiques and equipment. Schools and museums seem like the obvious place to start to me. Felix never did like dealing with the passionate ones. The ones who had to feel like they were making a difference. It's a job. Work the job, do what you want in your personal time. Or nothing.
Really? I can do that?
Kit asked eagerly. Sure. Put it all together and get back to me. Was that it?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you,
Kit said, standing up. Just then, her phone went off. Turning her wrist over, she looked at the display on her wrist.
Huh. It's Eva.
Kit tapped the display.
Eva? What's wrong?
Kit, I'm at school and I need you to come get me,
said his ward into her phone. Then the line went dead. Huh? Felix looked to Kit, waiting for an explanation. Kit blinked and then tapped her wrist display again.
Well, Eva is having troubles adjusting to her new school.
I see. Go pick her up then. I'll just... Kit's wrist display lit up again as another call came through. The telepath couldn't hide her unease as she viewed the caller window. Felix gave her a grim smile and waited. Kit sighed and tapped the display.
Good afternoon, Principal.
Good afternoon, Miss Carrington. Is Eva's guardian recovered enough to come deal with his hooligan of a ward?
Came back the starched tones of what sounded like an elderly gentleman. Hooligan?
He has indeed. He'll be...
Good. He can pick up his ward and a piece of my mind.
The line went dead once again. Felix let out a slow breath and closed his eyes. That sounds like a lot more than adjusting.
Yes. Well... Yes,
Kit said lamely. Several Andreas came marching in before Felix could ask anything further. They moved in a small group, armed with SMGs, yet no body armor or gear to speak of. When your life is expendable to the point that gear costs more, I guess I can understand. The one in front took a spot directly to his side and then drew to attention.
Reporting in, as per procedure. We've successfully repelled a group of supers who were attempting to gain entry. We killed 1, wounded 2, and only lost 15 of my others. All reabsorbed without incident,
Andrea said, looking at the space above his head. What? We're under attack? Felix tried to confirm.
We're under attack. We've repelled them. The body has been sent to the sausage machine after having Lily check for a soul. Request permission to return to post and split the others back off.
Yeah, do that, Andrea. And could you send Andrea Prime over to see me later? Sounds like I need a few more others, Felix said, pausing to look at Kit. That and more information about the situation at hand. What say you take a seat, Miss Carrington? I think we have more to talk about. The 3-car-long, dark sedan convoy moved sedately through traffic. Andrea wasn't taking anything for granted. She drove each vehicle as she could coordinate with herself without speaking, since it was herself. They'd think the same thing and come up with the same answers. She also refused to run yellows or reds and would simply stop early. Kit and Miu were with him, along with 2 Andreas. Riding in the other vehicles were all Andreas. Every one of them dressed in a black pantsuit and armed. Even Kit and Miu were dressed in a similar fashion. Not identical, but similar. Miu wore something a bit more sporty that she could probably move better in. Kit, on the other hand, had clearly picked her outfit from a fashion standpoint. She certainly caught the eye with it. Felix didn't get what they were aiming for, and honestly, he didn't want to. He was sure it was some odd type of intimidation that Ioana, Miu, or Lily had cooked up. Probably will work, too. Didn't hurt that they'd stuffed him into one of the nicest suits he'd ever had the pleasure of owning. The suit had been a custom job. Felicia had tailored and made it for him specifically from her R&D department. Turning his wrist over, he checked the time.
We'll be there in 3 minutes, dear,
Andrea Prime said from beside him. She was the only one of the Andreas dressed differently. Where the others wore pantsuits, she wore a gray pencil skirt and dark jacket. Ah, thanks. You look good in that, by the way, Felix said, pointing a finger at her.
Thanks, babe. I knew you'd like it. I wasn't sure if it went with my tail. Does it? Look, look,
Andrea said, turning to her side and shoving her bottom at him. Her fluffy tail wagged a fraction, her bottom moving with it. Quickly pulling his eyes up with a strained smile, he met Kit's eyes. Yep, looks fine. Kit gave him a smirk and pressed a finger to her lips, motioning him to remain silent about the humor of the situation.
You're such a nice person. Thanks, dear. Wait till I show you my underwear. It really suits my skin. Here, take a...
Andrea said, shifting around to face him again.
Andy?
Kit asked, looking to the beastkin.
Oh, fine. I'll show him tonight. Do you think he likes black and red?
I'm still here. It's not like I went somewhere, Felix said.
Good point. Do you like black and red?
Andrea said, turning to him with a bright smile.
We're here,
Chauffeur Andrea said.
Thank the saints,
Miu murmured, and opened her door, getting out immediately. Felix moved to get out and had Andrea wrap a hand around his wrist.
Wait.
Looking back to her, he sighed and then nodded his head. The assassination attempt on his life had changed how he would be able to interact with the world at large. The door had been closed, and now 2 rear ends and pantsuits were directly outside his window. He knew they had SMGs and holsters under those buttoned, fashionable jackets. He also knew that Andrea was an incredibly fast draw. Finally, one of them popped open the door, and Felix was allowed to step out. Taking in a breath, he stood up and surveyed the area quickly. It looked like the definition of a private school. Good-looking front entrance, decorated smartly yet tastefully. Pathways leading up to the front gate, manicured lawns and trees providing a natural look. Expensive-looking housing across the street. A decent-sized red brick wall that circled the campus. I think I'd have been kicked out if I had gone here as a kid, Felix muttered.
Me too,
Miu said, standing on his right.
Then again, my schooling was very different. Fewer books, more swords.
One of these days, I'm going to order you to tell me all about yourself, Miu.
That'll be the day you learn secrets you wish you hadn't,
said the severe woman. Then, surprisingly, she gave him an earnest smile.
But I appreciate the sentiment. Another time.
On his left, Kit flipped open her messenger bag and pulled out a manila folder. Taking a quick peek inside, she checked its contents and then held it out to Felix.
This is probably everything you'll need. I put everything in there relevant to Eva. Just in case. Lily said she'll be available by phone if you need her.
Felix took the folder and started walking to the front door. Looking into the folder, he gave it a once-over, realized it wouldn't do him much good for the situation at hand, and closed it again. Not her fault. Her school experiences were probably very clinical. The others fanned out in front of him, taking positions along the walkway and eyeing everyone nearby. Students watched, enthralled with what was happening. Felix shoved those concerns off to the side. It didn't matter to him because, realistically, the protection Andrea was providing for him was beyond what anyone could reasonably ask for. His complaints about the situation would never cross his lips. And Andrea held open the door for him inside. Several Andreas escorted him in, while a handful that had remained near the car moved up to take the ground between the cars and the door. Entering the front office, he needed only to follow the others. They had gone over the floor plan meticulously and would be herding him straight to the principal's office. A receptionist started to stand up, before an other shoved her back down into her chair.
Sit.
Shaking his head, Felix turned down the hallway, following the others.
It's necessary for your safety. We won't come that close again,
Miu said.
Never,
Andrea agreed.
This is the safest option for you, and for them,
Kit concurred. Felix didn't argue. Ahead of him, an other opened a door for him, and Felix walked right into the principal's office. Trailing him was Miu, Andrea Prime, and Kit. Inside of the office was a stodgy-looking man in his 50s, and Eva.
Felix? Felix!
Eva squealed, jumping up. She wrapped him up in a tight hug. Hey there, yes. Hug. All good now? Maybe let go, Felix said with a pained smile at her. She only hugged him tighter. With a small smile curling his lips, Felix gave her a genuine hug.
If you're done, we can begin talking about your hooligans'
You can stop right there, Felix said, glaring over the top of Eva's head. and if you don't stop, I'll have Miyu here help you.
You have no right to talk to me like that.
You call her anything other than Eva, student, or ward, and this will be the fastest meeting you've ever had. Felix gently peeled Eva off of him and literally handed her over to Andrea, who happily hugged the girl and lifted her off her feet. Now, what's the problem? Felix asked.
She won't listen to her teachers. She makes no attempts to treat them with the respect they deserve. She hasn't done a single iota of homework. She's, quite frankly, one of the dumbest students we've had, grumped the principal, crossing his arms across his chest.
Uh-huh. Eva? Felix asked, turning his head to Eva. What's the problem? No teenage drama, no bullshitting.
Language!
Shouted the principal. And tell me. Don't even think of saying you'd never understand, because I guarantee I will. Eva lifted her head up from Andrea's embrace and truly looked at him.
The teachers singled me out because I don't know the answers,
she said finally. Ah, I see. And from that starting point, I imagine everything else went to shit. How far behind are you? Guess if you don't know.
I don't know. A year maybe? 2? I'm sorry. I know I'm stupid.
Nope. Stop right there. You're not stupid. This is actually easy to solve, Felix said, smiling at her. Turning his head to the principal, he continued, if people pulled their heads out of their ass long enough to take a breath. Did your teachers even attempt to address this issue? To ask her where she was in her studies? There was no placement of any sort to determine what would be best for her? If she needed tutoring?
Well, that's not what we do here.
We shape minds, so no, you didn't. And no, they didn't. Felix let out a short breath and then pulled his phone out of his pocket. Kit frowned, looking annoyed and out of her depth. She couldn't find it with mind-reading. Felix held up the phone to his ear as it rang. Not everything can be solved by picking through thoughts, my lovely superheroine.
Felix? Miss me already?
Lily purred into the phone. I did. I missed that mind of yours. So, Eva is behind in her studies. We'll need a tutor to get her up to speed of the school.
Now, look, this won't solve what she's done. I'm already in the process of having her expelled, said the principal loudly.
Oh? All right. Sorry, I should have thought of that myself. She did say she and her brother had been out of school for a while,
Lily said. In the background, he could hear rapidly typing at a keyboard.
Don't worry about the principal, by the way.
Why's that exactly? You do something crafty with that big brain of yours? Felix asked, smirking.
I did indeed. We needed something to sink money in that we could turn back around to our employees. The school has a bit of an ugly secret that it's trying to hide.
Do tell. I await your honeyed words with bated breath, Felix teased. For whatever reason, Lily could draw him into banter.
Honeyed? With what I've been doing for you, it damn well better smell like ambrosia. Suffice it to say, the school was a bastion for kids of superheroes. Those kids, who paid a whole hell of a lot in fees to be anonymous while going to school, are gone. The school overspent its budget by a drastic amount. Everything went on credit. They were so far in the red, the school was going to be shut down. I bought up all that debt on the cheap. I only had to flash a smile a few times and posted the loss against our taxes. I made sure the school board knew we'd bought it all up, that we were willing to negotiate. I have a bi-weekly meeting with their board. Then I set the whole thing up so all future children of parents from Legion, or become part of Legion, get sent there for their K-H education. Put that one in as a massive tax write-off. Probably won't be completely approved by the government, but it'll do more than enough to get our taxes down.
Huh. That's pretty crafty. I love it. It sounds like it'd break the bank, though.
Might have. Our accountant is a wonderful lady, though. All the losses are going to be posted late in the year as it winds its way through every process from here to New Year's. In the end, we'll definitely get our money back, but it'll take time. Unless a cranky CEO decides to call in the debts a certain school owes. Then it'd be shut down that day.
Lily? Felix asked after digesting that. Came back a smiling voice. You're fantastic. I owe you something nice.
Spoil me. Corporate life is great. I get to be as evil as I can. You reward me for it, and I don't even have to get my hands dirty.
I'll do that indeed. See you later.
Ta-ta.
Felix thumbed the display and pocketed his phone. Turning to the principal, he smiled slowly. You know, this is certainly my year. I find myself in unbelievable positions of power. Anyways, Principal, whatever the fuck your name is, let me spin you a tale. A tale of a school with no money. A school that had a white knight come riding in and buy up all their debt, and then tell them not to worry about it. That they'd negotiate and work something out. Felix grinned and leaned over the chair, the wooden back creaking ominously under his weight. I'm not feeling particularly charitable right now. You called her a hooligan.
Twice,
Andrea said happily. Twice, Felix agreed.
and he called her the dumbest they've ever had.
Andrea amended. Chapter 19. Sentiment. Felix looked to Lily at his side.